Hello, beloved friends. I'm Steve Farrell, co-founder and worldwide executive director of Humanities Team, a 501c3 nonprofit with a mission to make conscious living prevalent worldwide by 2040. And wow, what a sacred and heart-expanding conversation we're stepping into together today. I'm so grateful to welcome you to our Global Oneness Summit panel, Messages Beyond the Veil. This is such a powerful theme to explore as part of our 2025 Awakening the Divine Within, Embody the Transformation, Inspire the Future program. Because as we awaken more fully to who we truly are, we also awaken to the truth that we are never alone and that the veil between worlds is thinner than we think. Today, I'm honored to be joined by four extraordinary spiritual teachers and intuitive guides who have devoted their lives to helping others connect with loved ones, angels, and divine guidance from beyond. Sue Frederick, Karen Noe, Tricia Barker, and Brett Bevel. Sue Frederick is an intuitive, ordained unity minister and lifelong mystic whose work helps others navigate grief and life transitions by connecting with the soul's wisdom. Karen Noe is a renowned psychic medium, spiritual counselor, and often brings through angels and messages of peace and forgiveness and unity in her work. Tricia Barker is a near-death experiencer and now helps others understand the gifts of NDEs and how these experiences can radically shift our relationship to life, death, and the soul's journey. And Brett Bevel is a Reiki master, author, and teacher of energetic healing who specializes in angelic attunement and spiritual empowerment. Each of these souls I am with today brings a unique lens to this conversation, from angel communication, near-death experiences, and mediumship to energetic attunement and divine healing. And welcome, dear friends. I'm so grateful to be here with you. And that welcome is to my partners here on the panel and to you viewers. Thank you for being here. All right. And so let's just jump right in. And Sue, I'd love to begin with you. You often talk about how our greatest grief can become a portal to our deepest purpose. How has your own journey shaped the way you help others connect with loved ones on the other side?
That seems to be the lesson I was meant to get in this lifetime early on. I was in my 20s when my beautiful mountain climbing husband had got cancer and died in my arms, and I was 29 when he crossed. So right away, I was asking those questions of why am I still here? What's my purpose? Why did he have to go? And what I've learned in the journey of navigating all of those spiritual seeking the answers is that we each have a great pain story in our life. And when we use that pain to turn around and offer our healing work to the world, and it's different for everybody. It's not just because you lose someone, you become somebody who works with grieving people. It has its own unique spin for each of us, but our pain is directly related to our sacred purpose, our divine mission. And even in my Angel Up books, I talk about how people have 7 stones of ascension that we almost all have to walk on in this earth life: grief, loss of purpose, disappointment in the world, self-doubt, on and on. And when we step on a stone, which is meant to bring us ascendancy to higher awakening, we also have to have help removing the stone from our hearts. And the angels are so powerful at shattering the stone of grief, shattering the stone of lack of purpose so that we can ascend and elevate. This is where it's so important to say, angels, help me, heal me, lift me, love me, and just let them come and lift your frequency, show you another way forward, give you some options to think about. And with career, thousands of people I've helped take the career that they did for their money that they hated and reinvent and do their purposeful work and still create financial abundance and security. We're all here to do that.
Yeah, beautiful. And especially where it's pain that is what brings all of this on. And so true. Thank you for being vulnerable and sharing that story, Sue. So, Karen, your work with angelic messages and departed souls has brought so much peace. to people in times of loss. What do you most want people to understand about the signs and messages that they're receiving from beyond the veil?
That's a good question. Um, our angels and our deceased loved ones are giving us signs every day. We just have to be aware of what to look out for. Most people expect to hear a voice or to see an apparition of their loved one or an angel. But in reality, the angels and our deceased loved ones are spirit. So they're speaking to us telepathically. They're speaking to us as thoughts that just pop into our minds for no reason. So I would tell people to pay attention to those thoughts that just, like, why did I just think that? Also, I call them without a doubt signs. Maybe that's what you're talking about. Things that normally don't happen. They love to give us. I'll give you some examples. For example, if a bird is pecking at your window and persistently, keeps pecking at the window, I would say, okay, who is this? Who's doing this to me? And a thought will come into your mind. It's grandma or something like that. You will think that you're making it up, but this is the way they're speaking to us. Other types of signs are you would be driving and a car will cut you off. And I would say, look at the license plate instead of getting angry. It may be your loved one's name or your angel name and things like that. You may be speaking about your angels or the deceased loved ones, and then the lights will flicker. That's another way they talk to us. The perfect song will come on at the perfect time with the words that you need to hear. It's another sign. And I could go on and on. Just make sure to pay attention and be patient and wait. And these types of signs will come when you least expect it. One other way that they love to speak to us is they love to come to us in dreams. So I would say ask your loved ones and ask the angels to come to you in a dream and wake you up after the dream so that you remember it. And then again, it's important to be patient and wait, and the dream will come when you least expect it. It's important to know the difference between a dream from your subconscious and a dream from those in the celestial realm. Those in the celestial realm will feel wonderful, and it will feel like you've won the lottery. Whereas a dream from your subconscious, maybe not so no, not so much, because it may feel frightening, scary how they passed, and so forth. So pay attention to that as well.
And I just want to come in here, Karen, with I think I told you the story. Stephanie, my wife, after her mom passed, whose name was Artie, she had this dream where there was just this full-on symphony in her head, which has never had happened. And it was a Carpenter song, looking down from above, and it was so real. We actually grabbed the lyrics and framed them. And then we live here in Boulder. Artie is not like a common name, right?
Yeah.
And yet every month or so, a car will pull in front of us with the license plate Artie. So I want to give testimony to what you just shared.
Absolutely. And I'm sure everyone listening has had something like that happen to them.
So I'm going to go to Tricia. So Tricia, after your own near-death experience, you've shared beautiful insights into what awaits us on the other side and how that experience can radically shift how we live here and now. Can you speak to how that knowing transforms our everyday lives?
Yes. So one of the things that I first noticed after my near-death experience was this expanded oneness, this connection to everyone in my vicinity. So, there was this feeling of just kind of opening up and caring about others, and sometimes getting messages from their grandparents if they're on the other side, or their angels, that conversations, just mere conversations with someone at a bus stop, at a counter, I felt like I was being used by a force greater than me, because that's what I saw during my near death experience, was angels working through surgeons. So I was like, use me, like in everyday life and in teaching, please work through me. And so life was magical. I thought I was so smart before my NDE. I was in college, I was agnostic, and, looked down my nose at people who are spiritual and religious. But I swear that awakening connects your consciousness to so much more, and life becomes exciting, like you're a child again, because every day, like Karen mentioned, might have a sign from the other side. You might be reminded that you are merging with your soul on this mission, and that's the importance of this 3D form, is to bring that 5D consciousness through, that love through, because let's face it, the world is hungry for that. So many people are hurting, confused, afraid, and when you bring just a little bit of that connection from the other side to them, then they are able to connect with their soul, like Sue was mentioning about helping people find their career path. That's soul work. That, you know, your soul is here for a purpose. And I think I didn't really believe that before. I just thought money is the answer in this 3D realm. What job is going to make me the most money with my skills? And honestly, how can I stomp on people to get ahead? That was like my thought. And after my NDE, though, I was like, how can I help people connect with their soul? How can I help them believe in their angels? How can I really just let them know they're loved, you know, for a moment, if they're open to that. You know, that's all. That God loves you on this journey. Your angels are here for you. Your grandparents are often your guides. You know, like there's so many grandparents who love their kids so much. And when they transition, they want to follow those grandkids through this life. They want to be a part of it. And we've all had that experience. I think one of our first losses is generally grandparents. And so, you know, I work with young people, so a lot of grandparents come through. But that's part of it. But, you know, life in general changed. I had my near-death experience around the time of the Celestine prophecy. And I remember looking at nature differently, people differently, purpose differently. All of that made sense to me, you know, that this is a magical, alive world. And, you know, it's scary to think of going back to pre-NDE, pre-awakening, even though it comes with the loss of friends, family, you know, like not going in the direction you think you wanted to go in. It still is amazing. And so I highly recommend Awakening to everyone.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, it's sort of a call to action there, to courage to really hear what you're sharing and to embody it, and to you, you know. And of course we work with other NDEs, and there's several of you here, uh, and where their lives did change, you know, and their even marriages, families, everything changed as they made this their life work, because the NDE was so profound that of course our life is going to change. But so I just thank you for having the courage, Tricia, for walking this in, and you're down in the South, where it's probably even tougher in Texas, where um, people aren't necessarily open, you know, as they are in other parts of the country, to this notion of a veil, you know, and an afterlife. So I just throw that in as I come over to Brett. So Brett, your work brings in the frequency of divine healing and angelic guidance through energetic transmission. So how can people begin to open their energy field to receive these kinds of messages and healing frequencies in their own lives?
That's a wonderful question. And as I've been pondering that question, what I'm feeling drawn to do is ask the angels to come in right now, and to come in and to work to release any distortions. A lot of times in our life, we'll get energetic distortions. So I'm asking the angels to come through right now and just help release any energetic distortions, particularly any energetic distortions around the third eye, around our brain and nervous system. And that can include, when I say distortion, that can also include something that maybe a parent or a teacher said to you at a young age that gave you this imprint that somehow angels aren't real, or that the unseen isn't real. So just inviting these angels of distortion just to really go in and just kind of clean out the third eye and clean out our brains from those false beliefs, those energies that still kind of cling into us sometimes in ways that we don't always notice. And I'm also inviting these angels to go in and clear out the gates of consciousness, which are two very important acupressure points at the base of the skull, top of the neck. It's funny, when we think about somebody being a pain in the neck, that's often because other people's energy can often attach to us right here, right at those gates of consciousness, and other people's energies can kind of get into our system. So again, just inviting those angels of distortion to clear out the gates of consciousness, clear out the brain and nervous system from any kind of energetic stuff that's just blocking that light from coming in. And also just doing a nice clearing in the area of the third eye, just so that everyone can really feel and acknowledge their presence. And some practices that I can also just recommend too would be to journal about your angels, or write to your angels. Like, get a journal and just dedicate it to writing to an angel, your guardian angel, or one of the archangels. And also invite your angels to tell you what you can do to be more open. You know, they have so much wisdom, so much incredible intelligence, and you can just do automatic writing and just trust what comes on the page. And believe me, if you go back then later and read it 5 or 6 months later, you'll be surprised at the kind of amazing wisdom that can come through when you do automatic writing. So I'd say automatic writing, and also, again, just letting the angels do the work that they're doing right now as they're coming through on this video.
Sounds good. Yeah, makes sense. And why not avail ourselves of this, where we're actually asking for angel assistance, guidance. And of course, all four of you are bringing this in, including all of this beyond the veil support. And I want to just come in here and share too. Hopefully we're long past the time of where this is woo-woo, right? If you look out your window, a challenging world, right? So what does that U-turn look like? How do we create this conscious living journey to this sustainable and flourishing world for our kids and future generations? And this panel, these leaders, in what they're sharing with guidance that we can avail ourselves of from beyond the veil. This is a big part of that new way of living on the earth with a lighter footprint and with more guidance and higher vibration and so on. So I just wanted to bring in that editorial comment, I'll call it. So now let's take this one step further. Each of you works with unseen realms in a different but complementary way, whether it's angelic realms, departed souls, divine frequencies, or near-death wisdom. So how do each of these realms working together to support humanity right now, and how can we as individuals align with that support in a practical, grounded way? And Sue, if I could start with you.
Well, I'm just reminded that a few days ago, I had the 45-year anniversary of my husband Paul's crossing, which I look at as the 45-year anniversary of my spiritual awakening. As I remembered on that day, Paul was visiting me and reminding me so vividly of the things he showed me in our shared death experience, because he brought me with him out of my body and into an alternate reality where he was showing me the divine order of this universe, and how every little thing that happens in this earth world is never a mistake, never an accident, always part of this greater divine plan. And yet when we look at it up close, it can look like tragedy, chaos, terrible things. And that in his message to me 45 years ago, it was, you have to pull back and look for the bigger divine order of it all. Nothing is a mistake. Nothing is a tragedy. And I had just lost my husband to cancer, and he was telling me nothing is a tragedy. Everything is part of the plan of divine order. Now, I do not mean that things that happen are here to make us suffer. It's not punishment. It is here to awaken our spirits, awaken our hearts. So when you've lost someone you love, it is a tragedy. And also, it is your opening to begin to explore the divine world. And who is God? What is God? Because many people say, well, I can't believe in a God who took my child. And yes, that is not God who took your child. That God is a loving source of consciousness that runs our entire universe and creates the divine order within it. And when we lose a child, it's because we have these complex soul agreements and soul plans while we're here on earth. And yet up close, we can't see it. So the question is, in our daily life, how do we pull back and get the soul's view? Because, you know, we wake up in the morning and it's like, oh, how am I going to make the technology work today on my Zoom call? You know, I mean, we're just pulled right into the earth world problems. And yet, the minute we pull back and take a breath, very simply, even again, say, angels, lift me above this, show me the bigger picture of this. That's always answered right away. Another favorite practice is gratitude. You know, I'm so grateful that I know all of you. And so even just a moment of feeling all that, and it opens your heart. And then my all-time favorite big picture reminder is humor. You know, that the minute we can remember that all in all, when we laugh, we really pull back and see this is such a divine plan and we can't see it up close and it feels like chaos. And I just might as well laugh because it raises my frequency. And I'll never forget Chrissy, my best childhood girlfriend, died right after Paul died. And Chrissy had been my person that I laughed with the whole time. I was growing up in the deep South, and Chrissy and I were like the only two people who loved the Beatles. We were the only two people who thought differently, who wanted to leave the South, and we would just crack each other up all the time. And then right after Paul died, Chrissy got leukemia, and she died. Now, of course, the world will say, what a tragedy. But Chrissy brought me on the most powerful shared death experience where I didn't even know she had crossed. I thought she was in remission. And one night she was with me, flying me around the world, making me laugh so hard that my stomach muscles were hurting. And I would wake up in the night going, gosh, I'm with Chrissy and she's making me laugh so much. And I went back to sleep and it continued all night. And the next morning, I got a phone call through to her mom and she had crossed in the night. So her message was, it is a divine universe. And when we laugh, we can see it and travel it and understand it.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah. So, and we're really getting to this whole fuller story because Tricia was bringing in earlier kind of how we all grew up, where it's a monetary thing, right? Everybody's getting theirs. I'm going to go get mine. Right? Most of us are brought up that way. And that's kind of how it works. And then comes our awakening moment where then we see, oh, there's a grander purpose, a higher purpose, a grander design, this love's expression thing. And then everything falls in place and we can actually have a pretty beautiful life. So thank you. What an amazing story, Sue. That is beyond amazing. And actually, being vulnerable too, sharing of your husband's passing and then your best friend right after that. It's like, wow, that would be a 1-2 punch for sure. So let me go over to Karen with that same question.
Well, so I was always psychic, but when about 25 years ago, I was going through a very difficult time in my life. And I sat at the edge of my bed and I just yelled at God and I asked, am I going to be okay? And with that, I saw a light that came towards me from the other side of the room. And as it was coming towards me, I said, if you're not of God, please leave. 25 years later, I know we're all of God. What I meant was, if you are not of the light, if you don't mean me well, please leave. But it kept coming towards me and eventually enveloped me. And at that time, I heard an audible voice that said, Luce Lucina, Bella Luce Lucina. For those who are Italian, you know what it means. It means light, beautiful little light. I've since learned it was St. Francis of Assisi, who's been guiding and protecting me ever since. Long story short, at first I was feeling the angels around me and they were guiding me and telling me what to do. And I just love that higher energy. Then I started connecting with deceased loved ones. And it seemed that that's what everybody wanted. And for 25 years, I was booked 2 years ahead of time to give readings to people to connect with their deceased loved ones. But recently, the last year or so, I've been feeling the angels again, speaking to me that this is where my energy has to go, that we have to be more on par with the energy of who they are, which is all love and all peace. When we raise our vibration to be more on par with the energy of the angels, and because we are all one, we are raising the vibration of the planet, you see, and we'll be doing our part in creating peace on this planet. And we need that so much right now. So that's where the energy is going. And the angels are with us. All we need to do is ask the angels to be with us. That's it. They're with us. They're guiding us. Pay attention to the thoughts. Pay attention to gut feelings, what I should do, and so forth. And be more loving. See through the eyes of others. Forgive more. Have more gratitude. Laugh, and so forth. And you will be more angel-like. And they will guide you and protect you. And you'll see your life will never be the same again.
That is a true statement. Yes. And David R. Hawkins, of course, wrote this. A lot of his research was in what you're talking about this. And that, of course, even quantum physics is saying where they gave Nobel Prize for physics to 3 researchers, 2022, entanglement. Entanglement says, oh, there's no physical connection. Time and space don't seem to have any place here. We're deeply affecting each other. So even the scientists are coming in here. And of course, mystics have been teaching this down through the ages that we are all one and we deeply affect each other. David R. Hawkins shares, right, that even at a Christ and Buddha level, it was, I forgot how many, 10 billion or a huge number of people that are instantly impacted by their being state. But he shares, though, for the rest of us, even at a very high vibration, 750,000 people can be affected by your very high vibration. This was his research for those of you who have read his books. Of course, he's now transitioned. I want to just say one other thing. Karen, of course, I know you well. And and you've been kind enough to come in with the family members and humanities team members when there's been a transition. I have an aunt who is a non-believer, right? An atheist, as many people are on the planet. And her partner passed, and Karen came in and did a reading with my aunt. And I'll just say, my aunt didn't know what to think after this reading, because boy, was she connected, with her partner. Were all these things that were going on, and oh, you better pick up the phone and call so and so because this is happening. Yep, that was so. She picks up the phone and calls, and yep, there was a problem on the other end. I mean, all of these kinds of things. So I had the opportunity here in Humanities Team where I get to work with like these 4 leaders and people like them, and went from my Catholic upbringing where that there's something up in the sky that's heaven or something, to now a very clear understanding of how this veil works, and that we can all be a bridge to the other side, which is the message of these 4 leaders. So let me come back over to Tricia. Tricia, with this same question.
Yes, so it's interesting that you mentioned heaven. I like to think of the energy of heaven. And that energy of heaven is what we bring to earth through many different ways, mainly through loving our plants, loving our homes, sending good energy out. And if it amplifies enough, it reaches your town, it reaches where you work, in real ways too. That's what the near-death experience taught me. I wasn't to go out and be a spiritual teacher. First of all, I was to be a teacher in schools in the South. And I taught meditation long before it was in vogue, to every group of students. I told every group of students about my near-death experience. There was only, a few parents here and there. The students kind of kept it secret who brought me Bibles, and tried to convert me. But for the most part, I think young people were open, and I will say that awakening is indeed spreading, because after the pandemic, young people, I'm preaching to the choir. There is a mass awakening of college age students, and it is fantastic to see. I mean, it is, we have done our work, since the 90s. All of us, have been spreading that energy of greater consciousness, greater love, greater connection, and working together. One of the things I love about this, and I think this is a model of the future, is people working together. Karen sharing her platform with us, you sharing your platform with us, and we're all combining our knowledge to help others. I think that's a model for the future. You want to make a bigger difference, combine your work with others. So I would say meditation is the way that I introduce most people to the other side and remind them that it's a practice, that you may not merge with a hawk, your first meditation. You may not be out of body and flying around above your head. You may simply just bring your nervous system down and decrease your anxiety. But those out of body experiences can happen and do happen. And I think that helps people accept death so much when they have a shared death experience, when they have an out of body experience, when they have a near death experience. So these things are incredibly important. So meditation is key to connecting to the other side, but also listening and not going against the energy. So the world is there for our benefit and for our growth. And when we kind of relax into it and accept that beautiful energy, then I think our life amplifies in so many amazing ways that it's our anxiety in our mind that gets in the way of just enjoying life and enjoying that spiritual connection. So I would say that's part of my answer to this.
Yeah, boy, beautiful, Tricia. Really beautiful. And just for me, I go out and bike every day. There's a lake called Wonderland Lake near my home, and I bike out there. I was out there this morning. I'm out there every morning, and nature just brings me into this otherworldly place that we're talking about. Just simply nature, the wind blowing, the gentle breezes, wildlife. It's just like there's this flow state going on. And I realized now, looking back earlier in my career, I just was always running past it because I had something I needed to go do, or I was thinking about something that just happened. I was not in that flow state, of nature. And then, of course, our awakening experience kind of brings us into it, and and then we can live this beautiful life. I want to bring one other thing in that I think is very true here, which is that where we're living this way, that we're all putting different words to, that we're all describing, I'm going to call it that we become blessed. We become blessed. The universe knows, God knows that we're serving, I'll call it the bigger agenda, the world around us, and we become blessed. And there are all of these things. I know, Tricia, you're in a tiny home right now in Sedona, probably led to just the perfect spot. We're led that way. We're supported that way. And then as we become blessed, I'm going to call it, we become a blessing, because I perceive with you all here sharing the way you do, this is a blessing. You're a blessing to all of the viewers that are here. So I just want to bring that in too. And Brett, I'm going to come over to you here with this very same question.
It's been wonderful listening to everybody's answers, and I want to piggyback off something you were just saying, Steve, in terms of that sense of nature and the power of nature. I feel like my own awakening process really began when I was working in outdoor education in Ohio, and part of my job there was to take kids on hikes through the woods, sometimes late at night. I ran what was called a night camp. And I was walking through this really amazing forest where there were also old native burial mounds. And I would actually see the spirits, and I would see like the energy around the plants, which, I would later discover, oh, that's their aura. But I didn't know what I was seeing at the time. And as it evolved with me in terms of then becoming an energy healer and learning about Reiki, I began at the second degree, you can send, Reiki through time and space. And I would begin sending Reiki forward in time to my own death. So I hadn't had that kind of near-death experience that Tricia's talked about, but in sending Reiki, I was able to just discern certain things about my life and kind of the eternal presence of my soul. And I'm going a little bit off on a tangent here, but one thing that I've also sensed in sending energy forward in time to my own death was the presence of this young man that I knew was my son. And so 10 years ago when my wife was pregnant, she's like, I think it's going to be a girl. I'm like, no, it's going to be a boy. And that was because through all that sending of energy over time, I was able to see these certain things. In that case, it was my son, but also just see kind of my life shape and the shape of my sort of my soul's destiny or desire, or what it's wanting to unfold in the experience of this life. And I often think about, the different levels of wisdom that are coming through from the various teachers that are not just here with us today, but through all of humanity's team and the many teachers around the planet that are bringing through so much special wisdom right now. And I often think of it as souls, the lifetime that we're on. It's almost like being in an amusement park, right? Except when we're in life, we forget that we're actually on a roller coaster, that it's going to end. We can get off. We can go on to the next ride. We can go on to the next thing. And we're in. And so these wisdom teachings that all of these teachers are bringing, and that also that the angels bring, it kind of gives you that perspective of like, okay, I can see you're on the Ferris wheel right now, and you're going to be on it for a while, and then you're going to get off, and you're going to go to another ride, and just be in a place of amusement. It's a soulful amusement park where we're all going through these different lessons, these different journeys. Sometimes they may seem tragic, sometimes they might seem humorous, but in the bigger picture, it's an evolution of our soul. And so I like this analogy of just feeling like we're in this soul amusement park, and the angels and the other divine beings are there to remind us that we're just on a ride, we're on a journey, and we're here to learn and to experience. And then we're all still eternal in all of that.
Boy, I love that. Yeah, and a amusement park, metaphor. Yeah, a soul amusement park metaphor. So, and that brings in fun, laughter, which is all high vibration stuff, which is beautiful. And I want to, Brad, of course, you have a stage, right? That on the East Coast, that a lot of these speakers and others are come into. That is it's kind of a soul amusement park. Do you want to just take a minute to talk about the beautiful stage that you have back east?
Sure, yeah. So at Omega Institute, which is where I work, and I've worked there the last 25 years. And what I really love about that is that there's different workshops happening every week. We're open from May through October, but every week there's a number of different workshops all happening simultaneously. And so as an energy healer, what I love is feeling that energetic bounce from all the different perspectives of everything that's going on. And then also when you're having a meal with somebody, hearing the beautiful crosstalk from the table of the people who've been to the shamanic workshop, maybe in those who were at an Alex Gray workshop, and they're talking about the same thing, just in a different language, just through a different angle. And so really seeing that kind of beautiful diversity of paths and the diversity of wisdom. And yet when you bring it all together, it's still the same thing at its core.
Beautiful. Yeah. Thank you, Brad. And I know Karen actually just was coming out of Omega. Karen, I want to go to you because you bring in something very practical. The story that you sometimes tell where you were walking around and just the angel communication stopped and was like, what is going on? Why am I not getting any more communication from you? Do you want to tell that story? It's very powerful.
Yeah. It's several years ago, I was, I've always been able to connect since that experience with the angels and deceased loved ones. And there is a difference between angels and deceased loved ones. There's like a hierarchy or something. It's, we're here, deceased loved ones are here, angels are here. You just have to raise your vibration a little bit higher. So several years ago, a client was coming in to see me, and she was negative. And she was telling me that she wanted to kill everybody, and she meant it. And she was causing harm in her family and so forth. And I remember at that time I said, I don't want this. I don't want this, because I know whatever I focus upon grows. In any case, she started to treat me the way she was treating her family, and nobody had done that with me before. I didn't do anything to her. I was just trying to help her. So during that time, I was still able to connect with deceased loved ones, but I couldn't hear the angels. And I will never forget, I was walking my dog during that time, my dog Duke. And as I was walking in my mind, I'm saying to the angels, I know you could hear me, but I can't hear you. And I kept saying, I know you could hear me, but I can't hear you. And with that, I was guided to look up at the clouds. And I saw clouds that were the shape of an ear with a finger in it. And because I was so angry and ranting and raving, I couldn't understand what the angels were trying to tell me. So I said, oh, that's so silly. What are you trying to tell me? And I just kept walking. And then all of a sudden, I began to notice the beautiful flowers that were blooming. It was spring. And I started to listen to the birds singing. And as I got closer to my home, I felt the love coming from my home. And only then was I able to understand what the angels were trying to tell me, that the angels have been with me that whole time. But it was like I had my finger in my ear. I couldn't hear them because I was so angry. And so it is with all of us. When we're more on par with the energy of the angels, we will better be able to hear them and to have them in our lives and to communicate with them and for them to tell us what to do. It's amazing. It really does work. So you have to be more on par with their energy so that you'll better be able to connect with them. Hope that makes sense.
It makes total sense. Yeah, got to raise our vibration, go into gratitude or whatever it is, but something that raises our vibration so that communication is restored. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Because that's very practical. And Tricia, I wanted to just come to you with something briefly. Your NDE, it must have been so extraordinary to cause you to do this massive U-turn, even with the pressures of the world there. Do you want to just take a minute to share what that extraordinary NDE experience was like?
Yeah, well, Brett mentioned Reiki, and I had not heard of Reiki before my near death experience. But what I saw were two, after I lifted up out of my body and I saw the angels working through my surgeons, they were sending healing light, intelligent light, powerful light through these brilliant surgeons into my body. And I knew that the energy was indeed healing. And so I believe part of energy work is raising your vibration to receive healing from those angels, like the attunement you mentioned, that they are there not just to give us information about how to love better and how to love ourselves and the world better, but also to help heal us on our mission and to spread that healing through us. That's the most amazing feeling is that. So the near death experience, from the moment I was out of body, was informing me on so many levels. The angels were one of the levels, but the other portion of it was that we are not this body. We make so much about the physical body, and it just isn't. It's just the costume, it truly is. It's like putting on a shirt and taking off a shirt. It's really not as important as everything else. And that really freed me. I was like, okay, it's my vehicle. I hope they can fix it up and, I'll be back in my vehicle, But also humor was mentioned. So definitely there's some amazing humor on the other side. The fact that we take this so seriously. I saw that, after my NDE, I saw that my true soul friends, that we were just ribbons of light before birth, merging together and laughing, that we were just light and happiness and joy. And that's often how we vibrate with someone, is just in that beautiful, colorful, happy way. And it's freedom. So the near death experience gave me a sense of inner freedom. I never felt that. Even when I went through really traumatic and horrible things, I was young when I had my NDE, I never felt completely cut off from God or the angels. As Karen mentioned, you can get back. If you talk to them, they will give you signs. There is an opening. You just go in the direction of that light and it will open up again. And I found that even depression has much shorter time spans to it. At that age when I had my NDE, I'd already had several, moments of intense depression. But what I found after that was that I know how to connect to the light. I know how to accept healing and to give healing. I know how to be a conduit of healing. And that is more than this body and what it suffers on any level. And I think when you know your soul, as Brett mentioned, you know the end as well. When you're going to die, to some degree, your transit on this earth, and you can send love, connect with your higher self, your angels, through that time period and feel no fear, but just go, oh, all right, this is where I am on the journey, and this is where it's taking me. And though we grieve, and it's physical and real and horrible to lose someone, it also is a deep comfort to hear from them, to know them, to share messages, that, as Karen mentions, to know that they're still guiding us too. And they're a part of it. They're a part of our journeys. So,
Boy, beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. And yeah, and so powerful, because look at what it did with your life. And Dr. Eben Alexander, there are many that we get to work with here in DE, and this is what they share. And there was this massive U-turn that was challenging, in this 3D world, but that it was so real, so important that you and they made it their mission to share it with the world. I thank you for that. um, Sue, I want to just come to you just for a minute, if you could. You on a daily basis are out. You're a ordained Unity minister, but on a daily basis, you're out doing angel work. Do you want to just take a minute to talk about that?
Well, I have clients every day, similar to what Karen and the others do, where I talk about their soul plan. We start with numerology, then we connect with their soul agreements, and then we connect with their beloved departed. And then, because I'm also a soul regression therapist, I will guide them into the higher realms to ask their guide questions about, why did I choose this life? What is my soul trying to learn? And all those good things. And the wonderful thing is that the client, at the first part of the session, I'm explaining their soul mission according to numerology and helping them look at their life through that lens. But then when we go into the higher realms, the client is suddenly saying, oh, my guide is telling me this, or my departed child is saying this. And even if they were very cynical at the beginning of the session, after they've had that conversation, they're like, okay, that was real, And I'm like, good. I don't have to tell you it's real. You just experienced it. And so that's why I love doing this work, sharing this work, teaching it. And the angels are a big part of it. I want to share one more quick angel story, because what Brett was talking about really reminded me of something he was saying, the amusement park life. In 2024, an angel appeared on my wall. It was so vivid. I took a picture of it with my phone camera and had an intuitive conversation with it. And what I didn't know then was that it was kind of alerting me, waking me up to the fact that I was about to go through my biggest health crisis of my life so far, which unfolded a year ago. And it was such a divine order experience, even though I will say to the listeners, we don't see the divine order when we're in the middle of it, unless we do a lot of meditation and inner work, because I told you my husband, Paul, died of colon cancer 45 years ago, and he suffered terribly, and I took care of him. And at the time I said, I will never have that experience. And I lived healthy, ate healthiest foods, was a health writer. The universe has a great sense of humor. So a year ago, I was suddenly fainted in a store, was brought to the hospital, and was diagnosed with colon cancer. So you can imagine my human mind going, oh no, not this. Oh no, Paul, what are you doing to me? You promised this would never happen. But right away, that angel who had come to my room was already so loud saying, put your arms up for this beautiful roller coaster ride that you're on. It's going to take you to beautiful awakenings. And I had to go deep into the practice of surrender as I met with the surgeon, met with the oncologist, met with all these people who I had trauma memories of from my loved ones dying from cancer. And at each point, I would turn into the angels and say, angels, give me the right choice. Show me the right thing to do. I don't care if I live or die, but I have to move through this with the light, with the angels. And every step of the way was so miraculous that by the time my surgeon called me, they took out my entire ascendant colon, big surgery. They thought it had spread. And then my surgeon called and said, there is no spread. She said, it's really a miracle. She said, go live your life. And I knew that this was, in a way, a very healing experience for me. It's hard to say that with a straight face, but like the angels were going, would you get rid of those 45-year-old memories of Paul suffering? We're going to walk you through this with light and love and angels and friends and laughter, and it's going to be a completely different experience for you. And it was. And the angels guided me every step of the way. And Brett, when you were saying amusement park, that morning as we're driving to the surgery, my husband was so upset. My daughter was in the car, so nervous. My family was so sad. And I said, would you guys knock it off? We're going to the top of the roller coaster hill. Let's put we've bought the ticket. We're in the car. Let's put our arms up and scream as we go through this. And it was miraculous. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Wow. That is the story. Yeah. So it all turned out well. Okay, so thank you all for such beautiful reflections. We can all take a inhale, take a beautiful breath on this sharing. It's been extraordinary. So before we close, I'd love to ask each of you one final question. What is one message from the angels from the other side or from your own lived experience that you want people to remember most right now? And if you all could share just for about a minute or so, let's start with you, Brett.
I mean, the message that keeps coming to me through the angels is to keep shining your light. And not only just to keep shining your light, but really the acknowledgement and the knowing that being brilliant is your birthright. That really being illuminated is your essence. And there's no need to try to dim that light. There's no need to try to turn it down. Just let it shine and let it touch others and, help illuminate the world.
Boy, amen to that. Beautiful. Yeah. So let's all take that to heart, viewers. That there's our invitation right there. So, and I'm going to come to you next, Tricia.
Yes. So the angels often tell me to see people through their eyes, and their eyes, they see people as little children. And that is an important message from my near-death experience, to be like a little child, to play in nature, to see the wonder of this world and see the wonder of people, even when they're hurting, even when they are awful. And I think we all do this work to remind other people, you can do this too. You can connect with your angels. You can be a medium. This is your divine right. You can work with energy. You can expand your energy and receive downloads. There's so much that is possible. And I think we just want to show you what's possible. And we want you to open up and enjoy life in this way, because I think of pre-me in DE and I want to wake her up and go, like, just see how wonderful it is. And so I think that's my message, is to connect with that light and to imagine what is possible and more possible and more possible in your life.
Oh, that is beautiful and extraordinary, Tricia. Thank you. And Karen, as I come over to you, one of the things Tricia is sharing here is just, others on their journey, where they're challenged, where they may be angry, or maybe they're sharing something with you that is unpleasant, right? But Tricia's saying just come back as the light, not triggered, not in darkness. This, of course, brings us right into this message of oneness. This message of oneness. We come from the one, which is the light. We return to the one, which is the light. And our invitation right here is to, in this life, is to remember this oneness and light and love. Do you want to comment on that as you share your own call to action here, Karen?
Absolutely. To remember that we are all one. And Tricia, I don't know if you felt your oneness in an instant with everyone and everything. So why do we have to wait until we pass to understand that, and to understand whatever we do to ourselves or another, it affects everyone. So understand that when we raise our vibration, as I said before, we raise the vibration of the planet. And so many people are coming to me, they're upset about what's going on in the world. And what I tell them is to focus on what you want rather than what you don't want. Focus on solutions rather than on the problems. Focus on spreading the love. Spread the love of who you are, because we are all connected. We have God within us. And this I can tell you for a fact. I have stories. We could go on and on about this, but we are all miracle workers. Every one of us. Yes, you too, the one who's listening right now. You just have to remember who you are. That's it.
Yes, you do. And yes, we are.
Yeah.
And do you want to bring in just a short message for the animals on the planet, Karen? Because I know that's very dear
Yes,
to you.
this is very important to me, is to understand that the animals are part of us too. We're one with everyone and everything, all angels, deceased loved ones, but the animals and nature. And I happen to be vegan because I started to feel the pain of the animals when after I had the spiritual experience, I couldn't eat meat anymore because I felt the pain, what they had to go through. And there's a wonderful slogan, Edgar's Mission in Australia. They say, if we can live happy and healthy lives without harming anyone, why wouldn't we? But I know I'm in the minority, so it doesn't mean if you're not a vegan that you won't be able to connect with the angels. Not at all. But I know you could do one thing. One meal a week, plant-based, you'll be saving one animal's life each time you do that. And that I know you could do.
Yeah, and soy tofu and tempeh isn't so bad, is it? You throw it in yourself.
Very good.
Okay. Okay, beautiful. Karen, thank you. And now we're coming over to you, Sue.
So everyone here is an angelic minister. I teach angelic ministries training, and people go, "Oh, do I have to be special to be an angelic minister?" No. The angels showed me in 2014 that the light is always winning, the love is always winning. We just have to be that light and be that love to illuminate and shift all darkness, to overcome all fear. So just like Karen was saying, we get upset about the world, and then we have to pull back, quiet the mind, open the heart, and say, I bring light to it, I bring love to it, and that's now you're an angelic minister, and that's what part of your mission is.
Yes, it is. So I guess this is sort of like where the sword, where the knight is, the sword is brought to their right shoulder and their left shoulder. We're knighting everybody as an angelic minister here today, huh, Sue?
That's right.
Okay, beautiful. Well, boy, let's just inhale once into the beautiful wisdom and love and light and all of these good things, and then we can exhale whatever challenges maybe people might have had coming into this session. I'm quite sure that all of us have sponged up this light and beauty and wisdom. Been very moving, soul nourishing, this dialogue. Thank you all for your heartfelt wisdom. And it's clear that opening to these messages beyond the veil isn't just about connecting with those that we've lost. It's about remembering that we're always held, always guided, and never alone. And boy, you all sure brought that message through here. And I thank you for that. And for those of you tuning in today, I want to invite you to carry this truth into your own life. This veil is not a wall, it's a doorway. And each of us have the ability to walk through it with love, trust, and an open heart. And thank you again, Sue, Karen, Tricia, and Brett, for the sacred work that you do in this world and for the hope, healing, and light that you bring to so many. And to everyone watching, thank you for being part of the 2025 Global Oneness Summit. And until next time, stay connected, stay inspired, and stay open to the messages that are always reaching for you, just beyond the veil. With deep love and appreciation, thank you again, dear friends.
Welcome, everyone, to this panel that is part of the Global Oneness Summit. Awaken the Divine Within. Embody the transformation, inspire the future. I'm Carissa Sims, and it's my honor to host this conversation today with Patricia Cota Robles. The theme for today is Divine Guides. Let me introduce our guest today. Patricia is an internationally known teacher and co-founder and president of the nonprofit educational organization Era of Peace, which sponsors her work. Patricia was a marriage and family counselor for 20 years. She now spends her time sharing the vitally important information she was receiving from the beings of light in the realms of illuminated truth. This information from on high is distributed for free through Patricia's website, eraofpeace.org, in the form of monthly newsletters, weekly vlogs, and I love the weekly vlog this week, webinars, YouTube videos, as well as Facebook. Patricia also shares the sacred knowledge through many other forms of media. The divine intent of these celestial sharings is to give humanity encouragement, greater clarity, and understanding as we progress through these wondrous but often challenging times. Patricia's philosophy is every person is precious and divine, regardless of how his or her behavioral patterns and life experiences may be reflecting that truth. We are not the victims of our lives. We are the co-creators of our lives. Now it's time to create the lives we have always dreamed about, and we already have everything we need to accomplish that, pulsating within the divinity of our heart flame. Welcome, Patricia.
Well, thank you. It's wonderful to be here, Carissa.
Well, I'm so honored to speak with you today, and I know the message that you're going to share will just inspire and uplift our audience. First of all, who are the divine guides in your mind?
Well, the beings of light are that I refer to as the company of heaven, are all of the legions of light throughout creation that have evolved to higher and higher levels of consciousness. And all of them are assisting us at this time. They have always been available to us, but we have fallen into such dense frequencies of vibration that we've lost the ability to tangibly communicate with them in the way that was originally intended. So it's our all-encompassing presence, of course, of our Father, Mother, God, and their solar logos from suns beyond sun, ascended masters, cosmic beings, and all of the legions of the angelic realms throughout infinity. In addition to that, now more tangibly than ever before, our sisters and brothers from galaxies beyond galaxies that are much more evolved than we are, because they didn't experience the fall from grace that has delayed our progress for so long. These sisters and brothers, our elder siblings really, are assisting us from their various galaxies, the Andromeda and the Pleiades and Sirius and many more galaxies. These beings of light are telepathically and communicating with us to guide us into these higher frequencies.
Oh, that's so beautiful. And why is it that they want to help us? Do they just have so much love for us? Do they have a purpose to elevate humanity? Why are they coming through right now?
Well, they've been coming through forever, because that's how the proper evolution of the process goes, is that they are like college professors, our guides and our teachers, to help us move along. But they are assisting us at this time in this way because we are in the midst of a unique experiment. Never has a planet that's fallen to this level of separation and duality been given an opportunity to move forward this quickly in the light. So we are being given an opportunity to co-create the fastest and greatest shift of consciousness into the higher realms of our true God self. than any planet has ever been offered before. So the entire universe is assisting us and interested in this experiment that we are going through at this time.
Wow, that's fascinating. And do you channel messages from the beings of light?
I do receive messages from the beings of light through open heart and mind telepathic communication, and that's available to all of us. And just very briefly, I'd like to show this topic of this panel could not be more appropriate than it is at this moment because of the unique moment in our evolutionary process. And in the 1950s, when we began this shift of consciousness, the company of heaven was granted a cosmic dispensation from our Father, Mother, God to come through the veil to meet us halfway. And that veil is the psychic astral realm of illusion. And it's just an accumulation of all of humanity's misqualified energies, human miscreations, negative thoughts and feelings. And that was so dense that we couldn't receive that telepathic communication easily. So that was an unprecedented gift, and it was to prepare us for the quantum shift of consciousness that took place in the 1960s. And that has been growing in momentum, awakening humanity. We've been through harmonic convergence in the 1987 and building in momentum and all of these shifts of vibration. And finally, last year, we reached a frequency of vibration after myriad activities of light all over the world for all of those decades. We reached a frequency that would allow this psychic astral realm to be transfigured and transmuted back into light. You know, just so that we can kind of understand this, when people go through the near-death experience, they consistently talk about passing through a dark tunnel into the realms of light. And that's just this sea of negative energy, this psychic astral realm. And the beings of light have come through the veil to meet us halfway, trying to get through that. But many of the celestial and cosmic experiences, planetary alignment, shifts of vibrations, full moons and new moons, solstices, eclipses, equinoxes, all of those kinds of shifts are powerful force fields of light. But much of that energy had been blocked from us. We receive a minimal amount through this dense frequency. But last year, there was a cosmic dispensation granted, and for 40 days and 40 nights, from November 11th, the 11/11, to the December solstice in December 20th and 21st, millions of people on this planet, in collaboration with the entire company of heaven, blazed the most intensified frequencies of the violet flame of cosmic forgiveness through this psychic astral realm, and literally transfigured it into a gossamer-like veil. So when we entered the new year of 2025, the beings of light declared this year to be a year of unique awakening and manifestation. And since the beginning of this year, the beings of light and our Father, Mother, God have confirmed that there are millions of people on this planet that have awakened to a higher level of consciousness and now are able to receive the incredible celestial events that are taking place through this gossamer-like veil. This veil, if you could see it prior to this with your inner vision, was like a thick tar-like substance that was blocking this light from our conscious minds and our ability to perceive it. That has been totally transfigured. So this year, more light is coming into the planet, And what happens as we receive more light, everything that conflicts with that light is pushed to the surface. So in the outer world, we're seeing all kinds of chaos and difficult things being pushed to the surface. But an interesting observation, if you look at what's going on now with civil rights, the anti-war movements, the environmental concerns, and all of the racial inequality and things like that, it's a very similar event that was taking place in the 1960s when the beings of light first entered and were able to come through the veil to meet us halfway. Now they can easily come through this gossamer veil, and all of these conflicting things, anything that's not based in love and oneness, is being pushed to the surface at this time. So we are able to receive more tangible guidance from the company of heaven and from our elder siblings and from Arcturus and Andromeda and Syria and the Pleiades. And they've been through things similar, not like this. Nobody's ever fallen to this depth of separation and duality. But because we have volunteered to transmute the energy that created this fall and to create a heart-based pattern of love, the entire universe is assisting us. So we have all of this guidance. And this is coming through our intuitive inner knowing. It's coming through our meditations, through our just breathing, through our breath. But we are receiving what the beings of light and our Father, Mother God said is a collaboration from the company of heaven beyond anything that has ever been attempted in any system of worlds.
Wow, that's really powerful. Thank you for that analysis of the timeline from 11/11 until where we are now. That's really helpful. So, say someone listening to this, and I myself have challenges. How can we receive more light and be open to guidance from these beings of light?
Okay, all of that company of heaven is standing in readiness, and they aren't allowed to interfere with our free will, and they're not allowed to do it for us, but they can certainly assist us the maximum that our individual divine plans will allow. And that divinity within us, it called our Christ self, our higher self, our superconscious mind, all of those things, what the beings of light refer to it as, to connect us absolutely with the oneness of the cosmic I am, all that is, our Father, Mother God, is to refer to it as our I am presence. And that is the highest aspect of our divinity. And all we have to say is, I am my I am presence. And I ask the highest realms of illumined truth, and you can ask any being of light. When you call from that level of consciousness, only the highest frequencies of light can come through you. Your I am presence would block any interference, even the fragmented misinformation from your human ego, that fragmented fear-based part of our consciousness that's fighting tooth and nail to hold on. People are always asking, which is important, how do I know this isn't just my ego or my lower self asking these questions? Well, when we say, I am my I am presence, and I invoke that light from the highest realms of illumined truth, then that light comes through. And all you have to do is ask, and then be about your business. You know, our holy breath is our direct connection to source. Our life force is breathed in on our holy breath. We know the kingdom of heaven is within us. The divinity of our I am presence is within us. So if we will ask and then just be open and receptive, and you will have the way it happens naturally through open heart and mind telepathic communication, there are many wonderful sharings on the internet. There is also a lot of information that is being misdirected and disinformation that people that are striving to hold on to the power oriented are striving tooth and nail not to have us reach that realm of truth, not to have us connect with our I am presence, because they know they have no power to manipulate and control us at that point. So, one of the most important things for us to know is that our ego is that fragmented part of us, and we need to love that into the light to open the doorway for non interference to come through our heart and our inner guidance. Our fragmented human ego is afraid we're trying to kill it. So it fights tooth and nail whenever we try to move forward. All we have to do is try to improve our diet, and you start craving every single thing you're not supposed to eat, because that's what the ego does. So when that's happening, when you feel that resistance, you ask your I am presence to take command, and you say, ego, I am my I am presence. I am in command here, and I am bringing you into the light and loving you free. Because we have tried for lifetimes to suppress and kill our human ego. We've taken vows of celibacy and vows of poverty and self-flagellation and, having to go around with begging bowls in order to have food, because we thought that was going to suppress and kill the ego. But that's part of us. It's like a wayward child that's just being traumatized. So if we can envision, and what I'm talking about is this is any resistance you have that you feel is blocking your connection with the company of heaven, because they're standing in readiness, and all you have to do is say, I am presence, guide me and direct me in alignment with my highest good, and the floodgates of heaven open. And it'll come through often just your intuitive inner guidance. And there'll be, for instance, a challenge that you're working with. And then out of the blue, this same challenge you've worked with 1,000 times, you have a whole new perspective and viable solution to that problem. And you'll say, why in the world didn't I think of that before? But this is the natural guidance, but it's always in alignment with your I am presence, the divinity within you, because no one outside of you is going to do this for you, but they can certainly flood you with light and assistance to help you do it for yourself.
That's beautiful. I'm going to try that today because I have a challenge that's timely that I need to do. Well, I feel the pressure to do it this week, but when did you start channeling messages from the beings of light?
I don't consider what I do channeling, because channeling when the beings are actually speaking through you, it is just open heart and mind telepathic
Oh,
communication.
got it.
And
You call it something else. Okay, so
yeah,
when did you start?
and
Yeah.
that's available to all of us. Sometimes channels have extra psychic abilities or supernatural, ESP and those kind of things. This is nothing out of the ordinary. This is what I do. And that was the whole intent of what the beings of light wanted me to demonstrate. This is what we were always supposed to do. It's available to each and every one of us, every moment of every day. We just lost the awareness of that. And so we forgot to ask for their assistance. We forgot to believe that we had a divine presence within us. But I've gone through different things. From the time I was really little, I just was in a challenging family situation, and I knew that wasn't the way life is supposed to be. And I would ask, why in the world is there so much pain? And then I went through the searching of the gamut of world religions and psychology and all of the things to try to find answers, and never found the answers there. And when I was pregnant with my son in 1968 and I was taking my maternity leave, I started really meditating and getting the guidance, and it opened up. And at that time, the beings of light said that we're moving into a whole new shift. And this was in 68. So this was at the time when this was going on. And they said that uh, this is a new day and the beings of light are opening. And there was always esoteric teachings, the mystery schools and things that were hidden so they wouldn't be contaminated. They said, we are opening the floodgates and nothing is esoteric. Everything now is to be exoteric and made available for the masses of humanity because of the incredible ascension that we're going to be co-creating for Mother Earth. And the beings of light asked if I would be willing to receive that information. I consider myself more of a scribe than a channel of bringing in the information and sharing it. And they said, and I've said this before, but it's absolutely true, that they wanted me specifically because there's nothing special and unique about me, that I don't have all of these extra supernatural abilities, that I'm just an absolutely normal human being, and that this is available, that each and every one of us, through opening our heart and asking for that divine intervention through our I am presence. And I repeat this because it's so critical. Archangel Michael at one point wanted me to realize that we were powerful beyond our knowing. And he said that when we say, I am my I am presence, we instantly connect with our I am presence. And if we will then say, of course, through the oneness of all life, I am also one with the I am presence of every person on earth, our I am presence sends a signal to every person's I am presence, alerting them that light is being invoked on their behalf. And of course, everybody's going through their own learning experience. So it's not that, like, when we're inviting healing, it goes to every single person's I am presence if we've said that. But their I am presence absorbs that light and uses it in alignment with the highest good of the divine plan for that person. So just for instance, if we're invoking healing, the I am presence absorbs that healing light. And if that person hasn't completed the lesson that they agreed to go through that experience yet, the I am presence will release that healing gently to accelerate that process, but to allow them to complete their learning experience as well. So even if we're invoking healing, if the I am presence thinks that person needs assistance with their abundance more than that at that moment, the I am presence, in other words, determines how to use that light in alignment with the highest good. So I encourage everybody, with every prayer or thought or meditation, just simply say, I am my I am presence, and I'm one with the I am presence of every person on earth. And we can add, what I ask for myself, I ask for all humanity in alignment with their divine plan and their highest good. And Archangel Michael, I had never, when I did that, I had never experienced that kind of an explosion of light through me. And it literally shifted my light work from my individual presence to the 8 billion people on this planet receiving that light. And there are millions of people on the planet now that know that and are invoking light in that way. That's why everything has been so accelerated. That's why the psychic astral realm, this tar-like substance that's been blocking us for eons of time, is now a gossamer veil through which the light of God, the assistance from the company of heaven, and the Galactic Federation of Light is passing unimpeded during this cosmic moment.
That's beautiful. And I did repeat that statement. So hopefully our audience repeated that statement as well. And I
Right.
felt an opening by my crown chakra in the back, a little tingling. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
And I'll have to see how I feel as the day goes on. So I appreciate that. And yeah, did you
Just
want to say
a
something?
quick, yes, just a quick cautionary note because there's so much information coming through, and some of it is intended to not be supportive of us. Just listen to your heart. If it doesn't resonate as being love-based in your heart, and you can invoke the flame of truth into your heart, just let it go. Because if it's something that you need to know and it doesn't resonate as truth, your I am presence will keep presenting that over and over and over again until it resonates as truth. So have discernment and work with what really resonates as heart-based, love-based, in alignment with your divine potential.
Okay, thank you for that explanation of having discernment. I think that is important. And it was funny that you brought up Archangel Michael because we are in sync. That was my next question. What messages does Archangel Michael have for us? And so you answered it. And I did want to ask, what does it mean when you say the wheel of karma is no longer exists?
Okay, that we've always had the law of the circle and the spiral of evolution. So always our energy, whatever we send out, goes out from us. If we're qualifying with love, it comes in on our holy breath, our life force. It enters the divinity through our crown chakra, enters the divinity of our heart flame, and that the electronic light substance is stamped with our individual pattern. Every person, just like a snowflake, has an individual
Mhm.
pattern. And then we qualify it with love or light, or we can misqualify it with anger and hatred. But the energy goes out to us to the point of destination, and then it returns to us on the return current. And that's how it knows what energy belongs to whom, is it comes back to its identical electronic light pattern. Now, if the energy is qualified with love and light, the higher vibration or the same or a higher vibration than we receive, it returns back into our causal body of light, collecting all of our good. If it's misqualified with hatred or anger, it comes back and then it hangs around the earth until we transmute it back into light. This is exactly what the psychic astral realm is and how that psychic astral realm was created. So once we began misqualifying our energy and creating this psychic astral realm, the earth fell off of the spiral of evolution onto the lower frequencies and literally manifested a wheel of karma. So that instead of people just creating positive light, going out and ascending into higher and higher frequencies of perfection, we got trapped on this wheel of karma. And people have been here for myriad lifetimes longer than they were supposed to be, just because they kept coming back, recreating, trapped in this wheel of karma. On harmonic convergence, after all this shift and assistance from the beings of light since the 1950s, on harmonic convergence in August of 1987, the light came into the physical plane from people, activities of light all over the world, and it literally created enough light that the mighty Elohim were able to straighten the axis of the earth and lift Mother Earth back onto the wheel or the spiral of evolution, off of the wheel of karma. So now we are still going through, we're always responsible for what we're creating, but now we're no longer trapped on this humanly miscreated trap that wouldn't let us progress into the light because we'd come back into such negative frequencies of vibration. So the wheel of karma has been transmuted just like the psychic astral realm has been now. And instead of being on the wheel of karma, we have returned to the rightful original divine plan, ascending up the spiral of evolution through the law of this circle, bringing us back our energy, allowing it to deal with us, but not being trapped in that place where we couldn't move forward in the light.
Oh, thank you for explaining that. That was beautiful. Well, it's been such a pleasure to connect with you, Patricia, and talk about divine guides. And the information that's coming through you is so important and meaningful. And I just feel honored to hear this information. I so needed to hear this today. Thank you all for joining us today for this Global Oneness Summit panel, Awaken the Divine Within, Embody the Transformation, Inspire the Future. Any final thoughts, Patricia?
I just want to say this year, 2025, is the year of unique awakening. And there are literally millions of people that have already awakened and millions more that are a breath away. And I want to say that the power of the light of the Global Oneness Summit that we are co-creating here is going to infinitely add this light to the world and help to fulfill this divine directive of unique awakening and manifestation for the masses of humanity. So I am honored beyond my ability to express to be part of this wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to this meaningful panel as part of the Global Oneness Summit, Awaken the Divine Within, Embody the Transformation, Inspire the Future. I'm Carissa Zems, and it's my honor to host this conversation today with the co-founder and CEO of Humanities Team, Steve Farrell. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Carissa. Thank you for being here and hosting this program. Looking forward to our conversation.
Yeah, so the theme today is based on your masterclass, Higher Self, Higher Purpose. So let me introduce our guest, Steve Farrell, co-founder and worldwide executive director of Humanities Team, a global leader in conscious living. Steve has dedicated over 2 decades to awakening humanity to our deeper identity and sacred interconnectedness of all life. His teachings blend spiritual wisdom, science, and grounded life experience, empowering people everywhere to step into their higher potential. Steve's new masterclass, Higher Self, Higher Purpose, Unlock the Power Within, offers a deeply personal and practical exploration of conscious living. Welcome, Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Carissa. Thanks for the generous introduction and looking forward to diving right in here with you.
Yes. Well, before we dive in, would you be willing to lead us in a brief spiritual experience or centering practice so we can drop into our hearts and align with our higher selves?
Thank you, Carissa. Yes, let's do that. So let's just close our eyes here for a moment and start with a couple of deep breaths where we inhale through our nose and exhale through our mouth. One more. Inhale through our nose and exhale through our mouth. Okay, and I want to now just let me follow this exercise if you would. We already are a part of this one, right? The divine, God, universe, cosmos, if we want to use those terms. So, um, using automobile metaphor, where there's this retractable roof, this convertible roof. Okay, let's just really open ourselves, open your crown chakra, your chakras, open your thought process, open your heart to this oneness that already is. It's actually here right now. So I want you to feel this connection where it's like light that is just now going to flood through us, which is actually here right now. Okay, I want you to feel that light just flooding through us. That light is actually also love. So it's very high vibration. I want you to feel that love, that light, that high vibration. Feel that we are a part of the one. We already are. Okay, we're not making anything up. So where we feel and it's an extension of the light, empowered by the light, loved by the light. What actions we take are arms, legs, lungs of the light. Okay, I want to just feel into that here for a moment and feel into the being state. Okay, let's not just do this in our head where we're thinking about this. Do this from, I'm going to call it from your heart, your soul space, where you're actually feeling this. Okay, consciously feel that love, light, extension, empowerment, standing under the open windows of heaven, as it were, because we are. We always are. Okay, just feel that for a moment. Okay, it's really, we can open our eyes now. This actually is a true state where you've heard this term, we're remembering. Okay, that's what we're doing here. We're just remembering what is life. You know, what in a baby, when you look at a baby's eyes, this is what's going on. When you watch animals in nature or trees swaying in the wind, this is what is going on. They are in this connected, reverence, loving, light-filled state. And this is our opportunity. So thank you, Carissa, for inviting us to start this way.
And I'm so glad that we did, because I'm in my heart now instead of my head.
I can feel that.
You feel that shift in me? Oh, that's
I
so
can feel that.
sweet. Yeah, and just for all of you watching this, I hope you feel the same and come back to this exercise anytime that you want to connect with your higher self. What do you mean by that? And why is this distinction so important right now in our human story?
So as we know, Barbara Marx Hubbard used to say, right, we're birthing this new humanity, right? We're in this birthing process. Remember that? That is so true, which is why I'm bringing it back around. She also would talk about Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, this French Jesuit priest who lived early in the 20th century and who talked about the unfolding of complexity and evolution and these higher states and the omega point that we were growing into, where we know ourselves as a part of the one. That's the exercise we just went into. That's the omega state we were feeling into. Now, unfortunately, for everybody I know in the West, not necessarily in the East, where we grow up sometimes with different understandings, but in the West, we grow up with this, I'm my body, this sort of material outlook of everybody's going to go get theirs, I'm going to go get mine. And we're just sort of rushing through life, right? In any moment, even right now, you can take a test yourself. Are you thinking about what you need to do in 15 minutes and 30 minutes from now and later today and then tonight? And what you just came out of, whatever that experience might be 30 minutes ago, a few hours ago? Or are you really, really right here, right now, where you're, again, in your heart, we're not just thinking this, we're feeling this, where we're feeling, actually, I'll call it our being state, how we're feeling, how we're being. This is the higher self that actually we were born into. And as we know from the mediums and near-death experience community, we return to that. And our understanding from mystical teachings, conversations with God, etc., is the whole invitation of life, actually, was to live in as our higher self. in this heart and soul space, the wisdom center of our soul, not up here, logic center of my mind. If I just did that, now I'm going to go do that. I'm going to rush from here to go do something. We want to leave that behind. That's what we talk about conscious living and its invitation and its beauty and blessing and all of these things. When Jesus said, in Solomon and all of his glory, he didn't experience that, right? He was looking at lilies and things and the birds of the air. This is what he was talking about. I am positive this is what he was talking about. So this is the higher self, where we go into that higher gear. And of course, this is what Humanities Team, we're a 501c3 nonprofit. This is what we're devoted to when we talk about conscious living 15 years from now in 2040, a tipping point. The birth is really now, happened. Whoa, this is it, where we're living into our higher self, and we leave behind these things that we learned of just rushing past our day, to go get something done.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you for clarifying that for us, what the higher self really is. And you've walked this path yourself, leaving a successful business career to following your soul's calling. What catalyzed your own shift from ego-driven purpose to higher purpose?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Like you and probably viewers here, I was called to it. I then used to think of it as my conscience of, my conscience is telling me to, So back in the 90s, my conscience, which actually is the one, have come to see, that's actually the source of all that is, right? The divine that was saying, Steve, now, yes, you have the gift of entrepreneurship and you've learned to start and grow companies, but that's kind of a kid's game, Steve. And are you as fulfilled as you wanted to be doing that, starting and growing companies? Is this really why you're here? Were you born maybe to live a different life and to contribute really to the world around you of which you are a part in this oneness, right? So all of this was happening for me in the 90s, I call it my awakening experience, where I realized that I had a more beautiful life to live, and a way that I could contribute that would go far beyond just starting and growing companies.
Beautiful. And for those listening who might feel disconnected, stuck in old patterns, or even having that awareness or simply unsure of what their purpose is, where do they begin? What is the first step towards alignment in life?
Yeah, let me suggest that this birthing a new humanity thing, this isn't some cute little story that Barbara made up. This is real. And I'm sure viewers, in your own life, in the last 5 years, there's been some unfolding, evolving into this higher self. That's why you're here. You have friends and coworkers and others that where this unfolding is occurring now, right? So I want to just suggest that maybe when we started Humanities Team 23 years ago, this nonprofit, Neil Donald Walsh, myself, and others, I would say this was important, what we were discussing. This is urgent now, I want to suggest. Okay, it's still important, and now it's urgent. And the reason it's urgent is, of course, just look out your window. Things aren't so well here on planet Earth. I don't mean to smile. I'm not making light of the challenges, incidentally, even today that are going on, that are substantial for many people. It's urgent because we can clearly see that the way we're living on the earth, where it's not stewarded, there's no sense of connection. It's just a bunch of rocks and minerals and resources that we're just sort of putting through a buzzsaw, right, to build new things. We really can't go on like that anymore. We're now, and most of the earth, by the way, even in the mainstream, they would say this probably is not working so well. And I think I probably have some concerns for my kids actually now, and future generations, right? Most of us would agree that. Now, I think a lot of people, though, then would say, I'm not really sure what the solution is. And this is where we come in. humanities team. And it's your question, Carissa, for me of what if we, how do we get started? And is it urgent anyway? So I'm going to suggest that it's not any longer kind of interesting and we can just sort of put it aside, as we do with lots of things, a book that maybe we just sort of put aside and we think we'll come back to it. I want to suggest that this is maybe the most important thing in the whole world right now. And even just for ourselves, because this whole rushing past things, in this trend where it's very transactional, right? Transactional is, now I'm going to do this, but Carissa, you better do that in return, right? We're going to make a trade here, right? Which is kind of how it works, right? We're making these trades, even in relationships, incidentally, often with our partner, it doesn't feel so good where it's just trades that are going on. Now, in this awake state, this conscious state where we've remembered, where we're back, where now we're really living in this wisdom center of our soul, it's so beautiful. I'm not going to create a trade with you, Carissa, of now I won't give you these things if you don't give me that. Or with my partner or my kids or coworkers. We're actually coworkers, Carissa and I, and we have other beautiful partners too. It's just a free gift. Well, this is what I'd like to contribute. And we say, oh boy, thank you. That's a wonderful gift. That's what we actually clap for each other. It's kind of funny in our meetings, people would think it's a little hokey, but that's what we do of, hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. It's quite different than the transactional. So we leave that behind. Even in this transactional, a lot of times we even feel as a victim. When I was growing up, I did of, oh my God, everything has gone wrong that can go wrong here. This is a really bad day. Roller coaster. Oh boy, down. And then tomorrow's a little better, just kind of up and down and all over. We want to leave that behind. We want to leave the transactional behind. We want to leave the victimhood behind. We want to, and of course, I'm not trying to speak for everybody. It's this, the viewers, we're all going to make the decision ourselves. But I want to suggest that if we take these first steps, do that exercise we started with. We're in the convertible, the retractable roof. Boom, we pull it back, go into that connected, reverence, love, light-filled state, right? Sometimes that roof that we leave over our head can get so challenging and nasty, it's almost like a trash can instead of a roof on a home. Think back to some of your own experiences growing up. Were there not plenty of moments of, boy, this is just really terrible. I really, really don't feel good. Weren't there moments like that? And I'm going to suggest that even though the challenges are substantial for all of us, that's what life is, physical life, is that is gone. I do not have those experiences. The challenges come and I'm like, okay, let me kind of feel into this. My wife will say, would you want to do this or that? And I'll say, let me feel into that. Let me come back to you a little later today. And I'll just kind of sit with it and then, whoop, yes, how about this? Is kind of how we can embrace challenges. So pull that roof back, stay in connection, stay in reverence. Notice. I notice when challenges come, I'll sometimes start then going into that, I'm going to go do something state, leaving my being state, and I'll catch myself and go, I don't want to do this. Just catch yourself. Bring yourself back to that being state of connection, of reverence, of love. Whenever you notice that you've fallen out of it, and you'll notice it'll get easier and easier and easier to do.
Beautiful. And I'm not sure why this is coming up, but I'm so grateful to be a part of Humanity's team. And when we start the meetings, Garth, our video producer, will say a word of the day. And it really connects all of us, I feel. We get into that deeper state too. So that's wonderful. And in your masterclass, you speak about vibrational frequency and the power of conscious choice. How does shifting into higher self actually change the way we experience reality?
Yeah, so this is a good thing to bring in, this whole vibrational nature, because as we know, it's a vibrational universe, right? Everything is energy. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It's physics, right? Which then has got a lot of implications. That means, we can't die. the energy is going to go somewhere, right? Into the afterlife without a body, right? That's kind of its own discussion. But it is an energetic, vibrational universe. We're like, our friends and sound healing tell us we're like tuning forks, right? We're like a tuning fork. So this being state that I'm talking of, where we're in connection and reverence and love and light, okay, our vibration, just like that, if we could watch it visibly, it's going like that. It's just coming into these higher and higher states. It feels so light. That's why it's so delicious. That's why Jesus said what he said about Solomon is, even Solomon wasn't feeling this. He was in a very high vibration state. Sharing that his tuning fork is way up there. This is what, and notice you don't get sick as often. You feel great. It's like a levitated state. So this is what conscious living is it's vibrationally like that. Even there are a lot of people go into healing. You yourself do, Carissa, because we can become healers from that very high vibration state. People will feel it. Just to go a little further with this, even in physics, they gave the Nobel Prize in 2022 to 3 researchers for entanglement. Entanglement is saying there's no physical connection, no matter what the distance across the universe. No physical connection, and we're deeply affecting each other. Whoa. Okay. That's this whole, when we talk about this underlying unity and oneness, this is, we're saying we're deeply interconnected, interrelated, and interdependent. Even now, we're deeply affecting each other. There's a whole bodies of work. David R. Hawkins had a whole body of work that says, as we go up into those very high vibration states, whoa, he was measuring it. He said, you can affect 750,000 people on the earth. That's not even when you're up at Christ and Buddha. Now we're at millions of, tens of millions, but just us, right? Where we're deeply connected. It's not this separation state thing. The Einstein said, greatest illusion in the world is the illusion of separation, where we think we're just here talking, not affecting each other. So that's a fiction. We're deeply affecting each other as vibrational beings, always.
Beautiful. I love that book, Power versus Force. It's wonderful to bring that in. How do you help people differentiate between their conditioned self, the one driven by fear or external approval, and their authentic soul aligned self, which I think is the higher self?
Yeah, so this is good, bringing this in, because especially where you bring in, Carissa, this self that's affected by friends and family, that where we're sometimes you've even heard the term sheeple, maybe, right? Where we're just sort of, the crowd is kind of going along here with these old understandings, Newtonian, well, everything is separate, Darwinian of everybody's getting theirs, I'm going to go get mine, power and over people and things. We can remain in that sort of sheeple state where we're just kind of doing the old things. It's in the mainstream often is the popular choice, but it's not serving us, and it's not serving the world around us, and it feels very challenging. This is the whole lower vibration state, the transactional, feel as a victim, versus these higher states that we're talking about. Let me bring in a point here. We work with all of the teachers. We're really blessed in Humanities team in the transformational education space. What I'm talking about, okay, this is not complicated. Please don't make this complicated. We don't have 10 things to remember here. This masterclass that, higher self, higher purpose, unlock the power within, this new masterclass I created, it really is just a natural unfolding. It's the natural evolution or path that we take to just get to remember and come back into the state that we were born into and to which we will return at the end of this physical life. It's really not complicated at all. It's a very simple, basic process. Please don't make this an enlightenment type of journey. If I better go find a Bodhi tree, I'm going to sit there for a few years. No, you don't need to do that. there's a natural evolution. There's a birth of humanity going on. This is collectively where our planet is being bathed. You've probably heard that. So it's a much easier thing to get to the omega state now. Don't make this complicated. It's not.
That's a good point. Thank you for bringing that in. You know, or someone might think, oh, that's for other people. I don't have time for this. And that's Pollyanna. How can you think this way when so much is going on in the world? So but it's important for each of us to play our part and connect with that higher self, because that's how we change the world. Do you think?
Absolutely, and just receive the gifts ourselves. Because even if the world wasn't challenged, and it is challenged, and it's our moment, and I've talked about that, but even if it was not, I would walk away from the riches of Silicon Valley today. I'm so grateful I did so many years ago, where I left it all to come into this, awake, conscious space and work with people like you and viewers, that we're all on this journey together, right? This conscious journey. And we're talking about 2040, a tipping point that affects the whole planet, that we start stewarding the planet and paying attention to each other and things, so that our kids and future generations can enjoy what we did on the planet. We would do this for ourselves because it feels so good. Jesus's statement, and I've come back to that a few times, but there was also people like Joseph Campbell, right, who said that we find the ecstatic moment, right? He was talking about the same thing, of where this wind is at your back, where we are now in service to something bigger than ourselves. Remember, this was his whole teaching. And he said, it's an ecstatic moment that you experience. It is. It's ecstatic. It's a peace beyond understanding. It's a kingdom of heaven that's here now. It's not that it's some floating on a cloud thing that is sort of Disneyland like. No, this is real in terms of just really being present right here, right now, in the wisdom of center of the soul, knowing, standing under the open heavens of open windows of heaven, as it were, where we're loved because we're a part of the one. How can we not be loved? We're a part of, that's what omnipresence means. Everything is a part of the one, and then there's omniscience, which means wisdom extends to us. And then there's omnipotence, which means power extends to us. All of these things are true when we come back awake into this extension of the one without making it real complicated. Just simply, stay with the metaphor of the automobile as a convertible. Let's just put the top down. Let's just let the light, love, connection, reverence, let all of that in.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And would you share about your free program, the Conscious Living Blueprint, A Taste of Life in Flow?
Yes, thank you, Carissa. So I mentioned this new masterclass Chris and I both have. So Higher Self, Higher Purpose, Unlock the Power Within. There's a free program, where we get this taste of life and flow, this conscious living blueprint, where we're able to go a little deeper than we can right here in this short space of time. So I invite you to check that program out. We're going to go a little deeper into all of what I'm talking about. And remember that this is easy. Okay, we're not going to be remembering 10 things. There's an easy unfolding here that we can all participate in, and no Bodhi tree is necessary.
Well, if you could leave our Global Oneness Summit audience with just one invitation today, a practice, insight, intention, what would it be?
Yeah, it would be this deeply spiritual thing, which is that we already are offspring, daughters and sons of the Most High. We are part of the omnipresence. We're not making this up. It's not a new gift. It's the gift of the eternity of time. You are that. You are. You owe it to yourself. Take that retractable roof down. Let that light in. It is who you are. You stand under the open windows of heaven. I'm not just making that up. Let yourself have that. It's your gift provided by God, by the divine. And it's the gift that we all want to receive, I think.
Mm. Well, it's been such a pleasure to connect with you, Steve, and dive into higher self, higher purpose. Thank you for joining me today for the Global Oneness Summit, and thank you all in the audience.
Love and peace and blessings. Thank you all.
Hello, and welcome to the Global Oneness Summit. We're the core team, part of the core team of the Holo Movement, and we're really excited to be here today. We're going to be talking about a really dynamic topic of moving from separation to synergy. But first of all, let me introduce everybody. Marika, why don't you go first and tell us who you are?
Well, thank you, Susan. And I'm just so happy to be here with all of you, and wherever you are tuning in, it's so good to be with you. I'm Mariko Pitts, the core synergist of the Holo Movement. I guess you could look at it more of the core of the builder and the architecture of the infrastructure of a movement itself. So I'm at the core of that. And I have the privilege of working with all these amazing people and a few other people offline that you don't get to see that are really instrumental in building the sociological movement that we'll be talking about today. My background comes from public relations and marketing, to moving into more soul-aligned consciousness and building retreats and trainings for a lot of big spiritual leaders all over the world, to designing virtual and live events all over the world, to really stimulate systemic change and transformation. So, yeah, it's a bit about me, but I'm looking forward to diving in.
Great. Thank you. Senka.
Hey everybody, my name is Senka Karo. I am part of the core team at Holo Movement and the founder of the Purpose Lab. My purpose is to make the impossible possible. At LightNet, I study miracles and how people do them so we can repeat them. And I really believe that finding your purpose and calling in life is where we really start to understand what this universe is all about and the magic that it holds. So we're on a mission to help each and every person know deeply why they're here and get excited about their life.
Beautiful. Rachel, welcome.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rachel Morrison. I am the cultural ambassador of Holo Movement and the founder of Metaculture. And I suppose in a short little way, I can say that I love making magic, friends, and maybe, just maybe, a couple of dreams come true.
Great. And Yasmin.
Hi, everyone. It's lovely to see all of you. And my name is Yasmin. I serve as the community catalyst for the Holo Movement. And my role is to help unite all these incredible purpose-driven individuals and communities around the world. I also founded Voyage, which is this global platform that connects people through one-on-one cultural exchanges with the intention to foster peace and global understanding. I've myself traveled to all 50 states and over 48 countries. And so I have some experience on what create peace through meaningful human connection. So I'm happy to be here.
Isn't this a wonderful panel? You guys, it's so great to be with you. And I'm Susan Belchamber. I am an organizational manager for the Holo Movement, really doing a lot of the engagement and the strategy work of making this amazing group and this movement of movements. That's what the Holo Movement really means. This possibility of interconnection amongst all. So we're all in this amazing conversation today. We're going to be talking about really deep but beautifully important concepts like moving from fragmentation to flow, disconnection to collaboration, separation to synergy, right? And three primary topics. The first one is about really the science. There's a lot of science behind the Holo movement, and we really weave that in with concepts such as spirituality and well-being and thrivability. So that's the first question. And I'm going to turn to you, Zinka, because I know you've spent a lot of time doing a lot of research on science, and we'll just weave together our different thoughts on this topic. What is the science behind the Holo movement, and what does it mean to you personally?
Thank you, Susan. Yeah, so the Holo movement is born out of quantum physics. This idea hit us, and then we started to apply it into our everyday lives. And that's really where it counts. And one of the things we start to realize is that, 3 years ago, the entanglement was the Nobel Prize, right? So it's this idea that space doesn't matter. Distance doesn't matter. We are literally connected to each other across space. David Bohm, who is the founder of the term Holo movement, thought that there was a field where mind and matter was born out of, so that we're connected to this universal field together. And that's where we tap into that. And that's where a lot of these synchronicities happen. And also our understanding of oneness, right? Because we're all playing a role as we sync up to this field. What does the field want to become? What does humans evolving look like? And where are we going? And the last thing I want to say is that Carl Jung talked a lot about synchronicities. And he said it's when your interior state overflows in a transformation and you become very clear of what you love and what you like, and it basically slips into the outer world. So we talk about the inner and outer world, so above as below. And this is where we really start to train our inner world and our outer world. And then we can start to see when there's coherence. And the final point I'll make is that when you want to create synchronicities, it's almost like an orchestra. Have you ever heard an orchestra getting warmed up and it's like, oh, that doesn't sound good because everyone's doing something else? So sometimes in your own life, you will have that, I'm not really sure what I want. I could please them and do that and do this. But once you get that tune going, it resonates. And then you're entangled with other people who want to hear that song. Just like we like people on the radio, we're like, I love that song. But not only do I love that song, I love the lyrics. And so you start to tune into it. So again, Holo movement is where we move as a whole. We recognize that we each have something to bring to this, and we're clear. When we get clear about it, our song can start to sing and matter can start to change around us.
That's perfect introduction, Zenka. What do you all notice about the science? You mentioned synchronicity. That's something that I see happening all around us. In fact, we call it the Holo movement effect, but there's actually science behind it. Anybody want to put it? Maybe Mark.
I'll jump in. I'll add. Yeah. That's all amazing, Zenka. You hit on so many points. It's almost like, where do I want to start with this? Because it's so exciting. I will add that, the term Holo movement actually means wholeness in motion. That's the term actually, or unbroken wholeness, like the whole state of everything from what we call the implicate and the explicate order. That's what David Bohm really, the meat or the heart of his work was, the implicate and the explicate order, the internal state, the intelligence, the vast, invisible, almost intelligence that is linking or interconnecting everything to the manifest reality, right? It all starts within. To like the subatomic, like the smallest little atom, that to the cells of your liver that are communicating with the brain and everything else. Everything has an intelligence and consciousness that is weaving and creating on the go, which creates a manifest reality, our external perception of reality, right? And so the science essentially really inspire in this poetic way the movement, the sociological movement. So David Bohm, and I need to just acknowledge Emmanuel Kunzelman, who's the visionary of the Holy Movement, who's not here with us, but he's been holding this vision for 50 years. And basically, he a big student and a lover of quantum physics and David Bohm's concept said, oh my God, like unbroken wholeness, wholeness in motion. How poetic is that if we could just create a movement of movements where the principles and we're all awakening to our interconnected state, and science can validate what all the spiritual gurus and the wisdom teachings have said over, longest times. You know what I mean? I mean, it just seems like, millennia. It seems like it's just like forever, right? It's just like the foundations of spiritual principles comes from these, it's now being validated by science. And that's what's amazing about this, is that we can say, hey, these gurus have been talking about this forever, and Buddhas and all these things. And, it all comes back to now science is finally catching up with it. And we now know that everything is communicating with itself. And once we wake up, when we say from the sociological movement, once we wake up to what interconnectedness really means and understands that what the science is telling us, it means that we need to really wake up to conscious creation. What exactly are we tuning into? Because the implicate order is the entire ocean, and the froth of the wave is essentially just the manifest reality. What the wave that you see is something, the perceived reality of what's happening under this vast ocean. So your thought patterns, how you see people, how you interact with nature, whether you understand that nature is you, these things matter now to actually create more of what you actually want to create. So the movement is actually really sparked into conscious creation, so that we can actually now wake up to the fact that we are at every moment creating the reality that we want. But it means that we need to tune into the implicate. We need to meditate. We need to have the resources and the tools to tune ourselves up, to connect with that higher source again, to get fired up on life, to really understand that like every little thing that matters, what I spark here matters across the world. But now I can do it in a conscious way. I can actually create more of what I want with that, rather than being in a fear state or a lower frequency, and create more of what I don't want because I'm not conscious to what I'm creating. So anyway, that's just throwing that out there. But yeah, who else wants to jump in?
That's a key point that I think a lot of people that have never heard of the Holo movement really want to focus on. The distinction between the implicate, which is everything we can't see, which is really vast, and the explicate, which we think is the only reality, but really isn't. And that we can derive actual resonance and guidance from the implicate. I bet you have a couple of things to say about this, Rachel.
Oh, maybe just a few. So, first of all, it's just so great to be here with everybody. And even in this very short window into the vast universe that is the Holo movement, I'm sure, or at least I hope, that you can feel the natural synergy of the women that are in this conversation, and the natural synergy, hopefully, of the presence of the theme of this amazing global summit that we are all a part of. Thank you so much, Humanities team, for inviting us into this space, because it's such an aligned vision to bring people together in inspiring and pragmatic, meaningful ways to discover a systemic dissertation of what could possibly be the most extraordinary phenomenon that has ever existed, into love in action, into joy made manifest, into the most amazing vision of the most beautiful future we could possibly dream of together. That is so undeniably irrefutable that it has no other choice but to come pouring all the way through. because of that vibrational frequency of a collective of people choosing to say yes, choosing to act without fear, and choosing to celebrate each other's uniqueness and victory in the space. As we continue to learn, we continue to grow, we continue to evolve, but there's something in the pulse of life that Mariko and others, and even, dare I say, the ancients and the gurus and the amazing scientists and geniuses of our time, all are embodied within us. In this moment, when we choose to align to that truth and move in that, eyes wide open, with a humbleness and an awareness of the very precious and extraordinarily unique and unexpected time that we're in.
Yep, for sure. It is the time. It's really a time of the evolution of consciousness, isn't it? And Yasmin, bringing in the second question, the interconnected nature of consciousness. I would love for you to share a bit about what you shared about some of your friends that see things from a very different perspective.
I love that. I love hearing all the different perspectives. I mean, to me, one of the most powerful moments during the Hollow Movement wave, so these annual gatherings where we bring hundreds of people together from across the world, is this, maybe by like the second day or even by the end of the first day, there's this feeling that we are like one family. Like, even though these are strangers, complete strangers we've never met before, there's this synchronization, this harmony that happens hours after you land, where you feel so connected to everybody around you. These conversations you have and these moments of exchange that really up level and elevate your soul at a like deep level, and you can't explain it. It's so magical. And so one of the perspectives that we bring within the Hollow Movement is something called the overview effect, which is a term that was coined by philosopher and author Frank White. And he, took a plane across country and then looked down at the earth and realized, oh my goodness, there's this unique lens that humans have, that astronauts have when they leave the earth, that is the overview effect. So we brought astronauts to the wave this year, and their perspective really brought such a unique lens to the community, and just realizing how interconnected we are. There are no differences. We might have some perceived differences, but when we connect at the heart level, we realize that we're all one. And that's the power of everyone, like all these different David Bohm and Frank White and astronauts and community members who are all bringing this unique perspective that is actually the same thing at the end. And so we hosted this tea gatherings, bringing the Hollow Movement community together. Within minutes, people were sharing some of their deepest fears and traumas and hearts with each other. And that's the power of connection. That's the power of Hollow Movement, is we are in a field that is inexplicable, ineffable, and yet magic happens. As Rachel put it, we make magic. We're here to create magic and remind people who we are and our essence, which is love. So that would be
Oh,
my little
perfect.
perspective for you.
We didn't really bring in yet about the WAVE event, an annual event. We may be having other events as well, but this is a big annual event. And then we have these beautiful ripples that we bring into the gatherings every month that Yasmin leads, and I'm part of too. And we've been noticing just how people are now getting it. Not just the people, not just the scientists, that understand entanglement theory and so forth, but also everyday people that really are coming alive in their own sense of individual purpose, but also in interconnection. Wouldn't you say? I know you've been very involved with helping people with their purpose, Senka.
Yeah, so I think Yasmin is hitting on a very important part, which is this love and kindness. So when we study extreme reality creation, things that don't seem possible to collective, kindness is important because then you feel relaxed enough for things to happen. And I have never experienced more synchronicities than at the Holo Movement Wave, at the Ions Conference, and Illuminate. Why? Well, because I'm super excited to be there, probably because it's really stimulating for me to be around cool, beautiful, interesting, smart, coherent, people on a mission that know who they are. So maybe that, but it's just when you're in your highest excitement, things start to glue to you in ease and grace like a flypaper. And I always said ease and grace, like they're making this up. I'm working too hard for there to be, but it actually, I'm starting to see how it is. When you align, like my son's like, I don't know what a synchronicity is. What do you mean? And I said, we went on a Jeep tour yesterday, and the Jeep tour guide was the mountain bike coaching team leader for Sedona. And we didn't even know it existed. I was like, that's synchronicity. The other day, I was on a film shoot. I met this guy that happened to be walking by because he's the neighbor of the guy. And he's like, oh, yeah, I levitated. And I'm looking for levitator. I'm on like a worldwide search to find 100 levitators. Here he was levitating. And then he said, oh, yeah, and I've seen 2 other people do it. And I think I know how it's done. And then he said, and I levitated on July 4th, 1988. That is my birthday, July 4th. So that's the kind of thing that life is waiting to give you when you're in joy. And we talk a lot about joy in Holo Moment because it is one of those highest, it's the opposite of shame. It's the highest vibration. So that's why we really want to come together in joy. And that's what Humanities Team is about and everything else. It's like, okay, we're all here. And I just want to share one more synchronicity because this is the inner and outer world. We all hold a dream for our lives, right? If everything went well, what would be our dream, right? So I walk into the grocery store 2 days ago with a shirt that said lucid living on it. This girl walks up to me and she's like, I used to teach lucid living and lucid dreaming. And I said, you gotta be kidding me. And she's like, yeah, and I had a dream last night with a sweater that I had for 20 years that said live your dream on the back. And the dream told me to look for garments today. And she said, you must be the person I'm supposed to meet. Can I have your number? And I said, yeah, because my dream is to meet fascinating people that are creating on the edge of reality. So you're a dream teacher. I must be supposed to meet you. And then a man walked up to us that neither of us had ever met. And he looked straight in her eyes and he said, tonight you're going to have a dream with a man with emerald eyes. And then he just walked away. And her jaw was on the floor. And she's like, do you know that guy? It's like, no. So even strangers can come together to make your dream life come true as long as you have the courage to take that first step.
That is so beautiful. We kind of transitioned into my third question about synchronicity, but we can keep it going because consciousness and synchronicity really have this gorgeous interplay with each other. And remember when I was at the Wave and I, very early on, I wanted to ask everybody in the audience, like, how many people really are guided by synchronicity in their lives? And virtually everybody raised their hand, but it's not something that we say out loud very often in particularly science conventions, right? But this is where we weave together the mystery of the implicate and the concreteness of the explicate. Marco, and
Sure.
what
Yeah.
all you want to add, and Rachel, just chime in on any of this because we're now blending it all.
Oh my God, I love this conversation. I love everything that just happened, Zenka. That's so funny. I mean, it's perfect for you, and it makes sense. I mean, she's one of the most high vibe people I know, so it's one of those things that just kind of a rolling effect. Like you build momentum, and the right things just show up at the right time. And I just wanted to say because it's not something that is new or different, and I think we need to just recognize that every human being, every living person or being is actually experiencing what we're talking about. You can put a name to it all you want, call it synchronicity, or people call it miracles, or just everyday stuff. It's almost like you're attracting no matter what. And I think it's important to understand whatever frequency you are in, you are attracting no matter what. And human beings are conscious creators. We are always creating at every moment. You might think that you're not doing anything. You're just sitting on the couch and you're just like watching the movie. But even in those moments, whatever thoughts are coming through, there are actions that are rippling out in the world. We are constantly creating. And if you don't, first, that's what I mean by awakening us to our interconnected state, or awakening us. Like the whole movement is really about education first, and then helping you get off that couch and into action that you really want to see in the world. But first off, just, let's just like level the playing field and understand that every one of us is experiencing something that is what you would call miraculous or synchronicity. And some of us get really excited because we're always aware of it and we can name it all the time. And I think that's what we want to see with most people, is where they can get to that point where they're recognizing those miracles and noticing that it's not luck. It's not a miracle. It's just that you are consciously creating, and you're creating more of what you want. And so it's essentially like being the eye of the storm. It's, how am I creating the storm around me? Is it chaos theory, which is unpredictable and I don't know what's happening? No. Wake up. Once you wake up, that when I'm in a higher frequency, where I'm in just a joyous state, where I'm just in gratitude, then the ripple effect, or the people that are around me, actually benefit from that as well. Like I am constantly shifting the frequency of anyone that I meet, anybody. If I'm in a low frequency, and you can think about this, like you can get in an argument with a loved one. And generally that the whole energy shifts into a darker place, doesn't it? And then all of a sudden somebody has to be the bigger person and wants to feel better. And then the other person comes better to you. And then you find that, oh, okay, we're actually making up and we're doing better. But on a frequency level, we have to match. It's the same thing as radio signals. So if I'm in a joyous space right now, I'm actually, for you to even have a relationship with me, you either have to match my frequency or I have to lower my frequency to meet you. And that means something. So everyone else seems to, on this call, we're all like joyous and, and bright because we're all supporting each other in that frequency. We're all in that frequency. And what we do in the Holo movement, which is actually unspoken in some way, but when we come together, there's that baseline understanding of frequency. So all of us are radiating higher at a higher frequency, which means that everyone that comes in that space to stay in our space comes up. And so it's a spiritual practice being in the wave events, or even being on our online events, because we're holding a higher frequency so that everyone comes up and matches. And then you're literally just vibing in a higher place, which then that's why most people are having these amazing experiences, or meeting the right person. They're going to get coffee and then the perfect person is standing next to them. That's just how it works. That's just like saying, that's like breathing. Every human being has that ability, but we need to wake up to what we have in our toolbox to understand what is available to you when you become a conscious creator rather than unpredictable, because you're creating no matter what. So if I go outside, I'm choosing to like go outside at the time where I feel better, because now it has a greater ripple effect when I go to the grocery store and I see that person, that's bagging my groceries, and I see them and I'm like, you know what, let me just share some love because I'm in love, and then what happens from there. And I think from the science perspective, another thing to note when we call the Holo movement effect, a lot of that comes off of some science too, of like the butterfly effect. And I've been playing with this a little bit, because the butterfly effect, the science concept is that, a butterfly flapped its wings like in Brazil somewhere, and then it created a typhoon somewhere else in the other part of the world. Like there are measurements that we understand that there is the chaos theory of like unpredictable things that are happening, but there are constant small ripples that are happening everywhere. Now, if you shift that into the Holo movement effect and understanding what we're doing in higher conscious awakened states, you don't have unpredictable states. You have higher frequency outcomes that are actually more positive. And so it really is imperative that we are in the highest frequency as possible. It's not something where we say, oh, be in joy. I know that everyone all over the world, we're going through our own journeys and things like that, but I'm just saying, be in a neutral place. Once you find gratitude, there's always something that we can find, that we can be kind, we can find that we are in love with. And whether it's a leaf or a flower, smell it, get into a higher frequency. That act raises your frequency. And in that moment, you can have different ripple effects that, that are there. But it's so important nowadays, especially now with so many crises in the world, that we are actually in a neutral to higher frequency so that we can create more of what we want. Because if we don't, we have more of the same in the world, and the crises that we're dealing with right now are going to continue to happen. So the human species really does need to wake up to who we are so that we can have more of what we want. Become conscious and awaken conscious creators. That's the whole point. And that's why this whole movement is really interesting, because it starts with us. The movement starts within, which then inspires massive ripple effects. That's how you have critical mass. So we don't have to go clean the oceans to do that. We can actually just wake you up to understand that you are the ocean, and then you'll do something about it naturally. It'll naturally unfold. So anyway, I got excited about that. But yeah.
You do. We all do. That's the thing. I don't know how many of you, I'm sure each and every one of you have had the experience at one of the wave events that somebody comes in, perhaps just to listen to one of the amazing singers or performers we had. They had no idea really what the whole movement was about, but then they go, oh my God, something's happening here. I really feel different for having come here. What are you guys doing? And I think it is about this frequency effect, but it's not as astonishing as I think sometimes people think, like, oh my God, that's not me. I'm feeling kind of depressed about what's happening in the world. It's just a new level of awareness, the yes and, right? And this possibility that there are some things that you can really have impact on, and that the world, there's this, I get involved with new economics, and this idea of the zero-sum game makes me crazy. It's one of the things that I am really, my mission is to help people move away from a zero-sum game, thinking that what's more for you is less for me. I think that this is the synergy effect that we're bringing in, which leads us to the whole next concept that we wanted to talk about, because we're talking about from separation to synergy, which I think is one of the more astonishing and yet everyday things that we can be part of that can make the world a better place. And what do you think, Rachel? I'm sure she was one of the hosts of the Holo Movement event in Asheville this past year, and also Ibiza. What do you think about this connectivity that leads to synergy?
Oh, this is one of my favorite topics ever, actually, because
Yay.
we talk about infinite correlated fields of that oneness stream and that silver thread that does, in fact, not just connect all conscious beings, but the consciousness of all beings, which is an extraordinary gift to tap into. And an invitation for us to consider is, what would it be like if we were speaking as all of the earth and all of the cosmos in this infinite present moment of now together? And how does that affect what we talk about, how the words come out of our mouths? Do they taste good? Do you like them? Do they feel good when they hit someone else's heart? Or maybe the tree or plant kind of opens up just a little bit more, right? There's a vast universe of possibility when we tap into this infinite space of belonging, becoming, and dancing again, and feeling what it feels like to be alive in the grand design and pilot wave, the grand conductor of everything that has ever been created through an infinitely positive feedback loop. Not because we're choosing to just, I would say, like irresponsibly be happy, joyous, whatever, but it's because it's our authentic and natural state of being that we are liberating ourselves into again in the remembering of what is needed actually in order for this to ignite fully in the hearts and minds of not just those of us in the choir or the bubble, but in the biosphere. I know maybe we've seen some movies where at like the most epic part of the film, like nature comes alive and starts like going at it with whoever like the heroines of the story are, right? Like how cool would that be if all the elements, all the animals, all the everything just came back into accordance because we had the awareness to love at that level, the awareness to accept at that level, and be a strange attractor to those just wildly curious moments that can happen when we create a space for as was mentioned before, this chaos theory to emerge, right? And because at the end of the day, I think a lot of us in this field, whether you're part of official holo movement or not, have a little bit of mix of social science and crazy artist. And neither one of them are really like identified all the way yet, but we're all kind of pulling from this place of something that hasn't been done before, right? There's lots of like meta theories, right, to the polycrisis, maybe something like this. But in order to get us through, and I would just say just creating from the center of our hearts, forget about the story, right? To get us into that place, right? It invites us to come from a place that nobody's tapped into yet, because that's the exact reason why you have incarnated into the space that you are in and have the ideas that you were just blessed with, so that you can find what is absolutely your next step to do. And here in the space that we create at Holo Movement, we hope to help you kind of facilitate that next step, whatever it is. If it's your first step, or if it's your millionth step, or if it, maybe it's your last, who knows? But it's done, hopefully with a little bit of a leap, and they're like a skip step, because you just feel it.
There are lots of ways to be part of the Holo movement, and whether you know it or not, you obviously are, because it's the movement of the whole. And that was beautiful, Rachel. I was just wondering a bit more about, what do you say? We have this beautiful relationship with the core team where I was worried when we first began, like 3 years ago, that we would need conflict resolution skills. And we have not, honestly, because most groups do. And this group has a way to move past it, to see the possibilities, not the constraints. And it's like the same thing, that if we think that if the game is against us, paranoia is, everything is against you. But pronoia is, what if everything is for you, right? And yeah, how do teams work together with synergy? What have you been noticing? And I know you all have had lots of experience with other organizations. What have you been noticing about our synergy? Yasmin, you look at the top of your chair. You look like you want to say something.
Yes, I'd love to share. I have some thoughts on specifically around the Holo Movement team and how we synergize together. And I feel like one of the core principles is that we actually take time to slow down. And that allows us for each of our natural gifts to rise to the top, and kind of like just by building this kind of collective field of trust. Like, I trust you to be an expert in what you do. And I know that, I think that's one of the core principles and meaningful things about being part of the Holo Movement is, like, I know that I'm here to hold this space to bring people together. I know how to do it. I've done it for 10,000 years, and it will just be, and you trust me to do it, and not like micromanage or what is happening here or that. And because of that trust, I feel like you bring your fullness and so much more. And so I think, yeah, so the time that we take to slow down, we have Paulette, who's our keeper of the flame, who literally share a meditation in every call for 5 to 10 minutes. That changes how we relate to each other every week. And it feels like a new experience every week. And that open-hearted presence that we each bring creates this new energy that we don't even know. Sometimes we come with a question, and just by being open-hearted, by the end of the call, we've come up with not only one solution, but 10 other solutions of what we could do. So that is a level of openness that is, I don't see this anywhere. I'm part of other teams that it's really unique to the Holo movement. Um, and it feels like music, like orchestra. You know, we all are playing different notes and we're all really good at what we do. And then we are building this beautiful composition.
That's wonderful. I think that's what I think a lot of people, Zenka, I think you run into this. Well, we all do. That we worry about it's either I have to focus on self or focus on other. That I have, it's either the individual or the collective. And somehow we are focusing on both. How is that your experience?
Yeah, I think that and most people listening to this broadcast right now are starting to regulate their own field and their vibrations. So we're now in level 2. And level 2 is to harmonize with the people around you, right? The people you choose to play and create with. And we are right now in the biggest course correction humanity has ever known. And the course correction is, hey, wait a minute, we're actually one. And that's what humanity's team is doing today. They are putting the word out that, hey, wait a minute, it's not about competition anymore. Like we thought it was, and it's not. And so how, it's like Bob Seema sang when he sang and everyone started crying on the last Ripple Effect. He was like, if you want to go alone, you can, but if you want to have a huge effect, you got to go together, right? So we give up control over an outcome to create a greater outcome when everyone brings their gifts. And it's just like Elon Musk is like, he allowed everyone to copy his technology in the cars. He gave away all the battery science, all the electronic science, all the safety mapping, because he thought that climate change was a greater threat than competition to his own company. And at some point, we all want the world to go move into this renaissance we're standing in front of. And in order to do that, we're going to have to work together to love each other so that everyone can be the cell in the body that needs to function. Because if the liver's not working, because that part has fallen down in trauma, we've got to lift them up. And taking the time to lift someone up will make the whole body work better, and we don't have to do emergency calls down there anymore, right? So everything we do is helping lift all of us to this great unfolding of the Renaissance. And so thanks to all the people that are on this humanities team, right? We're carrying this message into the world. Collaboration can be messy, but it's so worth it because you'll start to see people's genius come out and you'll go way further than you could alone.
So true, so true. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Thank you. Mar, I bet you have had some thoughts about this. I know you have.
Yeah, I mean, it's where do you start? I mean, I love what Yasmin and Zenka both said, and I think this is something what we created on our core team is essentially a microcosm of what we are going to be created, what's already happening out in the greater space. And so, I mean, you're right, like Susan, like we thought maybe we need coherence trainings and all these other things. It's like, yeah, and then I was like, you know what? Let's just get into it and hold our highest potentials, and and trust, create a trusting field that's authentic and in love, and it's just vibrating that love frequency. And then you realize that that frequency, you can trust the frequency that, like I said, there is a relational match, so everyone who gets into that higher frequency, I trust that frequency. I know that you're not lying to me when you're in that. You can't lie to me. I know frequency. You can feel it. You can feel love. I know when you're in fear too. And it's like, ooh, I'll take a step back. You know what I mean? Or I'll work with you. I can coach you. But we understand frequency. Every one of us knows that language. You just might not tune into it. You can strengthen it, but it's a new language that we all know. It's like a GPS system, and when I feel bad or I'm off, like, okay, well, what's that guides me? I look at that and I say, okay, well, what's next? Or what am I lacking? What do I have resistance towards or something? I use that as a guidance to help me get back into a better state of being. And one thing that, I would say, because, my role is actually finding the right people too. It's like, I've actually in some way brought a lot of all of us together. And so, I went about this in a very different way of building a team, because I knew that the frequency mattered more than actually the skill set, because I needed to make sure that we were essentially the most authentic and spiritually practiced people that could hold high frequency most of the time. And yes, your skills and things that you do, what you can do matters, but at the end of the day, that doesn't really matter. There are plenty of people that can do what most of us are doing and then some. But the frequency matter, because we are the beacon of light for the movement, and we have to attract light, has to attract light. And so you've got to be the shiny object that attracts, and know when people are, no matter where they are in their journey, they'll come in and will still be there. You have to be spiritually practiced and understand what it means to be interconnected, what it means to be that tree, what it means to be the ant, what it means to be the ocean at the same time. And notice that you are an individual, yet you are a part of the entire collective. You are the cosmos. And to understand that first and foremost is more important than knowing if you can produce an event or, get on a podcast and teach someone or hold, that's just secondary to everything. So I think it's really imperative that all of us are finding or actually around very high frequency people. It also is a mirror. You're all a mirror of me. You show me that I'm actually vibing higher as well, which is so amazing. And so we get to practice and see each other for who we are and hold each other the highest principles, which we all evolve together. And so having a different lens for how we build teams now, I think it's really important for everybody out there, for anybody watching this. If you're building a team or what you're looking for, start looking at the human themselves and their frequency first, and then build around that. And you'll start to see that when you look frequency first, authenticity, there's a rawness and realness that's happening, and you can believe and you can lean into that. What they say they want to do is what they really want to do. And they're going to create that because they're in a higher frequency more of the time, which means they're going to create more of what they say. So.
Wow. Wow, Marika, you used a really critical term, authenticity. I just this week, I don't know, Zach Bush was on a podcast and he was talking about the idea they were looking at a group of people and they were measuring their frequency. And we all think, oh, well, it's love and it's kindness and it's compassion. That's the highest frequency. But something would happen while they were doing the measurements, because somebody could be crying and really deeply in something, that wasn't super positive, and the frequency would spike, and somebody else would be on a whole different topic and the frequency would spike, and they're going, why is this happening? And they discovered it wasn't about any one emotion. It was about authenticity. When authenticity spikes, that's when frequency spikes. And that's, I know it's mind blowing. I know Zinka loves this. I'll send you the link to it. That is just what's so remarkable about bringing people in, and the team building that you've been able to do, that we've all been able to do. Yeah, because we've all have different, beautiful, different perspectives, and they all have this wonderful way of pinging the other. Like, I bet things are pinging all over the place in your perspective right now. Rachel, what are you feeling about authenticity and about team building?
It's like there's a radical acceptance of how weird we all are and how human we all are, and also how wildly creative and magical and like probably on some spectrum we all are too, right? Like it's the whole kit and caboodle here. And because of that, we can work in an accelerated rate. Because when we come together with the intention to be in coherent spaces together with that level of transparency and balance and committed practice, magic can happen with minimal amount of like the work part of it, because of the frequency, because of that frequency. Like there was a business meeting I got onto this morning. I got on it at 9 a.m. Right, looking at some guys. I thought I was going to like talking about community building and like a platform and things like this, right? And because this ripples out right into our tangential fields. And in like a 5-minute conversation, he said, "I'd like to sing you a song from my heart in response to this." And I was like, "Sing me a song from my heart?" Like we were talking about a tech platform. Okay, go for it. He literally picked up a guitar and sang a for real soul song to me for like 10 minutes. And it was like dumb how beautiful it was. It was incredible. I don't know if we'll use this platform or anything like that. I don't even really know what it is, but it was like a people coming together to be people together. And like the stuff that comes out of it is just naturally good. It's just naturally good, right? That's the whole point, right? People just come together to be people. And like there's this beautiful group in Asheville, North Carolina. Shout out to anyone who's there right now. They had their HOWAN meeting, which is a group of people that come together to do just amazing things together. I think this one was like a water cleanup, something like this in a beautiful forest. I'm just amazed by how many people come together to do just the good, right? We have this thing that our social media gals pull together called Drop of Good. And every now and then we throw splashes of drops of good out there. And so if you're not on our socials, like come hang out with us there too. But anything that we do in that tangible, explicate world is just a way to reflect back to how gorgeous that implicate space really is. And our devotion to touch into it.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah. I've been very involved in helping to develop the Asheville Community HOWAN Hub. And those folks are just so gorgeous. I mean, we're creating these hub effects, these holons throughout the world now. So no matter where you are, I guarantee at least 2, 3, 4 other people like you are ready to take this leap into expanded consciousness with you. And you could create a holon to do this work together, because together we're stronger. So check out holomovement.net and join us as an ambassador and also various holons. We'd love to have you. Humanities team, all of you that are watching this, I'm sure have components of this joyousness. And I was just thinking, I know we're not in the same category perhaps as the Dalai Lama and Desmond Tutu. And here's Yasmin keeps going to the implicate and coming back into the explicate. So she's our we love you. You're muted, sweetie. But the Dalai Lama, who was a beloved friend of David Bohm, the inventor of the term holo movement, the Dalai Lama and he were very close. They were very, very good friends. And you just know that the Dalai Lama and Desmond Tutu and all these folks, they giggle together. They're enjoy together. It's not because they think, nothing tough is happening in the world. It's because they really can feel the energy of possibility together and the infinite possibility. So in these last few moments that we're together, maybe we could go round table, maybe starting with you, Yasmin, because you're here now. Just a message to the folks at Humanities team and that are coming. Thank you for waiting this long and listening to us this far. We really love you, and would you have one little thing you'd like to share with them in the ending?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I will leave you with a Rumi quote, and that is, "Your heart knows the way. Run in that direction."
That is gorgeous. Zenka, what would you like to share?
I love that quote that you just shared, because the universe will catch you on the other side. I promise. And to what you just said, Susan, about the infinite, and we just edited the Michael Beckwith Awaken Your Purpose podcast, and Beckwith from the Agape International Spiritual Center, and he said everybody's purpose is the same. He said it's to reflect and reveal the infinite nature of the universe in a way that only you can. There's no two people alike in this world. So if you can reveal and reflect the infinite in the way that only you can, you will have joined Humanities team and Unify and Whole Movement and all these people in the song that we're singing to the world, the love song that we're singing.
Oh, that's so lovely. Thank you, Zenka. Rachel, what would be your last few?
Gosh, your authentic expression, if it doesn't come and land in the whole movement space, like, land it. Like Yasmin said, run towards it, whatever it is. The best gift that I could ever receive from this audience is their fullest expression of themselves and whatever they're choosing to do in their life. So thanks for letting us hang out tonight.
Yes. Thank you. Marika, bring it home for us.
All right, let's see. I think out of everything that we've spoken into on this call, if you could take away one thing, it's just be a higher frequency. The rest will unfold as it should. The rest will unfold as it should. Don't worry about the how it's going to happen. Everybody gets caught up in what do I need to do? It's actually, how do I need to be first? If I can be love, if I can be the goodness that is out there that you want to see in the world, you will have it. And the universe will show you the ways. When we talk about, those synchronistic moments, that's what happens when you meet the right person or you get the right job. But don't be freaked out about the job that you want or all these things that you have to do. Just get back into the frequency and how you feel when you have that job. Put on a good song. Sit with that. Put on a good song that makes you just like belt it out and sing to the world, because now you're singing to the universe and the universe sees you. It's holding you. And it says, you know what? Excuse my language, but I'm just going to have to say it. Let's do it. Let's create more of that. And I'm going to give you more things to have fun and belt out to the world, because we need it. And you'll find why you're here. And unfortunately, 90% of the people on the planet don't really know why they're here. And Zenka comes into that to really help us. The Purpose Lab is here to really help you sort through that. But really be a vibrant being. Be the leader you want to see in the world. If you can't find someone that's good, become one. And just vibe. And everything will sort itself out. The information that'll help you in figuring out what your next move and what you're called to be here on this planet to do, because every one of us at this moment watching this, everyone on this planet is here for a reason. You'll tune into the implicate, listen feel into it, and it'll land, and you'll know what to do. But don't worry about what to do. Be.
Exactly.
Just
Exactly.
be a vibe.
You are enough. You belong. We want you with us. And we send you all of our love and hope that you will join us in the Holo movement. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Hello and welcome to the Global Oneness Summit. The title of our presentation today is The Deep and Rapid Global Transformation, and we have some excellent presenters. I am Tezkiah Gabriel of Pathways to Peace, and I have the absolute delight of being the moderator. And before we get to our presenters, just a little bit of background. First of all, that this panel today is presented by the DRTC. That's the Deep and Rapid Transformation Convergence. And our speakers today are members of the DRTC core team, as am I. The DRTC exists to explore what might be missing to advance deep and rapid global transformation. That's our quest. We are looking at transformation through the lens of unitive consciousness. And we believe that the answers to what's missing are there. They exist within each of us and can be accessed through tapping and sharing our individual and collective wisdom. Our DRTC design for our process is based in emergent learning and our commitment to share what we're learning for greater impact or field building. We are rooted in the unitive narrative, which validates and celebrates the reality that we are all interconnected. We are all one. Our objectives for our time today are threefold. First, to create a little movement from metacrisis to metamorphosis, to share a bit of emergent learning from the deep and rapid transformation convergence, what we've learned, some of those pieces to date, and to identify some ways forward toward a new paradigm. So given who we are and what we believe, DRTC deeply resonates with the commitments of the Global Oneness Summit around Awaken, Embody, and Inspire. So in our time together today, our presentation follows those commitments in our explorations together. Awaken to unitive consciousness, embody unitive principles and practices, and to inspire the awareness and expansion of unitive consciousness or oneness. So to open our time together, we begin with that awaken. That awaken in this moment is going to be to invite you into a meditation. That meditation to awaken our oneness, our coherence. So let's just take a moment to slow our breath, to breathe a little more deeply and a little more slowly. If it helps to count, you can count 5 counts on the intake and 5 counts on the exhale, as we just for a few moments breathe together. If our mind starts to wander, that's okay. Just honor it and bring it back to your breath. And now let us come together in that one breath and that one heartbeat. That one small breath of ours that connects us to the big breath of the cosmos. And one heartbeat, that heartbeat that connects us deeply and completely to our Mother Gaia and all living things. That breath and that heartbeat that connects us to one another. Those of us here in this room, as well as those who are outside of this room and beyond. We are connected. We are one. And right in that beautiful heart lies all that we need. All the love, all the peace, all the compassion, all the gratitude. Everything we need and desires resides right there in the middle of our chest, in the seat of the heart. Let us feel that connection. Let us feel all of those beautiful emotions. Let us see that energy right there. Embrace it. Let it embody us. And let it inspire us. And now let us push that beautiful heart energy out to connect in total love and total coherence with all living things on our planet and beyond. As we breathe that breath of life and we feel that glorious love, we know without doubt the truth of who we are, the truth that we are one. Now, with open hearts and open minds, we move into our panel presentations. We embody unitive consciousness as who we are and how we express who we are in our world. So by way of introductions, we are going to pose a question to each of our presenters. And presenters, that question is, what drew you to DRTC? Why did you say yes to that call? And what do you bring to DRTC? And Anne-Marie, would you like to begin?
Yes, thank you, Tez. Thank you for that beautiful heart opening. And I think that is, in essence, what drew me to work together consistently and practice again and again how we can come together around complex issues with a large diversity of people and stay in that space of love and light, whilst we're also addressing all the kinds of challenges that we want to take into a next level of experience, knowing that we can often be triggered, fall back, do all kinds of things. And in DRTC, I think we are so dedicated to, even if that happens, take a pause, take that breath, and come back. And if it's difficult, ask for help so that we can be fully there and support each other to light up the sparks in us and around us and in the co-creative collective as part of our mission to work on that deep transformation. So that's why I'm here.
Beautiful. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Joni, would you go next?
Sure, and I love the word sparks because that's what it's all about, is the mojo and the sparks and for everyone listening, tend to your sparks because that's how we're going to get there. For me, this started because I was doing a lot of work around the United Nations for about 18 years. And along with Tez and Jude's support, started the Unitive Cluster there at the United Nations to work on the role of consciousness in global policy. And we were having some good success. And I was at a meeting that a very dear colleague was running. And I went up to say hello and goodbye to my colleague afterwards. And he said, "Hey, I'm glad I could give you the floor a second time." And at the UN, that is a pretty big deal. So I said, "Yeah, thank you." And he said, "Yeah, all this fringy stuff isn't so fringy anymore, is it?" And I walked away and I thought, "We're not on the fringe of anything. We're at the center of something entirely new and different." And as strong as the cluster was becoming at that time, it wasn't the place to do that particular work. And what I realized was that there was a global dialogue that the UN had already been in since its 75th anniversary. And it was talking to people all over the world. And they had come to quite a coherent place with it. Still much work to be done, but at least voices had been compiled and collated and pulled together in a unique way. And then we had a lot of evolutionary thinkers and real change agents who were barely coherent with themselves and were completely incoherent with the global dialogue. And so my insight was, gee, we need to bring these together and it needs its own space. And that meeting was a Friday morning, and it was so compelling that I had pages and pages full of a legal pad by the time I got to our regular meeting on Monday morning. And when I spoke about it, the same group that helped to launch the cluster also resonated and said, yes, this is something we need to do. And the rest is history. We got to work, things flowed. We convened a lot of people in 21 roundtables. We convened about 120 people. And about 98 of those came together in New York to really take high-level expertise, but visionary expertise into the parameter. The UN was asking, it was working on its Summit of the Future, which was all about global governance transformation and transforming the global economic architecture. And so we wanted to apply the wisdom that we had in our group to that. And so we took the parameters of the Summit of the Future and combined it with our own development of our process. And it's been so exciting and so thrilling to work with such amazing dynamic experts around the world, including my sisters here on the screen.
Thank you, Joni. Beautiful. Thank you, Anne-Marie, as well. And Jude.
Well, thank you all. And I'd like to take a step even further back, Joni, because this has been a journey that a few of us have been on since 2021. And that includes Kurt Johnson and Daniel Stone and myself. And that began, as Joni said, with folks at the UN had actually been involved with the development of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, all good intentions, an incredible effort to bring people together to have a sign off for 17 sustainable development goals, 193 countries, a remarkable thing to do. But there was a perception that they still came from what we term an old paradigm of materialism and separation. So it's how do we cooperate as well as we can, but from that mindset, from that perspective. And so the SDGs themselves were essentially siloed because the perspective, the lens through which they were being approached had that structurally in the process. So at that time, there was again a call out. So cri de coeur, really a cry of the heart from a number of many change makers who'd worked with the UN and worked with the SDGs to say, this isn't going to work. With the best will in the world, however well we try this, we don't believe that the SDGs will be able to be effectively implemented. And the reason being that the ground on which they stand is not a ground of unity, but a ground of essential separation and materiality. So we convened, turned out to be about 100 people at that point, and 40, 50 of them showed up for the first gathering. And what became incredibly clear was that we needed to look through the lens of unity, and we needed a new narrative, because we are a narrative sharing species. We tell stories. We have from the dawn of what it means to be human. And so the call went out, who would like to help draft a narrative, a new narrative based on this unity of understanding? So my mother always volunteered me for things from a very early age. So my hand naturally went up, and I volunteered with others and Joni amongst them to say, yeah, let's see what we can do here, what we can draft. And we drafted a unitive narrative, which talked about what we'll go on to share during the rest of our panel. And that was adopted by the whole of what then was an SDG thought leaders synergy circle of the evolution leaders. That work then, over time, was able to nurture, as Joni said, Joni and Tez and others coming together with a whole group of civil society NGOs to form a cluster, a thematic cluster. I think, Joni, Tez, it was the first thematic cluster ever adopted by the United Nations, founded on a unitive perspective. So that was an amazing step forward and gave voice to so much of what was coming through. And then, as Joni said, you're always in the right room at the right time, Joni, which is such a great relief for us. But this call that went out from the Secretary General of the UN saying we need deep and rapid transformation if we are going to change the world, if we are going to move forward together. And that became our rallying call to invite progressively more and more folks into the DRTC, or became the DRTC. And what we did is we invited people who we felt could become a coalition of the unitive willing. We decided really from the get-go that what we're going to be was human-led and heart-centered, as Anne-Marie said. And we also invited in leading-edge augmented intelligence to help us synergize our efforts. So that's what we've been doing. I was called to it because of it was that call. It was a call to a remembering that we are one. It was a call to awaken and embody that and inspire that, as the Global Oneness Summit is doing this year. And that call began in that way nearly 4 years ago now. And onward we go, and it is growing and it is deepening and it's becoming more rapid and it's becoming more transformational. And we pulled across the expertise of everything from economics and education and science and governance and justice, and crucially multi-generational voices and multicultural voices. And that is a work in progress. We recognize that is a work in progress. But this is our journey, this is our service. And that's why I feel called, because I can't think of another community of the unity, of the willing, that is willing to put egos to one side in service to the greater good, in service to the good of the whole. And in doing so, to awaken in our hearts so that we can serve the awakening of hearts across the world. And what I bring to it, sense of humor. I hope. I'm a cosmologist, so I bring, I hope, the unit of science that helps to underpin and frame what we do. And I bring a change maker way of being in the world that loves linking up and lifting up to serve transformational change.
Hez, can I respond to a couple of things, Jude?
Sure.
I want to distinguish between narrative and story, because I was always about
Yes.
and many people said we need a new narrative, and I'd get in that group and they were telling more, better, and different stories about the same old stuff. Maybe fixing this, fixing that, but at the end of the day, there was not really a change in narrative. And so when I came to the thought leaders circle and said, hey, I have this idea about a cluster, the first thing they did was broke into Zoom room breakouts, and I ended up in one with Jude. And she started to talk about her work and narrative. And I said, that's narrative. So it's a really deep underpinning that's very different than a new story. It's really about changing the ground we stand on. It's a whole new underpinning. And I hope folks will look up the unit of narrative online. I don't know if we can post a link to it, but it's really important because it resets the ground. That's what narrative does. So we're talking about something very profound, not just changing about a different story. And the other thing I wanted to talk about was the cluster. When it wasn't just a unit of narrative, it was that we used the words love and consciousness in our application to form the cluster. And, I felt like even if we never did another thing, that the UN said yes to something that was going to be based on consciousness and love, we already had made a mark. And it happened because so many of us working around there were thinking this way. But I'm sure many people out there who are listening have had the experience, especially if you've been at this kind of work for a long time, of being sidelined. And being careful. Many of us were speaking in code words, being careful who you said what to, is in terms of really deep and radical transformation. And so that's really why we set the cluster, was to say unabashedly, unapologetically, unashamedly, we are naming and claiming the territory of consciousness to work on, and specifically unit of consciousness. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Thank you. So exciting. So you can hear that we awaken our light hearts, we embody that joy, we embrace that love in our work. And we recognize that we can't do that work without those components. That deep and rapid transformation actually requires us to bring joy, to bring love into that work. It's transformative. And so now we're going to speak a little bit, share a little bit about some key learnings in our work through our emergent learning for DRTC. And we're going to raise the embody part of the commitment that the Global Summit gives us. So in our DRTC emergent learning process, we embody our unit of consciousness through our relationships, through our interactions, and in our work. And so in sharing a few key learnings, we're going to have Jude, Joni, and Anne-Marie talk about the first one being the role and position of unitive consciousness in our field building work through DRTC. Critical, foundational to that work. Secondly, we'll talk about the core value of DRTs around the integration of being and doing. We used to say balance. Now we recognize that it's really integration between doing and being. And lastly, the role of leadership and an emerging learning process, an emergent learning process, which is very important from Anne-Marie. So Jude, would you be willing to start us out around the role and position of unitive consciousness in our work?
Thank you, Tez. Well, I'll be delighted to. I think probably to start with what we actually mean by unitive, just to emphasize this another time. All of us have inherited a worldview that has been based on materialism and separation. And essentially, it's a worldview based on science that is 150 years out of date. But because it was the science that helped drive the technologies that themselves drove the Industrial Revolution, it got sort of deeply embedded within the Industrial Revolution, and all of the processes and the structures and the organizational scaffolding around that. So despite the fact that science has moved on so much since that time, its worldview has not. Our worldview collectively has not. And this was at the heart and the core of why the SDG Thought Leader Circle was set up, why the Unitive Cluster was set up, why the DRTC was set up, because we realized that unless we could turn that worldview literally on its head, people were still going to be coming from this old paradigm that was not going to get us to where we as a world need to find our way to. So unitive perspective is essentially the other end, that turning on its head from materiality to an understanding of the nature of reality, that there is no separation, that there is differentiation, but there is no separation. We are literally inseparable from each other, from our planetary home, and literally the whole world. Foundationally, it understands that mind and consciousness aren't something we have. They're what we and the whole world are. And essentially what it does, therefore, it allows, and it's fundamentally and crucially, it's based on the evidence that's now available at all scales of existence across many different fields of research. And I think this has been one of the key change makers, because it's not just an idea. As Joni has said, it's not just an aspiration, it's the nature, it's our existential reality. But it needed to be evidence-based. And what really was powerful was at the time, or over literally a couple of years before the unitive narrative was able to be drafted on the basis of unitive science, the unitive science was really getting to a point where it was powerful enough, compelling enough to provide that underpinning and framing to a unitive perspective. And then really it was a recognition that with that understanding comes the invitation to experience and to embody that in our lives. So instead of seeing each of us as separate from each other, we are differentiated, but we're not separate. We are, family members of our universe's vast communities of life, because what this is revealing at a universal scale, a cosmological scale, is instead of the old paradigm of an essentially dead, meaningless, purposeless universe, this is now revealing a universe that meaningfully exists and purposefully evolves as a sentient, as a living entity, truly unitive, with such power to the evidence that in 2022, the Nobel Prize for Physics was given to 3 researchers who'd been studying universal wholeness for many decades. And the evidence was thereby then so powerful that the Nobel Physics Prize was awarded for what is now realized as being settled science. This is not contentious. The understanding of unity on a scientific level and a cosmological level is no longer contentious. But we're seeing the evidence for this at all scales of existence, from the most minute to the whole of space and time. We can also, therefore, tell the story of the narrative of our universe from this foundational level, beginning not in chaos, not in a big bang. We know it wasn't big, we know it was tiny, but it wasn't born in a bang, a chaos of a bang. It was born as the first moment of an exquisitely fine-tuned and ongoing big breath. Tez, you took us deep into that big breath, in that beautiful meditation. But literally, the big breath of our universe breathes through our little breaths in each moment. So this is both a vast and an intimate relationship that we can now remember. And we can base that remembering, first of all, on the scientific evidence, but also this remembering and this understanding, this unitive narrative, converges with universal wisdom teachings and indigenous traditions. It reconciles the inner and the outer of our experience. It gives meaning and purpose to both. It literally is the integration of all we are. And all of us knew a wonderful friend called Elizabeth Sartoris. And Elizabeth was an evolutionary biologist who spoke of this unitive understanding for many, many years. And she gave us a wonderful metaphor that is also a great way of sort of experiencing, embodying this. She talked about a piano keyboard. And she said, you know, when we look at consciousness and when we understand unitive consciousness, we appreciate that essentially we have the lower notes of that range of our awareness that is our physical experience. We then go up the piano keyboard and we have the mind and the heart and the spirituality of who we are. But they are themselves inseparable. They are themselves integral. And so if we understand that, if we understand and are invited to experience and embody unitive consciousness, we can play the entire piano keyboard. We can be all the notes. We can play that music that flows through us and from us to serve the good of the whole, from the wholeness of who we are. So unitive consciousness is at the heart and the soul of all of what we come together to serve in the DRTC. And in fact, one of the initiatives that has emerged and is now getting its own sort of emergent energy coming out of the DRTC, and we're working with it both within and beyond, is something called Soul, the science of unitive love, because one of the most foundational revelations of our living universe, which is foundationally consciousness, is that it's also a loving universe. Its wholeness is expressed in radical diversity, and yet diversity that's innately interdependent and part of the whole. So there's a beautiful principle of indigenous traditions called right relationship. The universe is in right relationship with itself. So unitive consciousness invites us into that remembering that we are innately in right relationship. And so human love, the expression of universal love through us, is the most profound, in a way, most profound relationship we can have with ourselves and with each other and with our planetary home, because its foundations are literally the whole world. So that's why unitive consciousness is so important.
Beautiful. Thank you. And Joni, talk to us about the importance of integrating being and doing in our work together at DRTC.
Well, I want to start a little bit, some background for that. And no separation. And yes, on one level, there is this unity with all. And then as soon as we're born into duality. As soon as you're born, you've got an inside and an outside, you've got a front and a back. And that's just what's so in the world. In order to be here, what has a front has a back. And so that kind of duality, we tend to say non-dualistic, but that's not real. There is this. And the Taoists had a very good way of approaching that. They called it the yin and the yang, and no real judgment around it. And then as we industrialized ourselves, we began to prioritize the yang. And so the yin is the more expansive, the more spiritual, the more people associate it with the feminine. And we have to be careful when we genderize these, because these are energetics. And the gender conversation can really skew it and can really create othering. And so we're trying to transcend that by using yin and yang. And so we became very yang dominant, because it became, how many pieces of furniture are we going to build? How many widgets are we going to produce? How much money is there? We militarized. The yang is very male dominant, tends to be, although as a female, when you see the yin yang symbol, there's always a dot of the yin and the yang part, and there's always a dot of the yang and the yin part, because these are absolute and they're relative. I may be more yin than another female, and more yang than another female. And so it's relativism is very helpful to use these terms. And so we've really prioritized the doing. And so we prioritized, what are we going to do? What did you produce? Is this got to be a project? And if projects alone were enough, we would be there. I have had the privilege of witnessing phenomenal work in the world, good people doing good work, great results. I used to be a co-director of a philanthropic foundation. I had drawers full of successful outcomes. And yet when the census data came out, really, numbers were generally a little worse. And so I started to wrestle with what's up about that. Why is that so? And in my own background of a deep spiritual and philosophical background, and learning a lot about yin and yang, I started to look at it in those terms. Well, if these projects are great, but it doesn't speak to the whole. And that's part of what brought me to the United Nations, was to, as dysfunctional as it can be, it is the only table where the whole world is there to work on peace. And so, lots of people have lots of opinions about the UN, and some of them are right, some of them are honestly really off base. But there's a lot of rumor and nonsense out there about it. But, it does have its issues, and it is the only table where everyone is. And so we have to make the most of it. And so, but it too, like most nations, are very geared to this yang dominant way of thinking. If we have a problem, we'll just grow a bigger military. If we have issues with our economy, we'll make more stuff. And they didn't even account for the water that got polluted. We're beginning to do that now, but this back end, the quality of life, the quality for the work people, those kinds of things are completely discounted. They're thrown out as inconsequential, fluffy stuff, which I say that for millennia now we've had yangitis. Most of our religious and other leaders have been very yang dominant thinkers. And so we've had yangitis. We've tended to the yang to the point of disease, of serious disease. And so the task of our time is, people are talking about bringing in the feminine, and what they're really talking about is yinning out, right? Because there are women leaders who lead just as poorly as men leaders do, and men leaders who lead just as brilliantly as women leaders do. It's not a gender issue. It's how do we bring more equanimity? And it's not necessarily balance. You don't always want 50-50. The way of the warrior is to know when to be more yin, when to be more yang, to have that discernment. And that's why the personal work is so important, to be able to have that personal discernment to go where you need to go. But we are so all acculturated to believing that ultimately we need to produce the yang. And so opening up the space where the being, the yin, the quality of the being really determines the outcome that they produce. You can look at it like the iceberg. So the bottom of the iceberg is about 95% of it. Well, that's also true about our world. Our scientists are telling us that only about 5%, maybe even a little less, is what we see and what we know. The rest is mostly a mystery to us. And so that we can bring that analogy through and talk about that in our own being. That beingness is that's the metaphysics. Metaphysics is the science and the philosophy of causality. So it's what causes what. And so when we throw this out and call it inconsequential, fluffy stuff, I call that the fluffy myth, which, by the way, there's no data that backs this up. It's just mythology that we've carried through for many, many millennia now. The real truth is that we are these whole beings with this deep inner life that is much bigger than our inner selves, that's tapped into this universal mystery. At the end of the day, the Taoist said, if you name it, it's not the Tao, because it's such a mystery we can't even name. Every time we think we grasp it, the mystery opens up to be even bigger. And that's probably going to be the case for humanity until we evolve into another whole species. And so it's this yang dominant thinking that we have to be really mindful of. And it's hard to be mindful of because it's like the air we breathe and the water we swim in, like a fish swims in water. We swim in this yang dominant worldview. And that's where Jude's work and the new paradigm needed this new narrative that set the place for our existential unity. And that's the other piece where this gets misinterpreted. We think we have to go do unity. We have to go make a unitive project and then we'll be unified, right? Where it's not a question of creating the unity. Just like the Buddha said, enlightenment is not something you go attain. It's something you wake up into. It's something you develop, you expand into. And that's really our work right now, is to find this equanimity, to give grace, to give merit to this other metaphysical realm of being that has been so shortchanged, so denigrated. And for many of those who have, like me, who have walked a spiritual path all over the world, and people say stupid things like, oh, so did you find yourself yet? Right? And many of us have been really beat up for trying to walk that path and bring it forward as a path of dignity and as a way of work. And my encouragement is to honor that, to find place for it, to give it its due, because it may be even more due, even though yin and yang really, the nature of it is that equanimity. There has been so much focus on the yang. We can err on the side of the yin right now. I say, when in doubt, yin out, because we've got to begin to err on the side of the yin. And again, I really encourage people to start to think this way more than masculine feminine, because that masculine feminine is a very narrow bandwidth of energetics. And when we put things there, we limit the conversation. We make anybody who's not feminine wrong if we're trying to feminize things. We make a very crazy conversation about the role of masculinity into really, we put very odd dynamics, and it skews the conversation in very unhelpful ways. Not to say that work isn't good. It's good work. It's important work. And not to say that all the projects aren't good. You still have to feed kids. You still have to do this good work. The thing is, we call that good and enough, and that's not enough. If we don't expand into this beingness, if we don't give it its due honor in the place of causing the world we want, it's going to be much harder to get there. We need people to fund this work. We need people to, it's very easy when people want to give their money, they want to give it into, is it going to produce a project that I'll know the results of within a month or a year or whatever it is? And we have to break through that, because a lot of this work is emergent. And so we don't always know the end of it. And that's yin, right? The yang is, we know, here's the goal, here's what we did, we met it or we didn't. That's very yang dominant thinking. The yin is, there's mystery, there's emergence, there's the unknown. And so we have to give space for that. And so, when in doubt, err on the side of the being. and allow the doingness and giving your time and your dollars. Really, I think this is really important, because so much, this is a lot of what's going wrong with economics now, is it's so young dominant, young focused, that we're only paying for things that keep narrowing the bandwidth of what's really possible for us as a species.
Thank you, Jody. And thank you for that challenge. It was incredible. And now it was a perfect segue into Embody sharing a little bit about what we've learned about leadership in an emergent learning process. Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Tess, and all of us. And of course, I think in what has just been shared, there are a lot of parts of leadership also,
yes,
I would say, addressed and pointed out.
Yes.
And I guess I think that what I feel so beautiful in the DRTC context is that in order for us to decide whether it's in the being or the doing, we give ourselves full permission to be able to take a moment of stillness, of inner tranquility, of sensing, so that we can open ourselves up to other ways of listening, other ways of responding, and being present in that sense, even if sometimes that stillness might take a little bit too long for some. So being uncomfortable perhaps with that, we know the importance of coherence, of coming back into that right relationship that was named. We know how important it is that we all feel a sense of belonging within and in our context, and how we can offer that to others. And I think that's part of the practice that we do, and that we also bring in our weekly meetings, that sometimes we get too much, and then somebody can just say, oh wait, let's just take a breath. Where are we now? And that is seen as a strength, and that we know that really serves, and that we can trust that if it serves me, it probably will serve somebody else as well. So I think that's one of the important parts that I can see in the leadership that we bring forth. And in that also, the importance of timing. When do we respond, and when do we need to hold back? And I can remember, parts that we were thinking, my goodness, shouldn't we be doing? No, we're not there yet. Let's stay long. So knowing that as well, so that we can then, I guess, follow partly also our intuition, and partly what you were sharing, Jody, that sometimes it's very clear that it needs that yang energy, but that we are so aware that what we give attention from a certain intention impacts what we're actually doing. So that is something that I really love, that we're able to just acknowledge that and do that in our leadership, and that I also can practice in different contexts. And in that attention and intention, I would also say there is this way that we work with tensions itself, that we see that as information, that we see when there is a struggle or when I am irritated by something, that might hold information for the system or for myself. So there's always this dance between understanding myself, understanding the other, leading myself, leading the other. How does that relate to each other? And to be able to explore that and to see that as something that we should be voicing and putting at the table, and not holding back, if we've done of course, first a little bit of our own homework. And in the working with the coming towards the unitive narrative and working with the whole worldview, for me, an important part of my practice, as I've shared more, is the framework that we came up with when we were working with developing that, and all the preparations, I would say, that we've been doing in order to come to that unitive narrative with, and based on the beautiful books that Jude has written, is this framework of think cosmic, feel global, and act local. And it's such a simple 3 steps actually, and it's so, for me, it's so profound. So I just wanted to share that because we were used to, I don't know about you, but I was very used to working with think global, act local. But when we then came up with, hey, isn't it think cosmic, feel global, something happens. Something happens in the sense of that I expand my consciousness. I connect. I see myself in that cosmic realm, and I don't know everything about it, but thank goodness Jude has beautiful stories about it. But it does do something. And when I am not thinking global, where you can have all these kind of like the yang energy, let's say, but I'm feeling it. It comes from the heart. And I can just sense how, in my case, because I've been in a lot of places, it's easy, but anybody could do it. When you're doing that in a larger context, you can feel your heart opening and connecting to a larger space. It's coming from your heart, so you're still at the center, but it's not only you, it's a larger context. And then coming back to the place and local and putting it into hands, it doesn't mean when you're doing that you're not able to do something, but it's coming from a different perspective. And that for me really helps me to stay in that presence, in being able to let my intuition guide me when that is the best way to do it, but also work on meaning making if that is another way of doing it, connecting to our beautiful planet within that larger context, and do it playfully as well. And I think that is also extremely important, that we find that unique contribution that life has, that, like also Jude was sharing about soul, the unitive love, that ability for animals, for so many of us to play, is not to take away the seriousness of the complexity and the challenges that we're having, but to see that play is actually so important to help us open up that co-creative capacity that we have, and that is we're so yearning for, to put into practice.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. That was perfect. And now we have arrived at Inspire, and we want to close out our time with you, hopefully in a way that prompts some inspiration. And I think in this current environment, we cannot afford to diminish the importance of inspiration to continue to do the work that we came here to do. So we inspire ourselves, we inspire others, and we embrace inspiration to help us do what we need to do. So let's have some closing remarks from our inspired and inspiring presenters. And Joni, I wonder if you might go first.
I'd be happy to, because I love to pick up on Anne-Marie's think cosmic, feel global, and act local.
Perfect.
A lot of what brought us to this era was the self-help, the self-development movement, really beautiful and critical movement. And like all movements, they hit walls. And one of the walls is that we start to spin out into self, 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 and it gets a little narcissistic. And so it's now time to blossom into the consciousness of our unity, the consciousness that we are part of a whole, and that your prayers and your intentions open up. I encourage you, open up, include the world. Pray for the people who are in the toughest, worst positions, the people you least want to pray for. They're the ones to pray for. The ones who you feel the most at odds with. Try to move beyond that sense of tension into the knowing that I am one. No matter how discordant I feel with some of the leaders, especially here in the US, we're in trouble now. And yet I'm one with all. And if that is so, my work is much bigger than me. And so my encouragement is to take a breath, tune in, and know that our individual selves are always a work in progress. That self-development is never done. It's always work to be done. And yet it can't be the end all be all. It has to be, so what? And now what? And so please ask that question on a regular basis. I now feel this, and so what? And now what? How do I bring this into the greater reality so that we all live in a peaceful, just, and compassionate world?
Thank you, Joni. Anne-Marie, would you go next?
Yeah, that's beautiful, Joni. And I guess the work in progress is something that I would like to share about and to encourage us to come together around that, and to come together with a question that we're holding in our hearts. Because when we come with a question, and even if the question is blank, it opens up a space between us that can become visible. Whilst when I come in with my story, I might be missing that. And I think in these times where we are really have created for ourselves that we're so challenged with so many things, how to adjust and how to go along with that metamorphosis that we don't know and how it exactly works. That is, I think, something that we can really be supportive of, especially if we can keep our hearts open. And if that's difficult, then at least connect to the universal heart, because then the heart can, then that love can flow. Sometimes our own hearts can't open. It's too painful, but I still can perhaps imagine that I have that connection. And my experience is that it then just lands, it comes, and it helps. It really does help if we love each other more.
May I say one more thing, Tess? There's really a lot of fear going right now, and we turn that often into a meta enemy. They this, they that. And I really encourage, there's two things, fear or love. And when you're feeling that or reading a lot of the literature that's circulating now about those people, and that othering is what tears the world apart. And is completely antithetical to what's so, according to science, and all Jude's work is completely coherent with all the major religions and with the wisdom traditions. And so really, when you feel yourself immersed there, switch the channel and find the love.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Joni. And thank you for adding that. And Jude, closing remarks.
Thank you, everyone. I'd just like to go back to what Tez, you said originally and initially, and Anne-Marie just alluded to, and Joni too. We're framing the current challenges, existential threats and challenges, as a meta crisis. And yet, when we can reframe them as a metamorphosis, what we realize is that we are in the evolutionary flow of the universal impulse that's literally flowing through us. And if we can frame what is happening now with all its challenges as a work in progress, nonetheless, we perhaps can appreciate that we are thousands upon thousands and progressively millions of folks are awakening to this understanding around the world. And they and we are the imaginal cells of the emergent potential human butterfly and beyond. So as we come together, as we link up and lift up, light up, level up with each other, we literally are forming the new body, the new legs, the wings, and above all, perhaps the new eyes through which to see the world. And that really is the service of the DRTC. And to describe ourselves as servant leaders, we are in service to this greater flow that's flowing through all of us. And we encourage each other, and we encourage everyone listening to our panel. I would encourage you to consider yourself not as a role model, but as a soul model, to truly embody, as we're all inviting you and us ourselves, into this realization of who we really are. And I'd just like to complete by the words that complete the unity narrative. And these are words by Teilhard de Chardin. And he said, someday we will harness the energies of love. And love is what we're all speaking of and to. And then for a second time in the history of the world, humanity will have discovered fire. And I think what we feel is that someday is here and now. And as we wake up to the radical reality of a unitive perspective and unitive narrative and unitive consciousness, we'll discover as a species, and perhaps for the first time, who we really are, and vitally who we can evolve to become. So that's why we show up and hopefully get out of the way to serve the DRTC and all the emergence that's flowing through and from it.
Oh, so beautiful. Yes. So we no longer believe or support that myth of separation. Today, right here and now, as a collective whole, we awaken to the reality of our oneness. We embrace and embody our beautiful diversity within that oneness. And we inspire opportunities to work together to bring love and light to our planet, for that is ours to do. So thank you, everyone here. Thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tess, for beautiful guidance.
Thank you, Tess. Thank you, Joni, Anne-Marie,
Thank
Garth
you.
and Jim for looking after us and everyone who's with us.
Gratitude all around, including those who we can't see, but
Absolutely.
we are with us.
Always.
Always. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Hello, friends, and welcome to a very special summit panel today with a dear friend and teacher, David Guillaume. For those of you who are not familiar with David Guillaume's work, he is a world-renowned podcaster, co-founder of Mary Ruth Organics, and has personally donated 30,000 hours of one-on-one coaching time to students around the world. He's also led over 2,000 seminars globally, in person and live. I had the privilege and honor of being at one with him in New York a couple of months ago. Cannot recommend it enough if you're new to his work. And David is a world-renowned expert in all things Kabbalah. I know when I met David about 8-9 years ago, he changed my life, helped me find my soulmate, and get to live the life of my dreams. And that's why I was adamant with Humanity's team that we get to share his beautiful wisdom with you today on this special panel. So David, thank you for being here with us.
Thank you, Jen. What an introduction. I appreciate that.
Well, David, I have a funny little aside for you. I was just at a dinner before this, and I realized in more ways than one, I wouldn't have my soulmate if it weren't for you. I'm always retelling the story of how I met my soulmate. And I don't know if you remember this, but there's in Kabbalah this idea called restriction. And I was going through a divorce. You coached me through it from A to Z and were helping me to presence my soulmate. And I put myself on dating sites. And you said, Jen, if you want to find your soulmate, you have to restrict, you have to push away finding your soulmate. I said, this man is crazy. How am I supposed to find my soulmate? And I just realized at dinner today, David, that had it not been for you telling me to take myself off dating sites, I wouldn't have been able to recognize my now husband because I would have been inundated with all these other emails and vying for attention. So ladies, gentlemen, everyone out there, if you want your soulmate, this is your teacher. So David, without further ado, why don't you tell us a little bit about Kabbalah and how its wisdom has impacted your life, your businesses, and what you're up to in the world and helping millions of people.
Yeah, that is the number one question people ask is how do I find my soulmate?
I figured. I thought it would be a good story to start with.
I mean, everyone's always so curious about manifestation and how to manifest the life of their dreams. But one of the things that we're going to learn in Kabbalah, and I'll share an intro to it in a moment, is that when our soul came down to this world, the creator, the universe, however you want to describe it, created for us all the fulfillment that we will ever need, want, or desire, even fulfillment that we don't even know that we want yet. Created that, and it came down to this world with our soul. So it's not a matter of going out there, like having a scavenger hunt and trying to find my soulmate. Kabbalah basically says one thing: the energy of everything you're looking for has already been created. The fact that you want something is because the fulfillment of that thing exists, causing you to want it. You would never want something that didn't already exist, waiting for you to manifest it. And the way you reveal that light, the way you reveal that fulfillment, the way you reveal that soulmate or that wealth or that employee that you really want to hire, or bringing that child down to the world that you want to get pregnant, you want to be a mother or a father. All of these are forms of manifestation. For some people, it's very easy. Some people, it's very difficult. It all comes down to one thing. And this is the essence of Kabbalah: to create the vessel that can hold and capture that energy. People are always looking for the energy, going out there looking for the thing that will make them fulfilled. The energy has already been revealed and will come right to you when you create the vessel for it. So in the same way that a 100-watt bulb can only hold 100 watts of energy, our soul is like a bulb, it's a vessel. And some people have a 100-watt soul, but they crave 1,000 watts of energy, 1,000-watt soulmate, 1,000-watt financial situation, 1,000-watt friendship circle, 1,000-watt lifestyle. No problem. If you want 1,000 watts, it's because it wants you. But we got to change the bulb. If you shove 1,000 watts into a 100-watt bulb, you're going to have a flash of light and then a darkness. You're going to have a short circuit. So Kabbalah is basically teaching people. The word Kabbalah means to receive, how to receive. And so the essence of this wisdom is that my soul comes to this world, and it actually comes with darkness and negativity, qualities that are opposite that of the creator, such as fear and anger, control, lack, and anxiety, all of these qualities that our soul actually carries into this world. And our job, our only work, is to transform all the qualities that are opposite the vibration of the creator. And by doing so, everything that is meant for your soul will come to you. If your focus is anything else, such as changing other people, such as going out there to find this energy, you will find yourself in a detour and not manifesting the true fulfillment that you're looking for. Instead, the work is, how do I identify these qualities inside myself and then transform them? And luckily, the way we identify them is our soul has chosen other souls since the beginning of time to enter our movie, to enter our destiny, that act as mirrors, that act as triggers, that act as vessels that will be able to manifest our giving. Whatever it is, we each have relationships. Some of them were very maybe toxic or difficult or challenging. Many people might be divorced and say, I wish I never met this person, or I wish these scenarios didn't happen. But the truth is, your soul actually chose each one of these people, including your parents, because they were the best souls that could have activated and brought up what we call our tikkun, our negative qualities, so that we can see them and transform them. You don't have trauma because you were abused. The abuse brought up the trauma that you brought from a past life. So if my soul has a fear of abandonment that it comes to the world with, my soul will actually choose parents that might be emotionally unavailable or that will get divorced. Not because now they're causing me to have this fear, but they're actually awakening that which I carried into the world, that I desire to transform. And by transforming, I become like the vibration of the creator. And then I enter the world of miracles. And we have this test all day long. So that's the simple foundation of what the wisdom of Kabbalah is. It's ancient, universal, spiritual wisdom before all religion, before anything that divides us, this wisdom is explaining the blueprint of your soul and the reason why you came to this world.
Yeah, that's why I've been such a huge fan of your work, David, since we first met many years ago. I really truly feel it is how to win at the game of life. When people say, well, what is this Kabbalah thing you're always referencing? I say, have you ever played a video game or board game? You need the rules of the game. If you're playing Monopoly, you need to know pass, go, collect $200. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to buy property or get out of jail, right? And I say Kabbalah is like the rule book for how to win at the game of life that nobody ever gave us. And I think that's why your wisdom, David, is so deeply resonating with people around the world. And as I'm filling in right now to the questions that some of you have out there, what I'm hearing is, but what about pain, David? What about heartache? Why are there wars? Why is there rape and awful things in the world? This is one of my favorite things that I share with people around Kabbalah, because I find it, when you understand the wisdom, it can help you to find peace in your heart about some of the things that are most challenging to reconcile. Do you have any thoughts or wisdom around that?
Yeah, that's a great question. People ask this question all the time. Why is there pain? Why can't I just come into a world and it's very easy. I attract my soulmate. I'm attracted only to those people that are good for me. I feel repelled by those that aren't good for me. I see it clearly. I know what my purpose is. I don't have fear. I don't have anxiety. I don't have stress. Why can't that naturally be the progression of all souls that come to this world? Why can't we all just be good people and get along and so on and so forth? So the soul, before it came to this world, the soul actually asked to come to a world of darkness so that it can have the free will to reveal the light. Meaning, if the creator said, hey, listen, I'm just going to give you everything because that's my nature, to give. The creator's essence is to give. So I'm going to give you everything the moment you're born, you're going to have all of it. That sounds good in theory, but we are only truly fulfilled when we feel that we have earned our fulfillment. We are the cause of it. The analogy is, if when your child turns 18, you give your child everything, all the wealth you've created, the businesses you created, whatever you've created from scratch that you worked so hard for, that you went through so much pain to develop, you hand that to your child. What's going to happen is he might think that this is what he wants. Now he has a credit card that he can spend unlimited on. Now he has respect and power. Everyone's going to listen to him. But the truth is, he's going to always feel this shame inside of his heart. Because when we receive something that we are not the cause of earning or creating, we always feel shame. It's hard for us to look in the eyes of the giver. We want to own our own home. We want to own our own business. We want to create our own children. No one's running around trying to take care of the children of other people. We want to be the creators of our joy. So the creator said, well, if you want this reality, I must put you in a world where you don't know who your soulmate is, where you're only attracted to toxicity and you're actually repelled by what's good for you. Everything's going to be backwards and confusing. And your job will be to choose your soul, to choose the light, to choose the light in the darkness. The only way to have that choice is to have pain and to have darkness. Now, let's take it a step further. Do we actually need pain and suffering in this world? Technically, we do not. Why? Because when a person learns Kabbalah, what they're learning is, hey, here's the path to becoming like the creator. Kabbalah is just learning the qualities of the creator and becoming like the creator. By you doing so, you will enter the most direct path to your fulfillment. So imagine I put my destination in a GPS. Let's say I put it in Waze. I say I'm trying to get from Los Angeles to Santa Monica. It's about a 20-minute drive. If I follow the GPS, the map that I'm given, I'll get there in the most direct way. And here's the amazing thing about the GPS. It knows all the traffic. It knows the closed streets. It knows the best direction, the best pathway to take. But what if I said, hey, listen, I think I know better. I want to do it my way. I have feelings. I have desires. I want to go this way. I want to take Sunset Boulevard. I want to take, the 405. I just feel like I know more. What's going to happen is this detour is going to take me longer. And I'm going to run into difficulties. Maybe there's a marathon happening. Maybe there's a street closure. Maybe there's a fire. Maybe there's a flood. So now I'm going through pain and it's taking longer. But here's what's amazing. The GPS doesn't judge you. Every time you make a turn that is a wrong turn, different than what the GPS told you, what does the GPS say? It says recalculating. I will now recalculate for you the best path given your choice. Yeah, it's adding a few minutes, but the universe is always acting as our spiritual GPS, recalculating. If you choose a relationship, and this relationship is actually preventing you from doing your spiritual work, and I'll give you an example in a moment, the universe says, fine, you make the choice, now I have to recalculate. I actually gave a seminar this morning online. It was about 400 people came on, and one woman came up and said, I'm going through a divorce, and I have one child, and my daughter, who's a teenager, doesn't want to be with me, wants to be with her father. And so now I've lost my husband, I've lost my daughter, and I even quit my job, and I'm starting a new career, and I just feel really alone. Why is this happening to me? After I asked her a few questions, I noticed, and she acknowledged, that part of her correction in this world, this lifetime, is she's a people pleaser. She's the one that gives to everybody and sacrifices herself as the martyr to save everybody else. So much so that even after her divorce, she gave her life to her ex-husband to help with his addiction issues, meaning she's always deleting herself to be a giver, which in theory actually sounds like a very noble thing to do. And it is one of the qualities of the Creator, to be a giver. But the second part of our spiritual work is to also become a vessel that can receive the energy. We must act like the Creator, but we also must expand our vessel and desire to receive. And when a person gives their whole life for other people, for their career, for their children. I know a lot of parents who just stop being who their essence, authentic essence is for their children, and it seems very noble. But when you lose yourself, when you delete yourself, when you're always looking for everyone else's validation and approval, what's happening here is you are not doing your spiritual work. Your soul came to this world to remove your need for validation, and all you're doing now is over-giving to everyone to get everyone's validation. So pain has to step in. A recalculation has to occur to pull you out of this scenario so that you work on yourself to expand who you are to be the greatest version of yours. So what happened was the Creator arranged a scenario that her husband would leave her and her child would leave her because she was hiding behind both of them as the martyr, as the people pleaser, as the savior. And this actually happens to people who have the savior tikkun, the savior soul correction. Whatever they're trying to save, everyone goes, oh, thank you so much for all of that. I appreciate that. Now we're going to leave you. Because what the Creator is arranging a scenario for you to start investing in yourself, to believe in yourself, to love yourself, and to expand your desire to take care of yourself. Because now you have more to give, and that's how you elevate to your highest self. So pain does come when we are ignoring the signs of what we came to this world to transform. So pain has to come as the final thing that will push us to the next level.
What I'm being called to ask and share right now, David, is probably one of the most valuable things I've learned from you in the last 9 years that I've taught many other people since then. And it's this idea of talking to God and talking to pain. Of course, here we are on Humanities team. Neil Donald Walsh wrote the book Conversations with God many years ago, bestseller. And here you are, modern day, talking about how do we have these conversations with the Creator? And when we have pain, whether it's physical pain, emotional pain, psychological pain, how do we begin to talk out loud to the Creator, to the pain, to understand? Because it's in the not knowing, it's in the fear and uncertainty, which I know certainty is another big thing that you teach, that we shut down and we say to ourselves, I'm not going to survive this. Where instead, what if we could shift it and say, pain, I remember when you were coaching me through the divorce years ago, you said, Jen, can you do this from love, not fear? If there's fear, if there's pain, you're not ready to get the divorce. But if you can come from a place of love, then it's from there you'll know you're ready for the divorce. So how do we make that shift from being reactive to the pain to beginning to dance with it, to talk to the pain, to talk to the Creator, and understand how this is all happening for us rather than to us?
Okay. That's a great question. There's a couple of questions in there.
Yes.
And a couple of very powerful points. So first, one of the things that the sages share and say for thousands of years is if you're talking to human beings more than you're talking to the Creator, is a problem.
I love that.
Why do I love this idea of a conversation with the Creator? Because what does it mean to pray? Religion has kind of tarnished a little bit, tainted a little bit this concept of prayer. Most people have learned that prayer is, I'm uncomfortable, I'm going through some kind of pain, so I call out to this powerful being up there, and I say, hey, look, I think there's a mistake here. This shouldn't be happening. I think the universe has made a mistake. The algorithm, I think, has a bug. And I'm asking you to stop making me so uncomfortable. You know, this fact that I'm single, or the sickness, or this issue, like, please, God, change this scenario so that my life is better. This is how people think of prayer. I'm uncomfortable, so I bribe God to change my uncomfortable situation. But we've learned that the Creator is not a person or a boss or some force that we worship. The Creator is the endless force of fulfillment that is already everywhere, not moving or changing, that is already revealed. And within the Creator is all the fulfillment we're looking for. So when a person is looking for their soulmate, they're really looking for a connection to the light of the Creator, which then manifests as a physical person in their life. But if you're just looking for the physical person, you're never going to get it. If you're just looking for the money, you're never going to get it. If you're just looking for the thing, it's going to come and go and come and go, and you're always going to feel up and down in your life. So if you realize that your connection to the light of the Creator is what removes the darkness, and then in the physical world will manifest as your purpose and healing and love and so on and so forth. Now we understand that, what do I need to do to connect with this light? Prayer is a methodology that doesn't change God. There's nothing to change. It changes my vessel and capacity to receive the energy that's already there. So when I actually talk out loud to the Creator in my own language, in my own way, and I just have a conversation, what I'm doing, the power of my words, is actually expanding my spiritual vessel to receive clarity. Prayer actually changes something in your frequency, which is why when people pray, they see results. It's not that my prayer convinced something out there to be different towards me. My prayer actually convinced me to be different. If I talk to the Creator and I say, Creator, please give me certainty, and you should try this, by the way, at home. Give me certainty for 5 minutes. You're going to have more certainty, because asking for certainty, desiring certainty, and speaking words that energetically draw certainty, all of a sudden now your vessel expands and the light of certainty comes. When you pray for a soulmate, you say, please, I want to meet my soulmate. I want to meet my soulmate. What's going to happen is your vessel and desire for a soulmate expands. The light of soulmate comes, but listen very carefully. When that light of soulmate comes, it comes right up to your soul and says, hey, wait 1 second. I can't reveal myself until you remove your fear of abandonment. So what we're going to do, because the light wants to be revealed and it starts pressing on the soul, you're going to start feeling pressure and anxiety, and you're going to start having a few tests around awakening your abandonment issue. Because by solving that, healing that, then the soulmate can come. So just because you pray for a physical thing out there doesn't mean you get it. You get the energy of it, but then the energy stops right here and says, until you transform, I can't come in, but let's now start a process. So for example, when someone told me that they started to say, I want a loving long-term relationship. And this happened to you too. Then what she said, that ever since she asked for it, men stopped asking her out. And she's like, I don't understand. Ever since I started studying Kabbalah, now nobody wants to ask me out. I used to have like a few dates a week. And I said, yeah, because one, you're clarifying your desire. You're saying you want your soulmate. So now the Creator is removing all the riffraff. All the people who are wasting your time, they can't find you anymore in the algorithm of life. You asked for that. But the second thing is, now that you're not being asked out, now that no one has interest in you, or it seems, it's awakening your self-esteem issues that you've never dealt with. You've always kept yourself busy and flirted with men to get attention, and you use that as your validation. So now the Creator is saying, if you want your soulmate, which is this vibration, You have to expand your vessel and get there, and you have to let go of the need for validation. Hence why for the next month or two, no one's going to speak to you. So these are the tests that we go through. Prayer, there's two things you can ask for. Number one, you can ask for the quality of the creator to come inside you, and it will come right away. You want certainty, you want strength, you want vision, you want the power to give in times where all you want to do is shut down. You can pray for that. You can also pray for the things of fulfillment that you want, but you need to know that that energy will then push you to transform yourself before you do receive it.
Yeah, it's part of my practice, David, and I share this with so many people. It's very simple, is write down questions. I have it on a list on my phone in the notes section or wherever you want to keep it as part of your meditation or whatever, is have questions that you plan to ask the creator every day. If I want to go on a trip, I was on 30 flights in less than 6 weeks, and not a single flight was canceled, delayed, any issues. And every day I would say, Creator, do I have permission to go today? Creator, give me the strength and certainty. Creator, this is one of my favorite prayers I say, Creator, if you know, or please know that I'm going to make plans with the highest and best of intentions. However, if for any reason these plans I'm conjuring up in my little human mind are not in my highest and best good or that of humanity, please lovingly, easily, and effortlessly redirect these plans to whatever's going to bring me closer to you into the light. And it's all been out of your mentorship, David, and just kind of creating this list. And I guard that time. People say you spend 2 hours every day. And I'm like, there is no other time that I will protect as vigilantly as the time that I spend talking to God.
That is so powerful. And if people are listening to Jen, just listen to even the frequency. When she says, if I'm meant to do this or I'm meant to do that, guide me. What she's really doing is talking to herself energetically and releasing her need to control. And that's why her vessel expands and becomes closer to the light of the creator, because she now became more like the light. So prayer is this really fun way that the sages gave us thousands of years ago, conversationally with the creator, to release ourselves of the negativity and the limitations. And then the light that's already there can come in. So I love that example. It's very beautiful.
Well, you inspired it, David. So I'm just so grateful to be able to be here with you to share your wisdom. Everybody, if you don't know David's work, he has a world-renowned podcast. He's doing a global tour right now. I just saw you're going to be with Deepak in Antarctica, which will be amazing. So I'm so glad that worked out. Two of my favorite humans on the same boat. So definitely go to his David Guillaume website to find out more about that. And David, just in closing, I would love to hear, are there any other pieces of wisdom or something I didn't ask or that the creator is calling you to share with our audience today as we close this beautiful wisdom that you've been sharing with us?
Well, first I'll say I've been very lucky at a young age, at the age of 15, to be exposed to this wisdom. And it's not my wisdom by any means. And it's brought so many miracles in my life in virtually every department. I should not have the blessings I have today, and I would not have if it was not for this wisdom. So it is my desire that everybody knows what it is and has access to it. And wherever you are in the world, whatever you study, whoever you follow, you don't have to change a thing. Bring the wisdom of Kabbalah to what you do. Every background of religion follows my content, and they use Kabbalah to enhance what they already are connected to and believe in. And that's the first way I would say to access this wisdom. And the second thing is, the most important thing every day is to have complete certainty that everything that is happening right now in your life is absolutely the way the creator intended it and your soul intended it. And even though it looks dark, it looks confusing, and the answers aren't there, instead of trying to reach for the answers and try to fight the pain and get rid of the pain as fast as possible, my first suggestion is stay in the pain, lean into the lack, and have certainty that this is good. First, get to a place where you say you love the pain and you fully accept it. Because the moment you do that, you're now in agreement with the vibration of the creator in the universe. Otherwise, why would this situation be there? Once you reach that vibration, then all the solutions will come. So that's actually how you get out of the pain, is by truly, unconditionally having certainty and loving the pain. 1 second, just 1 second of true certainty and unconditional love for the pain is all you need to remove the pain forever. But if you're fighting the pain, you'll be fighting it forever.
What I'm being called to finish with here, David, is that the pain we're fighting is really ourselves. I had a profound insight come to me about 9 months ago, cumulative of all your teachings and the many teachings I've studied over the last 2 decades. And as I was shown this, I had this fear that I had to save the world. I don't know if anybody else ever had this, but when I was a little girl, I had these nightmares. I had to save the world, and then I had dreams as a teenager. And so a friend of mine takes me through this meditative process, and I said I wanted to work on this, having to save the world thing. And when I went into this, I was dead sober into this meditative state. All of a sudden, the creator, David, started laughing at me. And it's like, you're so cute. There is nothing and no one to save. And I want you to remember that. But your only purpose, as is everybody else's, is to remember the spark of light in your own soul. Re-remember it. Re-remember that thing that the creator gave us that we forgot so we could go through this experience of life. And once we've re-remembered that spark of light, to look for the spark of light in every human being you meet. So I invite us all as we close today, look for and listen for the spark of light in yourself. Look for and listen for the spark of light in the pain, in the creator, in your ex-husband. And the last thing I'll leave you with is something David said recently in one of your podcasts, David, and it's been so life-changing for me, is bless your blessings. If you have an ex-husband, an ex-wife, a person, a business partner who screwed you, they brought blessings in some way in your life. So see if you can find the light, even in the darkest parts. Thank you for being here with all of us.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Stephanie James, and I am so excited to be here with Shamini Jan. Shamini, thank you so much for being here for the Global Summit.
I'm so excited to be part of it. Thank you so much for having me as part of this conversation.
Well, I think it's such an essential conversation because so many people right now are trying to navigate through tricky times, and that's really what we're talking about during our time together is how do we thrive during these really difficult and challenging times right now? And I know in our previous conversations, Shamini, we've talked about the wonderful things that that are great resources for us as we're faced with these challenges kind of in our day-to-day world right now.
It's no accident that while we're facing a deep sadness and grief about the state of our humanity, let's just be, completely frank, we're seeing the polarization, the division, the false sense of separation, the violence. It's all very real, and it really triggers us into different kinds of fear responses. And we know about the vagus nerve. Many of us know about polyvagal theory that's been, forwarded by our dear friend, Stephen Porges. A lot of people follow polyvagal theory. And in case no one is familiar with what polyvagal theory is, it's a theory of how the vagus nerve, which is the biggest cranial nerve in our body, responds to threat. And so there's a lot we can learn from the science of how we perceive threat and how we might work with it. But there's also a lot we can learn from polyvagal theory about how we best respond to it. So I don't know if we have time or want to necessarily, Stephanie, get into the science of all of that, but there's some key takeaways. In polyvagal theory, which is a theory, by the way, and I love Stephen Porges is an amazing scientist, amazing thinker and human being. He's a dear colleague and friend, along with his wife, Sue Morter, who is the mother of oxytocin research. And they're so passionate about the evolution of humanity and what they have learned from the science of both oxytocin and the vagus nerve to help orient us from a place of fear to a place of love. And when Steve talks about polyvagal theory, he talks about the different aspects of the vagus. and how, yes, there is a part of our autonomic nervous system functioning that we quite well know puts us into fight or flight or freeze. But there's another aspect of the vagus that he talks about, the ventral vagus, which helps to guide us more into a state of presence, into a state of relaxation, into a state that's more resonant with a feeling of love. So the question is, how do we move, right, from the state of alarm, of freeze, of, oh my God, of immobilization, of sadness, to a place of creativity, to a place of resonance, even to a place of joy, without spiritual bypassing, right? Without turning a blind eye and saying, oh, well, never mind what's going on out there. I'm just going to focus on what's going on here and everything's just fine. We can't really do that, right? Because whatever's reflected on the outside is absolutely a reflection of what's inside. Mother Teresa might have said it best, because she said, if you want to change the world, go home and love your family. And the first family member that we have to love is ourselves. So it starts right here, and every time I'll just share for myself, when I look out at the world and I start feeling incensed, or I start feeling hopeless or despairing, the first thing that I do personally to address that vagus nerve activity, that activation of the sympathetic or even the freeze aspect of the dorsal vagus, with those sort of let me respond to threat responses, is just to hold myself in what I'm feeling. First and foremost, acknowledge what we're feeling. We don't need to bypass this. We don't need to pretend like it's not happening. We don't need to pretend like it's not crucial or important. This division that we are seeing is a huge human lesson. And the first lesson I believe that we're learning is how to grow up emotionally. And the first part of growing up emotionally is being with our feeling. And from an energy point of view, it makes perfect sense. There's a big link, as you might know, Stephanie, with energy, biofield, Shakti, whatever terms we want to call this beautiful embodiment of vibration that we all are, and emotion. In fact, some people sometimes confuse emotions with energy. And the truth is, energy is behind the emotion. Emotions are an expression of energy. And energy is what's going to shift our entire world, our connection with the world. I'm very, passionate about this. I really, truly believe it. So the first step is tending to the energy and the presence of our emotion, and really holding that in a space of love and tenderness for ourselves first, so that we can then hold that presence and space for others.
Beautiful. It reminds me again of Rumi's poem, The Guest House, where, for people that don't know who Rumi is, he's a 13th century Sufi poet. And in The Guest House, he's talking about embracing and loving whatever shows up at your door, that this being human is a guest house. So whatever shows up, welcome it in. And Shamani, I'm hearing you say that it's important to have whatever is up for us held in this place of love and compassion, that it's not just for when we're feeling good, it's for when we're feeling scared or anxious. And that those are the important things to really tune into. I can hold whatever shows up. And that's an important piece of this.
And if we can hold it for ourselves, then we're better able to hold it for others. And it's actually critical, honestly, that we take long pauses in the day. We're in the middle of a government shutdown. Again, what's happening outside is reflective of also the turning toward what needs to happen inside. What would happen, not if we had a shutdown, but just more pauses, right? More pauses in our day. Maybe we don't need to be frenetically overdoing toward some end that we don't even believe in, right? Productivity at all costs, like all of the sort of wounded masculine approach that's been driving, kind of a lopsided approach to living that we have all been living for some time. So rather than freak out about the government shutdown, we could even see it as an invitation to lock in here, right? To just literally do, as Roland McCready likes to say, the heart lock in, to just lock in here, take a pause, whether it's a moment of joy, which is nice, like, oh, let me take a pause and just savor this medicine, this moment of joy. let my nervous system relax. Let my healing response be amplified just because I'm taking a pause to acknowledge what feels good. And then when I don't feel good, let me see if I can be brave and turn towards that with a moment of pause to just allow myself to feel what I'm feeling and know, like the ebbs and flows of energy. This is an emotion where I can just simply watch the wave. I don't even have to ride the wave, right? I can just watch the wave and then see what happens and then see what a compassionate response might look like. So it's really easy for us to point fingers, and there's real work that we need to do. There's no question. There are things that we will need to do to stand up for human rights, to hold our brothers and sisters who are suffering in compassion. And so it's not about inaction, but it's about that beautiful pause as an act of ahimsa. Ahimsa meaning non-violence. And, that's a central tenet of Jainism, which is the spiritual tradition that I was born and raised in, that I feel so privileged to be part of. So in Jainism, we talk about ahimsa or non-violence, not as inaction. And by the way, non-violence doesn't even mean peace, because we may not be feeling at peace, but we can still choose to be non-violent. And turning toward the pause is the first step in the nonviolent path.
And what would that look like, Shamini? When people say pause, is that meditation? Is it just taking a break in the middle of your day? I think I remember from past conversations that you might be a nap advocate like I am.
Boy, if I could get a nap, I would take one. I love my dad. He's 86 years old. He naps frequently, and it's amazing. He's totally on the go. I guess I must have gotten it from him. But, in between now, because he's 86, he takes those power naps, and they're great. So for those of you who are privileged enough to be able to nap during the day, highly recommend a nervous system reset. And the science says that 20 minutes or less is great. It won't disrupt your sleep if you can nap it in 20-minute periods or less. That's really great. You should do that. My favorite ways these days are going into nature. Number one thing that I love to do to take my pause is to walk out in my backyard and sit with my trees or go commune with the flowers and kind of just be expanded beyond the human realm at this time, away from screens, listening, watching, taking in the vibrations of nature and the wisdom of nature and the guidance from nature in a pause. And the science, of course, supports this too. The ancient Japanese practice of Shinrin Yoku, which is not just hiking, but taking in the forest, quietly going in the forest and just listening, or whatever nature we have. It's a huge way. And the other way is just to simply take a pause to breathe and ground. Breathe into our bodies. So we can take a moment to do that right now, right here. You take a nice breath in and just notice where it lands. Just breathing. And then to allow ourselves a more sense of grounded presence, because often when that sympathetic nervous system or even the dorsal vagus is activated, we can get really mental and our energy may be up here. So we want to bring our energy all the way into our body and feel our whole body to calm the nervous system and augment a healing response. And so the way to do that is to feel our breath and then direct it down into the hips. Direct it down into the base of the spine. And direct it down the legs out to the feet so that any tension, any stagnant energy, any worry, and anger, with each breath, we can allow that to just sort of ground into the earth and dissolve. Ground into the earth and dissolve. And, there are fun things that I like to do that I teach in my courses and workshops. In fact, I have one coming up at Shivananda Ashram in the Bahamas in November called Embody the Goddess, where we're going to be working specifically with sound and breath and movement as ways to bring us back into compassion.
I can tell you right now, just doing the breathing with you in this moment, I feel so much better. It's something that we can utilize right here and right now. That's the beauty of what the science shows us, is that literally our healing is occurring in every microsecond. And even these breaths that we take will completely alter your nervous system in such a short amount of time. So imagine if we make that a daily practice. There's data on breathing, there's data on singing, there's data on dancing, expressive writing, so many ways to express where we are, our emotions, how we're feeling, or just moving energy. And when we move energy, we move charge, we move emotions, and we affect the hormone and the immune system in positive ways. That keeps us not only resilient, but creative during these times, because we do need to move into co-creation, right? We all want to birth the world that we know is possible. And so to do that, engaging in the arts as part of our practice will really help guide us toward that birth of the new world. It's very important. And it frees up our energy. It moves that stagnation from stuck emotions. Well, and I'm really hearing that piece of like each person's healing matters. And it's one of those things where each one of us are those essential golden threads in the tapestry of humanity. So as each person does this and resources themselves, they are helping to help change the world, because they're literally helping to change the vibration of the world. 100%. We are all facets of the one, right? This is the Global Oneness Summit. We are all one together. We're practicing together. And yet we are all these beautiful, unique embodiments and expressions of Shakti herself, of the divine manifest power that has brought consciousness into form. You are that. We are that. So as we transform ourselves, we transform the world, and our vibration speaks volumes. Well, and for those people who say, well, what is something I can do? Because I'm hearing the breath work, I'm hearing some of these things, but I'm stuck in traffic, or I'm, in a place where I can't really get to nature. Beyond breath work, are there things that we can do to kind of pattern interrupt, if you will? Yeah, I will say number one is breath. That one was beyond breath. But why beyond breath? Breath is life. Every time we are consciously breathing, we are communing with the divine. That's really the truth. So I would encourage us to think that breath itself could honestly be enough. We all are always looking for the newest tool, the newest practice. Yeah, there's some other things that I like to do, even in the car and traffic, that I'll share. Singing is one, but full stop. It's kind of breath work too. It's breath and sound. It's working with energy. So literally singing your favorite song in traffic, or just belting your guts out to a heavy metal tune because you're irritated about, the road rage somebody just threw on you or whatever it was. Sing, breathe. Singing and breathing will again activate that part of the vagus nerve activity in our body that allows for the rest and digest and the calming of the nervous system. There are studies on singing showing us that when we sing on a regular basis, devotional songs or otherwise, we can actually positively affect cell aging in the body. So if you want to practice in the car, sing to your favorite songs. You're kind of breathing, and that's kind of part of the medicine. But that's a really great practice. And then, we have to be gentle with ourselves. It's normal in these times for many of us to go into what we call rumination, right? Rumination, a cow chewing its cud, literally is what it is. Like we're chewing on our thoughts over and over again. We're rehearsing thoughts. We're rehearsing scenarios. Well, what if this happened? What if I had just said this? What if I had done this? What if I should I do? There's just like the constant mind. Well, what's happening? We've actually lost track of where we are in the body. And so we've lost our grounding. So if we can marry back the peace of being in the body, well, maybe it's not peace, but just an awareness of the tension in the body. And we can breathe into that. Yes, breathe again. Breathe into that. It will actually help to disengage our attention from that monkey mind, which is going to continue to do its thing, right? It doesn't help to try to just say, I'm going to stop the monkey mind. Very few people are able to do that in the world. But what we can do is choose where we place our attention.
And if we marry the body with the mind, i.e., marry the feminine with the masculine, that helps heal us, that helps heal the world.
So beautiful. Again, even as you're talking about it, Shamini, I find myself just taking these deep breaths with you as you're speaking, and I can just feel that. I feel that parasympathetic nervous system coming on board. Even though I felt really relaxed and happy getting on here, I can feel that more blissful mellowness coming through me as we do that, as we're doing this, as we're having this conversation and breathing more breath. What for you?
Medicine, yeah. It's how medicine. It brings us, it's not only a band-aid, so yes, we need to be able to be empowered to calm our nervous system. But I want to stress, and I think you said this, Stephanie, there's that blissful aspect that we can touch into, which is our true nature. So it's medicine, but it's also medicine for the world, in addition to ourselves, because when we are in that place, we can move with more compassionate presence, less defensiveness, more openness, more ability to listen and hear different perspectives, which is part of the medicine for our times, is to hear without judgment. So all of that is really important, and regulating our nervous system will help us get to that place that we want, where we can live in harmony, we can live with oneness. So I would offer this. The next time we feel triggered from a conversation, or what we hear on the news, or a colleague who thinks very differently than we do, let's see if we can literally take time to breathe into our tailbone and just breathe for a few minutes before we even respond, and see if we can actually listen with our field. So in a conversation, this is a thing that we can do. Anchor with the breath, breathe into the tailbone, and see now if you can listen with your field, not just with your ears, and certainly not just with the mind, because the mind is quick to make judgments. The mind is quick to think it knows everything. But now we're going to listen with our bodies, and we're going to listen with the field. What's the nature of the vibration? What am I vibrating right now? What kind of vibration might be helpful to harmonize the energy that I'm feeling right now? This is where we can get more into the subtle energy flows and currents to help us understand what energy is needed to bring to harmonize this particular conversation. And we always have to keep sight of the goal, because it's really easy for us to jump into reactivity and want to be right. But we don't need to be right now. We need to be kind.
Yes. Well, and knowing that the part of our brain, the fight or flight, as you were talking about, oftentimes that gets kicked in right away when we're perceiving that other person in front of us that we're having the conversation with, that gets heated, our brain automatically goes to defensiveness, or I have to protect myself. And I love what you're saying. Like, there is so much power in that pause. That when we pause and breathe into our tailbones and then feel into the field, that can really shift that reactivity into response.
And we're coming into the fall and winter, and this is what nature is guiding us to do, is not just take pauses to, prevent reactivity, but also to nourish and nurture ourselves, to go with the seasons, to stop the frenetic overdoing, to spend more time with loved ones who fill our cup, with nature who fills our cup, to hibernate, to go into hibernation, to go into the dark cave. These are the invitations of the season. We've just passed the equinox, and this beautiful balance time in nature. And now as the days get shorter, we have to remind ourselves to give ourselves permission to go within, to do less, that the power of the pause is momentary, but it's also about releasing activity, not frenetically overdoing. And that's a lesson I'll have to remind myself of every day, personal. But it is a really, really valuable lesson, and it will help us with the current situation that we're in. Back to the shutdown. We're taking the power of the pause here to reflect.
Amen. That's it. So when you think of, I know we've talked of so many things right now, as you're looking ahead here and you're speaking of the seasons changing, oftentimes fall too is what can we let go of or what can we release? What do you find most helpful as a practice for that? Big. Well, there are full moon rituals, of course. I have a blog actually on my website that about honoring the feminine, and I list a whole ritual there. So if people go to my website and go to the blogs page, you'll see that. Or I think if you just Google it, it kind of comes up. It was a practice that I was inspired by my teacher, Reverend Rosalind Bruyere. And it involves, of course, going out, doing some prayers, moving energy, taking a bowl of water and really releasing what doesn't serve into that water and then offering it back to the earth. So there are real beautiful rituals that come from so many traditions with the full moon. With the moon, that's, you offer this fullness of what needs to be released to the moon. And then as the moon recedes, so does that pattern. And of course, new moon is when we want to birth something. So those practices are really great. And then instantaneous release practices are sound practices, which I do a lot of in my retreats. And I think I have several videos out on that. I have actually a grounding with sound practice, which is really good for release, which is a free gift on my website. So again, if you go there, shamanijan.com, you'll get access to that free grounding with sound practice, which is really beautiful and simple. I think there's also a great dialogue with me and Bruce on there on being a conscious creator. But that release aspect is important because as we allow ourselves to release this stagnant energy, the energy of stuck emotions, the energy of fear, the energy of worry, then we create space for something new to be birthed because we're always in the God realm, right? The generating, orchestrating, and destroying forces of the universe. So as we destroy, we generate. And what we generate that is supportive, may it be orchestrated, may it be maintained. And then that which does not need to be maintained anymore also dissolves. So full moon rituals are great. Sound practice is great. Sound paired with breath, really anchoring the sound into the chakras and allowing for the sound to really move the energy down and out the body. It's very, very helpful.
Thank you for that. I love that because these are all incredible ways that we can resource ourselves as we are going through these difficult and challenging times, and knowing that rituals like that, having maybe a full moon ritual or something that we can know, okay, this is coming. I want to make sure that I'm thinking and I'm allowing what I want to release to be released, and then I also want to be bringing energy and attention into what do I want to create, what energies. What things do I want to bring into my field as well? And then love, love. Love is our biggest resource. Love is our ultimate reality. Love is oneness itself. And this is important. It's important not only that we're doing things that we love, but we're in places where we can feel love, where we can feel what it's like to be loved, and we can feel safe in expressing our love, whether it's with a pet, or with a child, or with a parent, or with a partner, or with a friend, or with our plants. But that cultivation of the love feeling and exploring all the ways that we want to experience and express love is our biggest medicine. That is what is going to realign our world, and the vibration that comes with that is so beautiful, so expansive, and so important. And sometimes in our busyness, we just don't make time for love, to experience love, to ask for love, but nothing to be more important.
I absolutely agree. And it just makes me smile, Shamani, because it makes me think of, I am always telling my girlfriends I'm having a love affair with my ficus tree.
Yeah, exactly. And it speaks to you. There's this real energy exchange and love exchange. The plant kingdom is like incredible. I'm so resonant with you. Flowers catch my attention always, as well as the trees. And this beautiful flower bloomed in my backyard yesterday. And I just to behold it, that for me is a form of love, that appreciation of beauty.
is a form of love where I was literally beholding that. What I imagine, the scientist in me is like, it's got to be giving out 1,000,000 biophotons right now. It's so alive and vibrating, it's obvious. And like my brain started wanting to do a study on it. But I just sat there and beheld it with the love that I felt was literally emanating from it, like the love and light, to behold the love and light in a plant and what it does to your heart. And I got to say, I live here in the South and I travel. I am so touched by all the people that I meet, whether it's in like a coffee shop at the airport or just walking down the street, and the way that I'm seeing people treat each other with love and care. Extra smile, extra, can I help you with that? Can I help you with your suitcase? The guy next to me on the plane, I just flew back from somewhere the other day, handed a huge thing of chocolates to the stewardess. And he said, yeah, I've been doing this since 2021. So all of these acts of love, you talk about acts of kindness, just acts of love. I see you. I love you. I don't even know what your political affiliation is. And it doesn't matter because we are one. We are in this together. And if we could just connect on those threads of love, boy, our world would be so much more fun.
Well, and I have full body chills, Shalini. You just saying that and just experiencing those moments of kindness that are all around us. And I think that is so important that we start also looking for those, spreading those and looking for those. Those are those little love deposits and just little times where our heart can resonate with love that we're seeing in the world. Because kindness really is happening in our world. And that's such an important piece of us, I think, trying to navigate through, and thrive through these tricky times that we've been talking about.
And we know about the butterfly effect, right? Chaos theory tells us a butterfly flaps its wings on one side of the world, changes the weather in the other. Guess what? It's absolutely true. It's your energy. It's not about the saying. We don't have to fix the government. Like we can literally move forward with a beautiful smile, paying somebody's toll, asking somebody if they need help, opening the door for someone, whatever it is, that energy has such a massive impact. It's not about the thing. It's about the vibration behind it.
That's it.
So we can all feel so powerful, right? We can all feel so powerful. We don't have to solve all the world's problems. You just have to be kind.
So beautiful. It's so beautiful. And Shamini, our time is up. And I just want to thank you with all of my heart for bringing so much of your love, your wisdom, your energy, and your beautiful butterfly wings that help to affect the change in this world.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you for hosting this beautiful convo. It's been such a pleasure to speak with you. And thank you to everyone behind the scenes who continues to make this Global Oneness Summit so beautiful and so important for our times.
Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome to all of our listeners from all over the planet. It is a great pleasure to be with you again this year. I'm Sheila Cash, and I've been leading and teaching in these topics, as well as in my New Feminine Genius and my Future Human courses and practices for more than a couple of decades now, and immersing into these through my super conscious think tank with private and group work, and working with other global summits. Within these, we work closely by following the natural impulse of life, and that is often referred to as the evolutionary impulse. And my guest that I always seem to need more time with, no matter how long we talk, is Suzanne Hubbard. Suzanne is the daughter of the visionary Barbara Marx Hubbard and artist Earl Wade Hubbard. And you can see some of his work of Barbara right behind Suzanne's shoulder today. Suzanne grew up with the understanding that evolution is evolving through us. She's a tapestry artist who sees connections between weaving and evolution's all-inclusive process. Her work focuses on personal experiences of the evolutionary impulse, and she supports people to respond to their unique intuitions. She describes this potential in her book, which is The Unwritten Book, An Organic Personal Conscious Evolution, and in her podcast, Common Thread. Welcome, Suzanne.
Oh, it's just so wonderful to be
Thank
here.
you so much for being here to share all of your amazing thoughts with all of us. So in keeping with the theme of this year's summit, which is awakening the divine within, embodying the transformation, and inspiring the future, it immediately came to me that many people over the decades of my work and countless conversations often perceive the concepts of divinity and evolution as being separate. I've talked to hardcore scientists everywhere, to interfaith ministers, and there's reasoning from both sides. We're not here to debate that on its own today, but rather we're going to be focusing on where does the one actually reflect the embodiment of the other? And how can we get practical about this? So Suzanne and I both over the years have fielded questions, evolutionary impulse, it feels nebulous if you're not used to it. It's a very simple concept. It's just the concept of the energy of life. We can dive very deeply into it, and we do for decades on end. But it's actually very simple, and it's very natural to us. But how can we get practical about this? And why does it matter? And what can we understand about ourselves in this integration, and how it steers our lives? So I'd like to start with this overall foundational inquiry, which is evolutionary intelligence related to divinity? So Suzanne, what comes up for you when you feel into this?
It's such a great question, Sheila. And, as you said, is that I grew up with the understanding that evolution evolves through us. And I really started to ask myself, of all the feelings that I have, and what is the evolutionary impulse? And it could be, anything that you do, but underlying, let's say for me, it was a desire to be an artist, and I'm a mother and it's raising my children, or creating a home. Underlying it is sort of this awareness that all is one, you see. So it's like, and it's doing what you do in everyday life, but there's this added understanding all is one. And the way I was attentive to this because I grew up with it, and so I was really looking at, well, how am I experiencing evolution? And so it wasn't something different from what I normally do. And so I started to approach everything that I do with the understanding that all is one. But also, there's this added part of a desire to express it like it's my deeper truth. So to answer your question, there's the two things. There's the awareness of all is one, and there's also the desire to express it in a unique way. And for me, it's being an artist and expressing wholeness, because that's what weaving communicates.
Okay, so Suzanne, you have said that when we're talking about evolution, we're referring to a universal system which evolves life's separate parts as a whole. I love that so much because we do, even with all of the oneness, and we're on the Global Oneness Summit, we do tend to frequently identify as a separate part. And you also said this is a unifying purpose for us. Can you just speak a little bit more around that?
Well, again, I realize that if if evolution is evolving through us, then we also are evolution. And as you said, evolution evolves as a whole. So I think that's sort of the underlying desire to express that oneness in whatever you do, and to make a connection with the divine. I feel that in itself is divine. Is the awareness of that oneness, and so that's just inspired me, and that's why it's practical. I mean, to get back to your question about is it practical, because that's how life works, is when you, with whatever it is that you do, that you're aware that all is one. And what I've noticed is, I ask myself, well, what does that look like? Well, it's being empathetic. It's building trust. It's creating a safe space. So it's doing whatever you do. It's not like a different thing. It's like a spiritual practice in your daily life, but it's done with empathy. It's done with all the kinds of things I've discovered that express that oneness, and also universal self-awareness, that we are all connected and expressive. We are extensions of each other, Sheila. We've talked about that a lot.
And just as you say that, I've had the passing of family member, we all have. And it struck me at one point that we live through each other. And when one of us passes on, our memory, it's like the energy of the one who has passed continues to live on through all those who knew that person. And you can feel a deceased person's energy when someone speaks about their words, the things that they used to do or say, or the twinkle in their eye. And so that reflects one at an even greater level. And so when you said, it's a unifying purpose, do you feel that unifying purpose, I mean, is it conscious? Is it unconscious? Is it subconscious? Just around the purpose of it, how do you perceive that?
Well, when we're talking about the evolutionary impulse, it's not self-serving. It's not your personal purpose. I mean, everything in life is there because it supports the whole in some way. And what is interesting to me in evolution, for example, like if there's a flower and it needs a certain kind of pollinator with a certain kind of beak, that can pollinate this flower, then all of a sudden there's a hummingbird with a beak that it's that shape. And so I have to believe that that somehow we have evolved because there's a need for what it is that we have. You see what I'm saying? So if we evolve as a whole, that means that every single creature that exists in some way fulfills a need. And so when I ask myself, what could that need be? It's our ability to be love guided. And that's what, to me, the evolutionary impulse is. It's what underlies empathy. It's underlie, patience and all of those things. In other words, you're doing what we would call a normal work. But what makes it an evolutionary impulse is the way you do that work. And heavens knows that fulfills a need. And that's why I feel it's practical to heal divisions among people, to secure our connection with, the natural world, is to be sensitive to that impulse that's love guided, and it's needed socially and environmentally and
in every
everywhere.
way. And as we speak about divinity, it kind of strikes me almost like it's like that mysterious chicken and egg contemplation. Which came first? Divine intelligence, which inspired and created humanity, or evolutionary intelligence through which divinity arose? So, let's speak for just a moment about what is divinity in general, as through the evolutionary filter. What is divinity? What is its purpose? How does it serve us?
Mm-hmm. Well, the evolutionary impulse, as I said, if it's love guided, it's transcendent in some ways. It's transcendent of just let's say, I mean, and it's not wrong to be interested in your career or just the normal types of interests. It's not a normal interest. It could be a normal interest, but it has a transcendent aspect. And so you really think about your choices of how you're going to impact another person or the environment. It's kind of like having that patience. And so I think that that existed before life existed because if you look at evolutionary history, and now we're appearing, we're able to basically express that transcendence. And as you said earlier, it's actually expressed in quantum physics and science and all the different spiritual teachings that underlying it is the understanding all is one, and that we came, from the shared source. And so when we're love guided, it's expressing that source, and we don't know what will happen because if evolution evolves through us, we have to wait and see the effect of living that way. So it's not immediate gratification, but I found it always works. I found you, Sheila, that way. The synchronicities, I found you. I mean, that's life starts to really work without a lot of effort.
That's going to be good news to a lot of people. Yeah, I see divinity. I mean, divinity is too, from the human perspective, just that sense that we are loved and we are wanted, we're protected by life. It seems to be the highest expression of hope and connection that keeps us, inspiring us forward. And evolution might exist without divinity. Maybe divinity exists outside of humanity. But who or what would we be without some level of divinity to inspire us forward, as humans? And maybe it's humanity is what brings these two together.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think so. And also, I mean, we're the fortunate ones who are able to do it. There's so much suffering today. But I feel that it's incumbent upon us who can respond to the evolutionary impulse to do it. Because the other thing I understand about evolution is that if there's enough of a small group even that is starting to live this pattern, and there's an element of being conscious of doing it and making those choices, that it can support others who aren't able to make this choice. Again, because evolution evolves through us, and so that means evolution affects others. But it's important to be aware that we are all one, and that it is divine. I mean, that's just the word for what is possible.
So I'm glad you brought that up because I did want to just touch in on the fact, it's worth mentioning that we do have what seems to be like a collective imbalance or some chaos that we're navigating through together. It's may have always been that way. I don't know that it's different now than it has been over millennia, but we're going through a lot of that, what we see on the news every night. And so, you also said we reflect the legacy of an unbroken life process which evolves separate parts into the whole. What when you are hearing and thinking and feeling, and you spoke to me a little bit about all that you're seeing happening right now, all of those different parts that are happening right now, what kind of words would you put on it? Are we broken collectively? Are we just reorganizing? What's happening in an evolutionary sense around this, and how does it relate to our evolutionary purpose?
That's such a great question, Sheila. And again, I find that the evolutionary perspective is so helpful, because evolution evolves in these cycles, and in, waxing and waning cycles. And so do we in our own lives, in our, just there's personal lives where there's this sense of growth, and then there's a sense of things breaking down. And so I think that what we're witnessing, possibly from an evolutionary perspective, is a major waning phase where the old systems are breaking down. And but the other thing about evolution is that it uses the old parts from the old system to build the new. But what builds the new? It's people. It's people who are responding to that little glimmer of love, a little glimmer of attraction. That's why it's important to be able to support people in recognizing what's an evolutionary impulse, because you're the beginning of a new waxing phase, and hopefully you would be more conscious that all is one. And you can take any way that you've understood it, whether it's through your faith or through love of an animal, or, as you say, a relative who's passed, who's opened your eyes to that. Is that if you take it seriously and just say, this is what life is about, this is what I'm about, then you're the one who begins the waxing phase. And maybe that's why we're here, Sheila. That maybe all our technology, all our cultural achievements, and all of that, it's maybe there is like a new life for it, but it needs to be this love guided purpose as opposed to a self-serving purpose. And
so when you think back in your life, and you were so blessed to be raised, with people around you having these conversations, can you identify a moment where you really understood your part in the whole, and that you really felt it, and maybe it changed a direction for you in your life? Maybe maybe that's where you were drawn to weaving, or I don't know which came first. Can you identify any moments where you just knew and you felt it and you embodied it forevermore?
Well, to be honest with you, it's really been in that sequence of these waning and waxing cycles that I've gone through. But what I've noticed is like when the chips are down and I'm struggling, because the other thing, Sheila, and I'm sure that you've noticed this, is that when you start to think this way and you start to communicate it to people, it's not really something they're thinking about, and they think that it doesn't matter. But so what happens to me is I just keep saying, I ask myself, why am I doing this? Why am I living this way? Why am I talking this way? Why am I expressing it? And the answer is always, I don't know. But then I ask myself, would I want to be doing anything else? And the answer always is no. So in some ways, I never know why it is I'm doing what I'm doing. But the more I speak to people like yourself and others, and they feel passionate in the same way, in this sense of connection, then that in itself, to me, says, okay, this is good. This is right. I'm going to keep going. So it's just many moments of just asking myself, what else would I want to do? And my question is always, I wouldn't want to be doing anything else. But then I ask myself, what am I doing? And I never know because it's new. That's the other thing about the evolutionary impulse. If you start to respond, it's new.
It does take a bit of adventure, adventurousness, and courage, I think. My life also didn't really follow any predictable patterns necessarily. People expected many other kinds of things out of me, and just like you, I would ask, what am I doing? Why am I doing it? And like you, I just knew that it was the right thing, even if it wasn't leading to someplace predictable. So it does take so much trust. Um, and then, as you said, you can recognize the patterns of being drawn to certain people or places or things. Um, I've been teaching for so many years for those who relate to Bruce Lipton's work and cellular consciousness, and I've studied that quite a bit. But I understand that the world, in order to keep going, in order to be viable, to stay on, to keep moving along, is always seeking balance. Always, always. We cannot exist without balance, homeostasis, acid alkaline, yin yang, and that as we are created on the whole, as a species on the whole, we are created with a balance of our inherent desires and capacities and skills and talents. And so the closer that we can tune into those, which is our authenticity, the more that we fulfill that balance, and fulfill our role in the whole, but also fulfill ourselves as well. And it's all tied in together. You've been speaking about the love guided purpose so beautifully. And I wonder if you would talk about the kind of distinguishing the love guided purpose from what you've called the familiar self-serving human purpose. Can you talk about the differences there?
Well, the difference is, I think, as we've been saying, it's like it's an act of faith. When it's just when you respond out of love in whatever it is that you're doing, and it could be a normal work. What I feel when I'm love guided is all of a sudden my heart opens up and I feel this amazing connection with everybody. And as I said, I never know how things will work out or if it makes sense what I'm doing. But then all of a sudden there's these synchronicities, and I meet other people or people come to me, and with an evolutionary perspective, I say, well, that's the way it works. That it's like you're not living alone. You are interdependently thinking. And so in trusting, there's something about the heart, I think, that is divine and also transcendent. And as I said, evolution is divine in the way it works as a whole. And it's always standing back and flagging and saying, wait a minute, this moment was amazing, or wait a minute, that sunset really spoke to me. It's being able to step outside of the world where everything is perceived as separate, Sheila, and just experiencing, the wholeness in a friendship or a word or a choice, that you make that is love guided, and it isn't for your own benefit.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And how many times have we looked back on lessons that we thought were horrifying, or that were just too hard, that didn't make sense at all, and give it a few years, even give it another 10, another 20, sometimes 30 years, depending on how hard-headed we are. We look back and we say, that was so perfect. it steered me in the direction of not only understanding but that wholeness and oneness. And where you know, feeling that is a sense of satisfaction. I feel calmness, peace of mind, well-being, just being on track, life flowing more smoothly when we get all of what I've always called the universal 2x4s out of the way. Get those out of the way, and be able to move forward. But for those listeners who are thinking, well, what if things are not feeling good in the moment, not feeling practical? And their answers are, when they ask themselves, what am I doing and why am I doing? And they can't, they really can't understand, because I think that's a big thing for people, that especially as they're starting to come up, starting to move into awakening, into consciousness. What would you say to them?
Well, what I would say is, I really realize that some of those experiences myself just aren't my own experiences. It's a collective experience of a global suffering and a global, struggle. And so even, a lifetime is not very long. And so if in your lifetime, if you're alive right now, I feel anyways, and you feel the heaviness of life, it's not just you. And this to me is very hopeful, because it's like I feel like I'm this sensitive little plant almost that is perceiving the larger struggle, or this waning phase. And so what I say to myself, and so I would say to others, is to breathe through it, to take a deep breath, and to just say, I really don't understand entirely why I'm feeling this, but I'm not going to tell myself that I shouldn't be feeling this way, because I feel that I'm, being sensitive to not only my situation and circumstance within the larger world, but also the larger world, but also to really look for the little seed of hope, the seed that's within you, because it has a lot of power. It's sort of like that. I don't know where the phrase came from, the Bible, but if you have a faith the size of a mustard seed, it could move a mountain. Well, just remember that you have agency. People have agency. Why? Because evolution is evolving through you, but we're sensitive.
It takes trust. Mm-hmm. Trust. And I was going to say a few words about the future, but we are at time now. So I would just say, as Suzanne described, it's like, just step forward, have some trust, let the stepping stones move toward you, and trust the universe. So I thank you, Suzanne, for this quick. See how it just goes so quickly. This happens every time we're together. This was wonderful. So many incredible points. And I would just like to say to the listeners, as you move forward in this amazing summit, I'd like to leave you with some words that I end all my talks with. And that is, above all, treasure life. Behold it all. This life, your life, every life together within the radiant consciousness of nature and our planet and beyond. Point your unique passion and purpose toward this, and together we shall not fail. I want to say bye to everyone. Enjoy the summit. Be well. We'll see you next time.
Hello, beloved friends. I'm Adam Turpning of Humanities Team, which is a 501c3 nonprofit with a mission to make conscious living prevalent worldwide by 2040. I'm thrilled to welcome you to this transformational session, Activating Vision and Dreaming Higher Dreams. What a perfect title to be diving into for our 2025 Global Oneness Summit theme, which is Awakening the Divine Within, Embody the Transformation, and Inspire the Future. Briefly introduce myself. I'm Adam Turpning. I work with Humanities Team as a content curator. I also am a host and a program coordinator for the Conscious Business Change Agent Training Program, and I'm fortunate to be one of the producers for the last 3 Global Oneness Summits. I've had the pleasure to curate Oziama's powerful material on our platform and to elicit her strategic advice on design improvements for our Conscious Business program. But that's only a fraction of what she's doing these days. So I want to introduce you to Oziama Igwanwu. She's an internationally celebrated speaker, strategist, scholar, and expert in transformational strategy. She is the Chief Strategic Transformation Officer of Burn Bright International, a transformational training, coaching, and consulting company specializing in the development and activation of human potential. As a strategic advisor, that's a great word to use a lot, strategic. Oziama consults on complex strategic problems and transformational initiatives for a diverse array of clients, including governments, Fortune 100 companies, nonprofits, educational institutions, small business owners, growth and early stage startups, and personal and leadership development clients seeking to achieve breakthrough results. In 2012, Oziama founded the World Dream Day, which is celebrated annually on September 25th. It is the first ever global holiday dedicated to activating ideas, goals, and dreams. In 2024, World Dream Day established an estimated cumulative reach of over 1 billion. So welcome, Oziama.
Thank you, Adam. It's so wonderful to be with you and with everyone here for our Global Oneness Summit.
I'm wondering whether you can kind of shepherd us through a moment of centering before we get started, if you're willing to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So just inviting everyone to just close your eyes and give yourself the gift of being present in this moment. And as you feel yourself arriving for our conversation, I invite you to take a deep and centering breath in and out. And we're going to do 3 breaths. And as you do so, just feel yourself more fully arriving in this precious moment, fully present to the possibilities of what may arise in this conversation. So we take a breath in and out. And that final centering breath in and exhale out. And opening our eyes to arrive together.
Thank you so much. It's always good to start on a kind of a level field with a lot of space. Appreciate that. I know you've been globetrotting recently, speaking and consulting around the world and sharing your wisdom and insights with United Nations and world leaders. Do you want to share some of what you've been seeing out there?
You know, what I've been experiencing and what I've been listening to and what I've been supporting and speaking into is I would say a great degree of complexity. Everyone is pretty much trying to figure out, how do we navigate the uncertainty of this moment? How do we do so in a way that honors the possibilities of what we may have thought was the trajectory of where our world and our organizations and ourselves were going, and a sense of not wanting to give up that path, not wanting to give up that higher order transcendent trajectory, while also acknowledging that in the current moment, all is not well with our world. And so what I find is this tension between, trying to comply with the status quo and the expectations, and then also trying to stay centered and trying to find a way to gather and to muster up the courage, the resilience, the collaboration, the resources, and the skill sets in order to continue to make the difference that we're committed to making.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely a challenging time. I think we'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. I was just wondering, when you were talking about trajectory, do you want to give us a little sense of how your evolutionary trajectory has built you to where you are now?
Yeah. So I was born in Nigeria. I was raised in New York. And I would say that for me, the entry into this transformational work really came when I was 25 years old, so relatively young, when I had my own awakening that there were two choices, really. Of course, there's more than two choices, but for me, what arose was the ways in which we can create suboptimal experiences and ways in which we can actually create experiences that are nurturing and enlivening. And I wanted to learn, how do we do that? How do we individually and collectively create the reality that we all long for? And what are the ways in which we get in the way? What are the patterns, the behaviors, the mindsets, the misgivings, if you will? And that led me on a journey of first starting my coaching practice and then being able to start working in the realm of transformational strategy and strategic planning, to then community transformation work, and then being able to work with organizations, startups, leaders that are seeking to make their own difference in the world. And so it's really been this very multi-dimensional approach to transformation that really goes from the inner domains all the way to the organizational and the global context.
I like what you're bringing out there in terms of this developing this vision. I know right now diversity in the U.S., the word diversity is sort of a dirty word for the current administration. So that's just a reflection of the challenging times that we're all in if we're trying to push the envelope of collaboration and kind of self-awareness and wisdom, care for the community. These things seem to be out of favor. How do you continue to inspire values like this in your work in this environment?
Yeah, it has been daunting. And again, my work isn't necessarily situated within the DEI context, diversity, equity, inclusion, although it addresses it because it's all about how do we create better organizations, how do we create and support leadership, etc. And what I have found is that although those words in the current administration may be seen and termed and 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 maybe presented as something that is no longer what is being sought after. What I'm still finding is that those who are committed to a better and brighter world, those who are committed and know that diversity of perspective, diversity of culture, diversity of approaches is what makes for better learning experiences, is what makes for better organizations, is what makes for better communities. I don't see people shying away from that are still committed. So yes, we acknowledge that it is daunting. We acknowledge that it is challenging, but we find different ways to be able to stay committed and different apertures for entry. And so I always invite leaders to not succumb to the fear of this moment and to come back to what they truly believe in and what they're truly committed to, and finding ways of still allowing for that to rise within. And that could be just in the teams and the way in which they're working. It could be in the way that they're giving back. It could be in the way that they, just continue to speak and honor the diversity of perspectives and cultures and bring those cultures in, even if they are not necessarily in the room. And so there's so many different ways in which we can stay committed to that perspective of oneness, that perspective of diversity, without saying, oh, because this is no longer, the choice of a larger administration. It can still be your own personal choice, and it can still be something that you are committed to bringing forth in whatever way that you can.
I think that where I sit in the world of this kind of unity consciousness, it's a ripple. The fact that there's a pushback, but I feel a lot of that kind of commitment rising as well. Now you're calling some of your strategic transformational work visionary future making, which I think is a great term. Can you tell me a little bit about how that works and how your process with groups works?
Yeah, so in order to kind of tell the full story of visionary future making, we actually have to go back in time to 2022, and when I received an invitation to come to Brazil to support an event, a gathering actually, that was called Untold Futures. And this was right at the point where Brazil didn't know if it was going to be Bolsonaro again or if it was going to be Lula. And there was a special gathering of 100 leaders, 50 from the for-profit sector and 50 from the nonprofit sector. And the premise was, how can we explore the untold futures and possibilities of Brazil, not knowing what the results are going to be? How do we bring different leaders together to explore that? And the way that my invitations tend to work is I get an email, I get a call, hey Ozioma, can you design a framework or can you design an intervention for X? And so when they said to me, design something that can support leaders in working with the complexity and the uncertainty, I developed this framework called Visionary Future Making. And this framework now has been around the world, to Guatemala, back to Brazil, at the United Nations. I recently spoke at the Innovation Day and keynoted their Visionary Future Making. But essentially, the framework itself is really designed to help leaders and organizations really get clear on what is the vision or what are the visions of possibility that they want to advance, and how do they move forward with a transformational strategy to get there. And the first foundational element of visionary future making is acknowledging that the relationship we have with the future currently is actually flawed. We often think that there's only one future, but there are actually multiple possibilities that are present at any given moment. And in order for us as leaders, in order for us as communities and organizations to activate these possible futures, we have to begin to move into the domain of multiplicity. So that means acknowledging that from the moment that a vision of the future arises, we also have to ask ourselves, what is my desired self? Who do I need to become? Who do I need to be? And in that moment that you then begin to get clear on the individual accountability, the individual responsibility and invitation, you then also have to say, what is the desired team or the desired connections that have to be developed? So this framework goes from desired vision of the future to desired self or selves, to then acknowledging that we have to focus on the desired connections and the desired contribution. And so this multidimensional foundational perspective of the future is the foundation of visionary future making, realizing that the vision of the future, basically, as soon as you envision it, there are multiple other things that arise with it. And the next level then is that we have to think about the paradigm. What is the current paradigm of behavior and thought and relationality that either keeps us advancing and moving forward or keeps us stuck and regressing? And so the second part of visionary future making is doing a paradigm assessment and getting clear on how do we work with today in order for us to transcend the blocks, but also to accelerate and buttress and advance what is working within the system. Many of us know from the work of David Cooperrider and appreciative inquiry, right? So what is actually working within the system that can move us forward? And the third step of visionary future making is really about coming into what I call a transformational commitment statement. Realizing that when we understand the multidimensionality of the future possibilities that we want to activate, and we've looked at our current paradigm, we now must feel that commitment of what is it that we believe in. And there's actually a format and a framework that I use with leaders and organizations when we actually begin to get into that robust commitment statement. And that itself is its own strategy. But what I'll advance to next is the final component of visionary future making, which is transformative action steps. It's not enough for us to say, okay, I understand the multidimensionality of possibility and my desired visions and desired future. I understand the current paradigms of what's working and not working and what needs to be transformed. I have that commitment, but if we don't actually begin to take action, then we won't be able to get anywhere. And so transformative action, and particularly lately, especially with the United Nations, I've been talking about three specific areas, which is the transformation of our mindset, the reorientation of our culture, and the importance of empowered innovation, realizing that each and every single one of us play a role in being empowered to take action in innovative ways. And so those are the three foundational invitations that kind of sit currently within this framework.
I think that's brilliant. There's overlapping spheres it kind of feels right that you're addressing it from all these areas. Can you say a little bit more about this transformation of group culture? I mean, that seems a team. You mentioned group, but how does that factor in? How do you get that
The
engagement?
transformation of culture?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not easy, and it's how do I say this? Very often when people look at organizational transformation or change management, they think it's a one and done process, right? They may, I've worked on projects where we've assessed the cultural paradigm, we've looked at ways in which we can engage, the workforce, if you will, which I don't love that word, but I love it more from a perspective of community. Like I look at organizations as their own communities, right? And so, from that perspective, it really is about that organizing vision of possibility and supporting each of the people who are part of this community and being able to find their place and their role and their contribution, as well as their interest and excitement around what is possible, which is all really around a narrative. So organizational transformation is really about advancing a narrative that an organization can really get around. And the transformation comes from the process of realizing that the old story and our old selves no longer serve us. And what I find more than anything is there is nothing like transforming an organization than giving it something to move forward, something to rally around in terms of making a difference, whether that's volunteering, whether that's the way in which we practice care within our organization. These foundational rituals and ways of relating serve as the internal framework that supports the ability for an organization to transform, to become more resilient, which to me is also about being more relational and connected.
So this new narrative, the commitment that engages people. I think that what you mentioned before, that part of your mission also is is kind of supporting a concept of oneness. How do you merge that sort of interconnectedness into this model? This sounds like really an organizational model, but there's also a component of presence to it.
For me, a lot of it is also about the way in which we bring that sense of oneness and unity into the rituals that we engage in. So it's one thing to say, okay, we as an organization believe in X, Y, and Z, and we put it on a piece of paper. It's another way to see how it makes its ways into our rituals. The same way in a family. What are the rituals that we engage in, right? In our relationships with our friend groups. And so this idea of oneness, this idea of unity, first obviously has to start from within, right? Us feeling a sense of presence and oneness within ourselves and coming home and feeling at home within ourselves. And then from there, it radiates into how we treat one another, how we see each other with the eyes of oneness, that I am you and you are me, and that regardless of what color, regardless of what background, religion, we are unified in that oneness at the level of foundational essence. And so to me, that core is what informs everything that I do. It's what I invite, whether I make it overt or not. It is something that's so important and essential because from the essence and the awareness of oneness, so much more becomes possible. There was an organization that I worked with that we used to talk about one team, one dream, right? So that's all about the oneness. And the power of oneness, whether you're talking about an organization, a community, a family, is such that we shirk off our surface level identity and we come into a state of coherence and a state of connection that allows us to feel the truth of who and what we really are. And that to me is what excites me most, is the relinquishing and the releasing of the surface and moving into a deeper relational understanding of who and what we really are. And from that awareness, so much more becomes possible. And that's the place of magic and miracles and so on and so forth.
Yeah, the magic and miracles. Just the word feeling it's not are terms that you typically use in business, but everybody knows what they are. Everybody knows what a feeling of connectedness is. It's just really hard to talk about it in the old mindset, right?
Yeah.
So how do you address that? Are there particular practices that you work with these groups, or?
Yeah. You know, it's interesting because, as you know, over the past years, until it became, you know, not as valued on for certain entities, empathy, words like belonging, to me, these get at it, right? And so this sense of shared belonging and shared connection, I think, is important. So one of the ways, particularly within an organization, is identifying that when we begin projects, giving each person an opportunity to identify what excites them most, or finding a way to come into a circle of coherence from a perspective standpoint, letting people's perceptions and their perspectives and what they're excited about be presented and on equal footing in an equalized setting. And that can be done as easily as everyone being able to say, hey, so we're about to start this. What are you most excited about? And inviting everyone to be able to share that. And then from there, if you're working on a platform like Slack, you can actually pin those visions to the platform from a technological standpoint, or you can keep it on your desk. I'm a huge fan of anchoring and making it be visible and seen, you know, and so we might have a shared document, and then that's organizational context. If we're talking about a community context, maybe it's, you know, at the city council meetings or at the community meetings, we're surfacing what brings us together. We're talking about what we're really up to. We're celebrating the voices from the different levels and different parts of the organization, and we're making them live and coexist in a way where all can truly belong. Of course, it's easier said than done, but it requires a transcending of ego. It requires patience. It requires being open. And I find that the more that leaders, especially, begin to see this as a practice, and the more that each of us begin to see that this oneness and this relationality is actually an invitation and something that we have to practice, the more we get comfortable with it and the more it actually becomes, you know, just natural.
Yeah, I like that you invoked this the circle. I spent a lot of time in circles of people, and that mention of the sense of it's a metaphor also for being interconnected when you're in a circle, because you just have that. It's kind of the natural side effect of a circle. When we were talking in prep, you brought up a T.S. Eliot quote. Do you want to share that? Because that I just loved it, and I thought it really would have been the best, probably, title of this discussion. Do you remember what it was?
Yes, I
I have
do.
it
In
here.
fact, it's one that I was introduced to by my dear friend and mentor, Dr. Jean Houston. And it comes from T.S. Eliot's poem Ash Wednesday. And it says, redeem the time, redeem the unread vision in the higher dream. And, you know, World Dream Day is something that that is near and dear to my heart, that I, you know, and dreamt up in 2012. And now, you know, people all over the world celebrate this special day, which takes place on September 25th. But this idea of redeem the time, it's so poignant and relevant for our moment right now, because there is an invitation to redeem the times that we're in and to redeem the unread vision in the higher dream. There is a higher dream and a higher possibility for our world right now. And it is so important that we do not allow the calamities that are taking place all around the world, that bring me to tears almost every single day, that we do not allow that to throw us off course from the larger narrative and the higher story and the higher dream. In fact, this might be the invitation for each of us to begin to rise and to step more fully into our role, into our contribution, rather than pulling away and receding and burying our heads in the sand or saying, oh, I don't get involved. No. What is your role to play? How can you redeem the time? How can you redeem the unread vision in the higher dream? This is our invitation for our times.
Yeah, that's it's an excellent quote, and you did such a wonderful job of bringing it to life. Thank you. That sense of the brokenhearted warrior for peace, I think that is something that, the sacred activists, that it's our time for that. So let me ask you, what keeps you going? What fuels this impulse to keep transforming yourself?
Yeah. It's interesting because people ask me this question all the time. Um, and what I have found is that, when things were still we're questioning, where is all this going? And I had a moment where I really was aware that I may not see, like almost like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., I may not be there, right? When this
Mm.
all emerges, when this vision that we're holding, I may not live to see it, but I am committed to seed it. I will do my best in every moment, in every conversation, in the work that I do, in who I am and am becoming to see that shift. And that is what keeps me going, is realizing that what we are doing and who we are being is for a future that we may not ever get to experience, but one that I and many of us remain committed to. And that is what inspires me. It's almost like this pilgrimage, right? Being a pilgrim and just doing our best and contributing in whatever way we can because it matters and because it is crucial.
It is those of us that can must. That is, it is crucial. I feel that every day in the conversations that I have too. Um, so, what are your distill the pieces of the little nuggets of advice that you would give us to keep transforming, to embody that transformation, which is kind of how we originally defined this title, but we've evolved it a little bit, and that's nice, into the higher dream.
Yeah. I mean, for me, first and foremost, it always comes back to foundational story. Getting clear on that narrative. Who are you? Who do you desire to be? And what role do you desire to play? And how can you bring yourself into greater coherence and connection with that version of yourself, that eats the foods that version of yourself has to eat in order to be well nourished, that relates to one another, that heals and repairs in moments of conflict. There are so many ways in which, when we really get clear on our own dream, our own narrative, how that then can shape the way in which we show up. And so that to me is one of the clearest invitations, is to get clear on what is your vision of possibility for your desired future? What is that story that you can continue to tell yourself? How can you not just tell it to yourself, but truly embody it, right? Based off of the theme that we're talking about, embodying the transformation and inspiring that desired future. And the way that we do it is truly by becoming the version of ourselves and relating to one another, loving each other up as much as possible, remembering, especially in moments of conflict, what's the higher story here? You know, like I have to remind myself of this all the time. Getting clear that social media and how you use technology can either spell your dissolution and your sadness, or it can actually be used as a tool to support and to nourish and to also inspire. So it's really about becoming more intentional and more diligent in how you're showing up, what you're standing for, how you are contributing, and how you are saying yes to living, breathing, and contributing to the higher story, the
Mm.
ascendant narrative, not the descending one.
Yes, I love what you said. Coherence with the vision. That could be a whole other half hour of discussion, because I think that might be the secret. But we are coming to the end. Um, and I want to thank you so much, Oziama, for agreeing to be with me on this half hour. And, it's so wonderful that that we could get a little of your time as you're running all over the place for this Global Oneness Summit of 2025.
Thank you,
Any
Adam.
last words you'd like to leave?
Yeah, I just want to say it's been an honor and a pleasure and a privilege as always to be with you, to share and to contribute to the shift that's taking place. And I just want to invite those who feel called to reach out to me on social media, on Instagram at Ozioma, on LinkedIn, especially, and that I believe that there are more and more of us who are rising up and saying that we want to take an active role. And so if you're doing interesting projects, if you're committed to creating this shift, I would love nothing more than to continue to support you and to stay connected.
Wonderful. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sandy Sedgbeer, your host for this session of Humanities Team's Global Oneness Summit, whose theme for 2025 is Awaken the Divine Within, Embody the Transformation, Inspire the Future. Joining me today in our panel on Awakening to the Infinite Self are three widely respected voices in the fields of conscious awakening and inner transformation. Dr. Eben Alexander is a renowned neurosurgeon, New York Times bestselling author, and pioneer in consciousness studies, whose near-death experience transformed his understanding of the brain, mind, and soul. Karen Newell is the co-founder of Sacred Acoustics, a specialist in personal transformation, and co-author with Eben Alexander of Living in a Mindful Universe, which helps people access expanded awareness and connect with inner guidance. And Karen Noe is a psychic medium, spiritual teacher, and best-selling author whose communications with Wayne Dyer and the We Consciousness Guides have inspired thousands to embrace love, unity, and personal responsibility for creating heaven on earth. Karen Newell, Eben Alexander, and Karen Noe, welcome.
Thank you.
Great to be here.
Thank you. So my first question is to all of you, so you can take it in turns to answer it. Each of you works with different doorways into awakening: science, sound, spirit, direct experience. I'd like to hear from each of you what your journeys have revealed about divine love, soul purpose, and the reality of unseen connection. Let's start with you, Karen Newell.
Okay, well, my journey started, when I was really young, asking all of those questions. Why are we here? What is our purpose? And to be honest, science didn't have the answers for me, and neither did religion. Nobody was really able to provide those answers. And I found them eventually as an adult by learning a practice of going within. And when you can go within and learn, who you truly are besides the role that you play on earth, that essence, your soul, when you can get in touch with that directly, you can really change how you behave here on earth. And when you have that greater connection, you feel this kind of beautiful knowing that everyone is on a similar journey. And so when you have that understanding, you develop all of this compassion for all of those around you who are also going through things inside that all of us can't really see from the outside. And so by going within is where we can really find our connection to that greater energy.
Eben, what about you?
Well, I spent the first 54 years of my life honing a very scientific worldview. That is one that subscribed to our conventional teachings of materialism or physicalism, and thought that was true. But of course, that whole program really diminishes any notion of consciousness and its primacy. And that's why when I had my near-death experience in 2008, which involved a very severe case of bacterial meningitis that should have killed me and inflicted my entire brain, and yet I had this robust, profound experience that was much richer and more real than anything I'd ever been through, all at a time when my brain was demonstrably offline. And I had taught neurosurgery as an associate professor at Harvard Medical School for more than 15 years. thought I understood something about brain, mind, and consciousness. But what my NDE really showed me was we have it completely backwards, and that mind is primary in the universe, and that the physical world emerges from the realm of mind. And this has tremendous implications for our understanding about the nature of reality, but it certainly goes a long way to help explain so much more about these human experiences, and especially important to me are near-death experiences. Now, there are many others. There are after-death communication, shared death, which are just like near-death, but happen in perfectly healthy people. But the ultimate lesson that's coming to us, and this is something that many scientists who study consciousness agree upon, is that we're showing the primacy of consciousness, but not only that, it's unified in many ways. So we're sharing the one mind. And this is where near-death experiences are so important to study, because what they illuminate for us is the profound nature of kind of the core of the universe, that God force, of that intelligence that so many NDEers have encountered, is a very powerful and beautiful tool to awaken us to the nature of our kind of united reality, and how important the binding force of love is in coming into wholeness as souls on this beautiful journey. So as a scientist now, I can very confidently say we're spiritual beings in a spiritual universe. We're sharing one mind, and the binding force of love can lead us towards incredible healing, whether that's for the individual, for the family, for a group, or for all of humanity and life on Earth and life beyond. This is really about a cosmic consciousness. And I use meditation daily to return, not just to recover memories of my NDE, but especially over the last 11 or 12 years, these daily meditations have involved getting richly in touch with that one mind and the shared sense of purpose and how we're all in this together. And it's a beautiful kind of emergence of modern science to illuminate this power of love and of wholeness and healing.
Karen Noe.
So I have always been psychic. Even as a little girl, my father used to take me to the racetrack and I picked the winning horses for him. Now I'm an animal activist. I don't go to the track. My grandmother had a bookie and I picked the winning numbers for her. But fast forward, about 25 years ago, I was going through a very difficult time in my life. And I sat at the edge of my bed and I just yelled at God and I said, am I going to be okay? And with that, I saw a light that came towards me from the other side of the room. And as it was coming towards me, I said, if you're not of God, please leave. But what I meant was, now I know 25 years later, we're all of God, every one of us. But what I meant was, if you're not of the light, if you don't mean me well, please leave. But the more I said that, the more it kept coming towards me and eventually enveloped me. And at that particular time, first of all, I felt the most incredible peace that I had ever felt before. But I heard an audible voice that said, Lucia Lucina, Bella Lucia Lucina. For those Italian listeners, it means light, beautiful little light. And I've since learned that was St. Francis of Assisi, who's been guiding and protecting me ever since. And right after that experience, I started receiving messages from those who've passed, as well as the angels. And the rest is history. And then fast forward when Dr. Wayne Dyer passed away, I didn't know him personally. I was a huge fan of his, and synchronistic events brought his family to me, the first of which was on a bus. And there was one seat available on the bus, and in walked Serena Dyer, his daughter, who sat next to me. A long story, but he eventually came through singularly for his 8 children and his wife. And he also came through as a group consciousness called the We Guides, We Consciousness. And it's exactly what Eben is saying, that we are all one. And whatever we do to ourselves or another affects everyone. And it begins with us. If we raise our vibration so it's more on par with the energy of who we really are, which is God, we raise the vibration of the planet.
Absolutely. Eben, in your near-death experience, you experienced love as the very fabric of reality. How has that shaped your life since then?
Well, it's certainly flipped my kind of worldview 180 degrees from that false sense of separation inherent in materialist or physicalist thinking of conventional science, completely around to recognizing the oneness of mind and the power of love, the importance. I mean, when you study near-death experiences, there's no question. 95% of the stories are very deeply about this incredible sense of love and of our soul's responsibility, that we have free will, but that free will can help lead us either towards truth or away from it. And the modern NDE movement is one that really focuses on love as this beautiful ingredient. It's palpable. I mean, you bathe in an ocean of love during an NDE. And initially, I remember telling Karen, you can't really bring that love back to this world. But she proved to me that I was absolutely wrong. And I know that is true, that in so many ways, all of us can bring that very same love back to this world. It involves kind of moving away from the ego mind, that little voice in our head. I love how Michael Singer calls a voice in the head the annoying roommate. But none of us should think that that is who we are, that that is our soul. There's a deep awareness in us that transcends that ego mind and has a lot more to do with our purpose and kind of shared meaning of existence with all of our fellow beings. So to me, love is something that cannot be denied because the palpable power of it during NDEs is so transformative. It's one of the reasons why people come back from near-death experiences and they do not fear death. It's because they realize it's not an end of existence and awareness. It's not that bleak annihilation of consciousness that materialist science pretends it to be. But there are tens of thousands of stories out there in the literature and on the internet that prove the reality of this love as a healing, wholesome force that brings us into alignment with our very reason for existence here as souls interconnected in this beautiful spiritual universe. So you can't, the Beatles said it, Dionne Warwick said it, all you need is love. And NDEers are screaming that from the rooftops because it's such a fundamental part of these very basic experiences that demonstrate kind of the nature of the reality of our very existence.
I've spoken to a lot of people who have had near-death experiences, and they all talk about the love. And for those of us who haven't, it's hard to grasp what that is like. But Karen, Eben said you are able to show people that. How are you doing that?
Well, for me, I had a very intellectual understanding of love. When I fell in love with someone, I was falling in love with thoughts, not feelings. I didn't really understand it. And yet, when I felt love towards animals, like my dog, I could feel it. And I over time, through all of relationship ups and downs and things, I figured out that it's really people have a lot of baggage. It's hard to unconditionally love people sometimes, but dogs, it's much easier. And so that was really the pathway for me to learn how to generate at will feelings of gratitude in my heart. And I learned this, through books and things, but until I actually generated the experience, I didn't understand it. So near-death experiences, same thing. They come back, they feel this love. And so what I heard about it, I wanted to feel it. And so for me, this practicing of gratitude in the heart was a good practice. And at first I could think of things I was grateful for, but eventually I could actually feel the gratitude. And that happened when we got a new puppy. And I had a new puppy laying on my chest, and I was remembering my childhood dog who I had lost and other animals I had known. And I felt a little flicker in my heart. I felt this warmth. I felt something that I created in that moment with my dog. And over time, I found I could create that at will, anywhere. And once I gave money to a homeless man, and when he thanked me, I felt his gratitude. My whole heart just grew around me. I couldn't believe it. I was driving when this happened, and there's this huge bubble. And so really, it's just a matter of learning to generate those feelings of gratitude in the heart. And what can get in the way is your own baggage. We all have that baggage. And so it may be a process of having to release some things. I had to go through that process of releasing things I didn't even know were in my system. And once I got through all of that, love is available to all of us at any time. And yes, when I first met Eben, he was talking about the brain and consciousness. And I was confused. And I said, well, what about the love that you felt? And he goes, oh, like he said, you can't bring that back here. And I said, oh, well, I've been feeling that. I can't know for certain, that it's the same power that near-death experiences are feeling, but I know it's powerful, and my frame of reference gives me the information that yes, of course it's the same energy that I'm tapping into. And it may not be the same here in my body as someone who leaves their body, but that doesn't matter because I'm feeling it in my way. And all of us can learn to do this. I am absolutely certain. It's really our birthright to understand how our heart works, how those feelings work, and how we can bring that heart energy into our daily world.
Yeah, it's all about the heart, isn't it? So, Karen, your communications with Wayne Dyer and the Consciousness Guides, the We Consciousness Guides, speaks of a collective shift. What is their most important message for this inner awakening that is happening in the world?
Well, first of all, he began coming through 2015, and he was predicting a lot of the events that were going to transpire on the planet. But the basic message, he gave us 33 truths for inner and outer peace. However, when he came through for his family, he came through singularly with messages for them so that they knew it was really him. Things that nobody would know. But when he came through as the group consciousness with the we guides, the most important truth is that we are all one. And as I said before, whatever we do to ourselves or another affects everyone. And what happens in a near-death experience, and also from messages that I have received over the years, that the deceased loved ones, when they come through, they are, first of all, they're in a place of complete love, complete peace. And it's hard to put into words what this love is. But they're able to see the bigger perspective on how they have affected the living loved one. In other words, they go through a life review and they're able to see if they hurt somebody, they feel that. If they were good to someone, they feel that as well. And this has everything to do with the we consciousness. This is why I'm sharing it. So oftentimes I heard messages of regret when somebody comes through from the other side saying they should have, could have, would have done something now, and now it's too late. Should have forgiven the person, the living loved one, and now it's too late. Should have asked for forgiveness for something they did, and now it's too late. Should have treated themselves with the respect that they deserved, and now it's too late. But let me say again, they're in a place of complete love, but they see the bigger perspective. I hope that makes sense. So we consciousness, and also what I gathered from this whole thing is that why do we have to wait until it's too late to go through this life review? Why don't we go it right now? Through this right now, try to see through the other person's eyes how we're affecting them. Forgive them if they hurt us. Try to see through their eyes why they did what they did. It might be, you still have a right to step away from them, but forgive them for you, because it's not the snake bite that kills us. It's the venom that's left behind. And the same goes if we need someone to forgive us, we try to tell them through our eyes why we did what we did, and so forth. And the we consciousness is all about that, trying to see through another person's eyes, try to be more compassionate, and so forth, to raise our vibration so it's more on par with the energy of who we really are, which is love.
So this is a question for all of you. How does awakening to our inner self change the way that we see death, grief, and the future of humanity? Karen, do you want to go first?
Well, when you awaken to your inner self, you realize that you are more than your physical body. And you realize that when your time of death comes, you're still going to be aware. That's the first thing I realize. I'm still going to be aware when my time of death comes. And so when I have that realization, I realize, well, so is everyone else. And so as I, started to lose loved ones, I have to say I haven't lost, a parent, a child, something like that. But I did lose a step parent, and it's just suicide. And when this happened, I was an adult and I understood all of these concepts already. And what I understood is that he was still with us. He was still in a healing process when he left his body. And I wanted to help him from afar. And I tried to connect with him, and I was successful. I learned he was okay and that everything was fine. And so it really eased my grief unbelievably to know that he was okay. And when he was here on earth, he was decidedly not okay. And when people decide to take their own lives, I used to believe that they were punished somehow. And what I've come to learn is no, they're not punished, but they may feel some of those regrets that Karen was talking about. And so they still have an opportunity to interact in different ways. And so this just really enlivens me when someone dies, because I realize their journey isn't over and that I will see them again. I assume I will see my stepfather again. I have this understanding. And so grief becomes much, much easier for us when we realize that our relationships haven't really ended. They've changed, they've transformed, but it's not the end. And that is a fear in our, at least Western society, that drives many, 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 many people, this fear of death. And when you can remove that, it not only helps with facing your own death, but also when you lose a loved one.
Well, I think it's interesting to me as a neuroscientist studying the brain-mind connection, the nature of conscious awareness, that discovery in my NDE that consciousness is fundamental. It's the thing that exists. The brain only is there to serve as a transceiver or filter to allow that primordial unified consciousness to have a little eddy current that is what each and every one of us represent. But then when you die, as revealed through not only near-death experiences, but also in the hospice and palliative care literature for people who go on to die, what you find is there's this incredible sense of oneness, and it comes especially through the life review. Now, I couldn't have an Eben Alexander life review because of my amnesia, which is another part of my story I won't go into now, but it was a very essential part for me to understand everything that happened to me. But importantly, the study, I did see life reviews in a much grander vision. I've often talked about that, even though it couldn't be my personal memories of a life review. But in studying life reviews in large numbers, like Bruce Grayson, who's a skeptical MD psychiatrist at UVA, who has studied these NDEs for more than 45 years. And in his summary, back in the fall of 2021 in the Journal of Near-Death Studies of almost 700 life reviews, interestingly, something like 3/4 of those life reviews involved revisiting the events of the life, but from the perspective of everyone involved. So in other words, we're all sharing the dream of the one mind. And if we're hurting and hurting others, handing out pain and suffering, being greedy and selfish, during the life review, we're on the receiving end of that. And it basically serves as a course correction to teach us the golden rule. Treat others as you would like to be treated. That is written into the very fabric of the universe through these life reviews and this incredible sense. I mean, 3/4 of them saying that it's from the perspective of all involved. And that's why they come back much more kind of loving and caring of others. Near-death experiencers are often said to be more spiritual, but less religious. That might reflect some of the ideological conflicts in various religious systems, but our kind of ultimate spirituality derived and revealed through something as common as near-death experiences is very favorable in showing us this beautiful oneness and the binding force of love, how the universe is really kind of keeping track. And so it's important for us to pay attention. I can't imagine a worse mistake than going through my life as a hardcore materialist, believing none of it matters, that at the end of it, it's annihilation. And then you find out that no, it's a much grander kind of exposure to your life review and planning for next incarnations and all of that. You could waste a lifetime believing that materialist false sense of separation. And yet I think this is the benefit of this being a scientific revolution, because we've had 5,000 plus years for various religious systems to teach us about the golden rule, about these fundamental tenets of the structure of the universe. And yet it's now in the modern scientific era with quantum physics, neuroscience, philosophy of mind, parapsychology, non-local consciousness, all of those fields contributing to a much richer understanding of this one mind that we all share, and how important treating others with kindness, compassion, and love is, given the rules of the universe as revealed through near-death and similar experiences.
Karen, you've pretty much answered this question from your perspective in the last thing that you were talking about when you were saying people and their regrets, etc. You know, awakening to our infinite self is incredibly beneficial for all of us. It sounds wonderful. It sounds very inviting. The question is, how do we help people understand that this is the best thing they can do? Because, you know, we've talked about fear, we've talked about resistance. People think that they can't achieve what you've achieved. You know, what's the best way that we can encourage people to take the steps that they need to take?
That's a wonderful question, but we can't force anything on anyone. They have to be ready and willing. I could just tell people, you know, when we remember who we really are, which is only love, we'll create peace in the world. And the most important thing, maybe they'll listen to this, is whatever we're focusing upon grows. So if we focus upon what's wrong in the world with the law of attraction, we'll be a part of creating more of that in the world, because we are all one. And when we do that, we're lowering our vibration and we're lowering the vibration of the planet. Even if we disagree with negativity, but we're focusing on the negative, we're not doing a great job. So what we need to do is focus on what we want, which is peace and love and oneness. Focus on solutions rather than on the problems. And in so doing, we will be creating the peace that we so desire within our own lives and in the world as well. But you can't force anybody. Sometimes people are not ready to hear that, especially when I talk about forgiveness. For example, people say, but surely what my mother did to me, you know, I don't want to forgive her. I should be upset with her. And I said, you should, maybe, but it's hurting you. So if you release it, you release that from you as well. It doesn't mean what she did to this person is right. It means to stay away from toxic relationships, but cut the cords with that negativity, because it's only hurting her. It's only hurting us when we're focusing on what's wrong, who did us wrong, and so forth. So what we need to do, what I would tell people, focus on solutions, focus on the love. If anybody follows me on Facebook or on Instagram, it's always, not always easy, but I always try to focus on the positive in some way, or, you know, whatever it is. It's the only way to do it. And in so doing, we'll create peace on this planet.
All three of you challenge, you know, the conventional view of life, death, and consciousness. What is the one idea that you most want people to reconsider?
I would tell people to remember who they are, and they don't remember. And the most important thing is, it's not just me who can connect with deceased loved ones and the angels. We all can do this, all of us. But we have to resonate more on par with the energy of who the angels are. Love, who we really are. Love. And so when we become the love that we're looking for, we're on the same vibration. We'll be able to pick up on the angels, what they're telling us to do, would be able to connect with deceased loved ones. It's like, I always use this analogy, tuning into 1300 AM, but you want 3200 FM, you won't be able to hear them. And if they're willing and able to just focus on what they want instead and focus on the love around them. I have a wonderful exercise. I'll say it very briefly because I know we have a limited amount of time, but it's as Karen was talking about, gratitude is so important. There's a wonderful book by Rhonda Byrne who wrote The Secret. It's called The Magic. And she has a gratitude exercise. This is really important for people to raise their vibration. You'll see how it changes you. Just like when Karen was looking at her dog. It's just amazing. It changes us. But Rhonda Byrne was saying how 28 days of doing something change. It's a habit, right? So if you do something for 28 days, you'll create a new habit. And she said for 28 days to begin the day by saying 10 things that you're grateful for. And you write it down for 28 days. But here's the catch. You cannot say the same thing more than once. So I participated in this exercise. And, you know, the first couple of days were very easy. But after day 4 and 5, I said, geez, what else am I grateful for? But then I started to understand the things that I took for granted are the most important things. The air that I breathe, the fact that I could see, that I could hear, that I could walk and talk, everything like that. And I changed my whole attitude. And by 28 days, I was even grateful for the bathroom mat. But I had a totally different attitude. I created a new habit. So I would tell people to do that. Focus on gratitude. And that's an exercise I would tell everyone to do.
Yeah. So, Eben, do you have one particular thing, like Karen's just described, that you found to be really helpful when speaking to those locked in resistance?
I would say it's important to remember the power of belief, and our beliefs can be, they can be very restrictive. Um, they can kind of lock us in, which is what I would say was part of the situation I was in before my coma, when I wanted to fully buy this materialist notion that the brain creates consciousness. Didn't understand how anything else could be the case. But I was just very limited in my belief system. NDE absolutely opened up my beliefs very widely. And then also, a lot of this discussion in terms of where this is headed for people has to do with manifestation of the world of our dreams. And as a physician, as a healer, I can certainly point to things like placebo effect. Now, placebo effect is um, really astonishing when you get down to the essence of it. But it's showing us the reality of our ability to influence our unfolding reality. And certainly, as that pertains to health and healing and wholeness, placebo effect is just a starting point. You can move beyond that to a discussion of spontaneous remission. Like at the Institute of Noetic Science's website, they have if you put in spontaneous remission, you'll find a book they wrote in the mid 90s. It had more than 3,500 cases of people who had exhausted medical management for cancer, infections, things like that. But through various mainly spiritual techniques, they were able to move beyond and come into healing. And then, of course, we have the category of miraculous healing and near-death experiences. For example, in my case, there's a medical uh, case report on my medical records that came out in September 2018 in the Journal of Near-Death of Nervous and Mental Disease. And that particular study made it very clear my brain was far too damaged by the meningitis to have any kind of dream or hallucination, much less this extraordinary set of visions that I ended up having and going through. But interestingly enough, when the peer review editors of the scientific journal challenged the authors of this paper, they weren't involved in my care, but they were fascinated by my recovery. And said, how do you explain this case? It's unprecedented in the medical literature. And they said it's because he had a near-death experience. That's what allowed for this absolutely astonishing, over-the-top, miraculous level of healing. And it's because they knew of other cases in NDEs where that had occurred. Anita Morjani, whose stage 4 lymphoma basically vanished after her NDE. Dr. Mary C. Neal, the orthopedic surgeon who had an over 30-minute warm water drowning while kayaking in Chile in the late 1990s, was brought to the surface dead with 2 broken legs and, gone from this world. She was resuscitated, ended up making a complete recovery. So when you look at these extraordinary cases of healing, you go far beyond anything that can be explained by medicine, and find that they're associated with these spiritual journeys of love and of coming to realize the spiritual beings that we are in a spiritual universe. And we have the power of that God force, that infinite love that's the source of all creation, that's right there ready to assist us in coming into wholeness and healing. So the power of belief, these kind of understandings of the potential for mind over matter, coming into wholeness as spiritual beings, and that leading to healing of physical, mental, and emotional issues. As Karen and I often say, all physical, mental, and emotional healing and wholeness is ultimately spiritual in nature. And spiritual simply is an acknowledgement of our interconnection through that mental space with the universe at large and with all of our fellow beings, but also shared meaning and purpose with other elements of the universe. That's how I would define spiritual, is that very simple kind of collection of meaning, purpose, and a knowing of the connectedness we share through the mental space. And personal experience is the greatest teacher. And that's why meditation is something Karen and I teach, especially using binaural beat brainwave entrainment, which is a very powerful way to intersect with the lower brain stem to allow us to liberate our conscious awareness beyond space and time, because the ultimate reality is not locked into earth time. Time is actually something that's deeply associated with consciousness in its manifestation. So a deeper understanding of consciousness will ultimately help us have a much deeper understanding of time and causal relationships and causal flow. But this whole notion of mind over matter and our ability to heal ourselves and this world at large is right there at the front of these kind of powerful lessons. Meditation, going within, every day I try to meditate an hour or two. And I cannot tell you how beneficial that's been to me over time. But it's a beautiful surprise that when you go into your mind, you find out it's the mind of the universe, and it's a mind that we all share, and that we're all together in that. And it can be very reaffirming and help us to manifest the world of our dreams.
Well, belief, the more science is showing us, the truth of much of this, the more people will believe. And I understand that the placebo effect is now being studied, which it should have been a long time ago because it's so amazing. But, we just need more stories like yours, more chances for people to actually experience something beyond themselves. But Karen, you work with sound. How can sound and stillness help people return to connection when they're feeling completely separate? Oneness is the last thing in their mind.
Yeah, and while Karen and Eben were speaking, I was thinking about other ways people come to think that meditation is important, and that's mental health issues. We know from studies beginning in around 2000 that meditation reduces anxiety. Meditation reduces stress. It actually increases your immunity and solves all kinds of little problems. So this is another motivation, another way to get people to try this out. And for me, that meditation was so challenging. And it was sound, the attention to the heart, like I explained earlier, and sound. Those were my two keys. And listening to things like gongs or tuning forks or crystal bowls, brass bowls. If you've heard these sounds, they're like wah, 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 very kind of mesmerizing. And you can actually create that kind of sound using binaural beats, building them with digital frequencies. And amazingly, they sound very similar, wah, wah, wah. And that's what really helped my mind to get into that calmer state. And actually, the Sacred Acoustics audio recordings that we create were used in a pilot study that showed a 26% reduction in anxiety after just 2 weeks of listening. And this study actually came out in February 2020. And if you flash back to that moment, this was right before the COVID pandemic sent the entire world into, stay at home, into a whole other set of anxiety that besides your daily life. And so that's when I decided to make the same recordings that were used in that pilot study available to anyone. I reduced the price and also made a free option, because so many people, even now, have financial difficulties. And we don't want anyone to have a barrier to learning how to quiet the mind. And so these can help you with sleep. They can help you with focus. They can help you with meditation support. You don't have to necessarily start, I'm going to start meditating an hour a day like Eben Alexander. You can say, I'm going to listen to these so I can just get a little peace of mind for 20 minutes. And then you start to get into, wow, here's some other effects I wasn't expecting. That's what happened for me. When I kind of let go of all my expectations of wanting to connect with loved ones or have an out-of-body experience or something very adventurous, soon as I let all of that go and just said, forget about it, I don't care, that's when the magic started to happen. So when you can really let go of all your expectations and just go into meditation, use some sound for support. It doesn't have to be our sound. Find what works best for you. Everyone is going to find something that works best for them. It can take some trial and error. And that process alone can be journey of discovery, right? Because you try these different techniques, some of them work, some of them don't, but you might see other people going through experiences that motivate you even more. And so getting out there, just going to a class in your local area, trying some sound at home, think about it as just reducing your anxiety, trying to get calm. And for those of you who are already experienced meditators, these types of sounds and other technique can help you go even deeper. So there's really something for everyone, and there's no reason for anyone not to make an effort to go within. One reason I hear people give is that they feel selfish. They feel selfish taking time for themselves when they really should be helping other people. And that's when I tell them, well, wait a minute. As you become more calmer, you're automatically helping the people around you. That is helping others, maybe even more than yourself. And so then they're like, oh, I can help others. And they think, oh, that's not selfish then. And so lots of little kind of things that you can do that different people have found motivate them to get to this place.
Yeah, reframing is a very good thing. So all of you, I mean, unconditional love is central to all of your teachings. How do we stay connected to love when we're feeling intense pain, anger, heartbreak, or conflict? I mean, what do you recommend to your clients? Each of you. Let's start with Karen.
If I may, this ties right into what Evan was talking about before about healing with our minds and our thoughts. There was a woman, and this is answering your question. It's about forgiveness and what it does to us. There was a woman named Sue. She came to see me, and she was going through a very difficult divorce. And long story short, every time she came in to see me, her hands started to close more and more and more and more and more. And finally, she just had fists. She couldn't open her fingers. And she was eventually diagnosed with multiple myeloma, stage 3. Long story short, I said to her, do everything the doctor says. But in addition to that, we're going to try to work on forgiveness. I don't want to forgive him. She would say, let's work on forgiveness for you. We worked on forgiveness with affirmations, meditation, forgiving him. And her hands started to open every time she came to see me. Eventually, all she had left was the middle finger. So I said, Sue, you're holding on to something else. But we worked on that, and eventually her hands were completely open. And the doctor said she was in remission and was he didn't understand what was happening. So for 25 years, she was in remission because she worked on forgiveness. After that time, 2 years ago, she came to see me, and she started telling me how much she hated her ex-husband, how much she hated all the things that were going on in her life. And she started to slump down. I said, Sue, let's watch what you're thinking and feeling, because remember, and she goes, I don't care. She was diagnosed again with multiple myeloma. And I said, Sue, you did this before. You could do it again. Let's work on forgiveness. And she said, I don't want to.
Oh,
and she passed away. 25 years of just forgiving for her healed her mind, body, her body. But she just wanted to go home. So that's not so bad either, since we know this is not all there is.
I've actually experienced that same thing with a close friend of mine. Yeah.
Really?
She just couldn't forgive.
Yeah. And she passed.
Yeah. Do either of you two, Karen, Eben, have anything to add to that?
Well, we know someone very similar, just to validate what you just said, who told us that when she was younger, after her husband died, she got breast cancer. He died in a traumatic fashion. She called it PTSD. Fast forward 30, 40 years later, she was long time married to someone who went through a difficult death, a long kind of, where she was his caregiver. And after he passed, the cancer came back. And so, she's very well versed in these kinds of concepts, and she's very much, I don't know what the outcome is, because we just learned about this, that the cancer has come back, but now she's getting ready to tackle it. She totally believes that it's related to her response to the deaths of her 2 husbands, and that she's owning and feels empowered that she can correct it. And not knowing, knowing it isn't enough. You have to do what Karen is saying, which is go through the motions of that forgiveness, not just go through. There's no way out but through. Evan and I also often say those spiritual bypasses where you kind of pretend that you're doing it, they're not going to be effective. And so it has to be deep. And that's not easy for everybody. We have to go to places inside that we've put away long ago, and we have to get them out again, go dip back into that pool. And it's not so simple. So it's wonderful that your example that she lived 25 years, healthy. That's fabulous. And if that was her reason to leave, she had to leave somehow, right? And so hopefully she's continuing the process, as we all do when we die.
Sure.
I want to just switch the subjects a little bit. We hear a lot about the future human. And Karen was just telling a story about someone who was unable to let go. I want each of you to tell us what your defining traits of the future human are, and what you think we are letting go of, and what capacities are emerging.
Can I start?
So which one wants to go first?
I'll go first, because I do this a lot. I love to imagine a world where every child grows up knowing that their heart is important, knowing how to process their feelings, knowing how to have compassion for others around them. I imagine a world of kids who grow up like this, and there's no bullying in the school because they're all treating each other with kindness and compassion. And then I imagine all those children growing up. They're bus drivers, they're doctors, they're waitresses, all those people in the world that we encounter, and they're all happy and joyous, and we are happy together. We've said it in many ways, but as each of us focuses on our inner world and finds that inner peace within, the outer world is just a reflection of our inner world. And so if we can all grow up with this kind of understanding, we may run into some traumas, but we'll know how to handle them. Those traumas are important for our growth, but it doesn't mean we can't handle them with grace. And so this is what I imagine in the world. A future human.
Evan, do you see evidence of the future human emerging in society now?
Well, I absolutely do. I think we're in the midst of a tremendous revolution I see it as a scientist. The scientific community is absolutely in the throes of a revolution that I believe will make the Copernican revolution, where, 500 years ago, we came to realize that Earth was not the center of the universe, but maybe the sun was. That was a major change in thinking. But what we're facing now with this primacy of consciousness is a complete reversal of so much of what's been wrong with the world up to this point. And very specifically, I would say that the kind of dominant culture that we were all born into in the 20th and now early 21st century is one that suffers tremendously from the false sense of separation that's inherent in materialist or physicalist thought, that we're separate beings. And then that was all tempered, especially affected in the mid 20th century with discussions of evolution and a misinterpretation of Darwin to pretend that competition and survival of the fittest were the dominant principles. Whereas any biologist today will tell you collaboration and cooperation between animals and plants and between species is far more important for success. So we need to get rid of that old toxic thinking of the false sense of separation and come at this more from acknowledging this oneness of mind, that we're all in this together. We're all here. Forgiveness is critical. Gratitude is critical. But ultimately, it's all based in unconditional love and taking care of each other. And that certainly includes the least, the last, and the lost. And to me, this is where humanity is headed. Religions have had more than 5,000 years to teach us many of these principles, especially of the golden rule, as we've discussed. But ultimately, I think now with science, and as Karen and I wrote in our book, Living in a Mindful Universe, we united, neuroscience, philosophy of mind, quantum physics, which is very strongly suggesting the oneness of mind, parapsychology, all that evidence for non-local consciousness, put that all into a system that supports science and spirituality strengthening each other. And this is where I think the world is headed. And we've gotten into kind of a quagmire until recent decades where we're more liberated. And that quagmire was mainly due, if anybody was trusting scientists, they were generally materialists, and they would pretend that the theoretical models, brain creates consciousness and all that exists is physical, would completely debunk all of these reports people had of near death, shared death, after death communications, etc. And yet suppressing evidence never gets you to the truth. And that's exactly what was going on all those years. Was the materialist science had accomplished so much in the 20th century and early 21st century that people said, well, science knows the answer. Well, there were a lot of scientists who didn't know anything about consciousness and the brain-mind connection who were saying those things are nonsense. Now that we've admitted the reality, and this includes a tremendous literature on reincarnation. For example, the University of Virginia, Ian Stevenson and Jim Tucker over the last 65 years have studied more than 2,500 cases of children remembering past lives. And of those cases, 1,700 have been solved. That is, they found the person who lived before. Reincarnation is absolutely a scientifically validated aspect of human existence. And yet it is something most people don't know so much about. This is a lot of it is our culture, the materialist scientists saying, oh, no, there can no such thing as reincarnation. That's all nonsense. But they haven't studied the data. You study the data and you realize this is all very real. NDEs, shared death, after death communications, past life memories in children, they suggest we need a much bigger model for human existence. And that is one that does involve primacy of mind and this binding force of love. And this is why I'm glad to be a scientist who's helping to contribute to this paradigm shift that is centuries overdue. It's high time we woke up to this. But interestingly, a lot of the deepest truths that the science is proving today were known, to spiritual seekers thousands of years ago. To me, that's fascinating how some of these very deep truths have been known for ages. And yet it's like we have to kind of relearn them as humanity evolves and matures and goes on. But I'm hoping we will be leaving a lot of these falsehoods that are very damaging in the rearview mirror as we evolve to the next level as Homo sapiens truly becoming wise.
Well, there's no doubt that, we are evolving. We see it in the children of today. And the more of them, who talk about their memories from before they were here, the more parents will begin to understand it. And the science won't count in those cases.
Right.
For sure. Karen, has Wayne Dyer and his group, the We, told you anything about the future human?
Yes, a lot of things are happening right here on the planet, especially in the United States. The darkness was already there. It's just rising up to the surface so that we could remember who we are. And that's not who we are. We're love. It's not about me, 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 me. It's about we. It's that we're all connected. And materialism is going to go. And it's going to be, we're going to become more psychic, most of us, not just Karen, Noe, and all of us here, but we'll all become more psychic and understand the power of our thoughts, that whatever we're thinking and feeling, we're creating in our lives, that we're magnetic beings. And more of us are going to remember that, and so forth. But all of this, it's an illusion what's happening now. Not really an illusion, but necessary for the commencement of peace on the planet right here and now, because a lot of people are fighting against each other. And no matter whose side you're on, it doesn't matter. We're not political sides. We're not right or wrong. We are love. And that's who we have to remember. And that's how we'll create peace on the planet. And that's what's happening right now. We just have to focus on that.
And as we've learned from the telepathy tapes and, much else that has been emerging,
yes,
is that these kids are definitely more of a group than they are individuals.
And they also have animals communicating to each other. There was one episode.
Yeah. Mm. Well, we don't have an awful lot of time left, but I want to ask you all individually, if there was one truth that you could transmit into every human heart today, something that could be felt, not just understood, what would it be? Eben?
I think it would be that sense of connection with our fellow beings, that beautiful kind of heart resonance that comes as we start to realize that we have shared meaning and purpose. And not only that, but we're interconnected through that mental space. And of course, mental is not, Karen educated me a long time ago that it's much more about a kind of a heart consciousness. So when I say mental, I'm not talking about cognitive, I'm not talking about um, a brain-based anything. I'm talking much more about kind of spirit to spirit connection that we can come to feel and know, and come to recognize that in our prayers and meditations to help others, it does bring healing to this world. I mean, there's plenty of work that's been done. Larry Dossey, Harold Koenig at Duke, and others showing the power of prayer and how it can lead to healing in major settings. And some of the kind of power of prayer is absolutely astonishing. Like when Larry Dossey showed that retrospective prayer, statistical analysis of prayer for people in the past who've already been through their illness, and you can show that in randomized control groups, you still have this profound effect of healing. It's really kind of astonishing. And this is where I think I would like to share through personal experience and the gift of meditation and centering prayer, that all of us have the power to do this, and it can lead to a much better world. We have far more power than we're commonly led to believe in our society to influence for the better the outcome of that society.
Karen Noe.
So I would tell everybody to remember who you are. You're only love and peace. And when you spread that love and peace, you will feel better. When you help that homeless person, as Karen was talking about, you feel better because we're all one. So try it. You'll see it really does make a difference. And understand that since we have God within every single one of us, we are all miracle workers. Every single one of us. That's what all the great masters told us. Jesus himself said, "This and more you can do if only you believe." But rather than believe, know it to be a fact. It's different saying, "I know this," or saying, "Oh, I believe it." So know that you have God within you. Know that you are only love. And then spread that love to the world. And you'll see a difference in your life and in the world.
Karen.
Well, building on Eben's connection and your, love, I would add compassion. That, because we're all connected and because we're all built to be loving people, to have compassion for other people when they're not behaving in a way that you might think they should. And everyone's on a different journey, whether it's your cab driver, Uber driver, I guess you might say, is in a bad mood, he might have had something really horrible happen that morning. Have compassion for others for the moods that they're in. Because we're all connected, because we're all made of love, we can feel each other and have that understanding that all of us, we are in this together and we can get through it together by helping each other and understanding that we all are on individual journeys, but we're all part of that one force of love that connects us all.
Well said. I look at my news feed these days and I'm very encouraged when I see articles about, science is saying, oh, we've just noticed that, when people pass, there is a light that surrounds them, or, the power of the heart, is much more powerful than the brain. I mean, all of you've been in this business for a long time. You must be filled with hope for the future, when we're seeing so much science emerging to back up everything that our ancestors, knew thousands of years ago.
I, for one, am very optimistic. And I think it's important to point out that when you're on the verge of a major kind of paradigm shift in human thinking across civilization, one thing that happens is the threatened fundamentalists rise up in recoil. And I think that's what we're seeing today. And it's a big part of the headlines. And you'd think the world's going crazy. But to me, what that is an indicator that we're on the verge of this tremendous shift towards a much more sane and understanding knowing of the world. So don't be, afraid and, concerned about this all these negative headlines and the war and violence and conflict, because I think ultimately they are simply a symptom that those who perpetuate those old ways of the world of conflict, of the false sense of separation materialism, they're going into extinction. And this whole model that the scientific community is coming up with about the oneness of mind and consciousness in our spiritual nature and a spiritual universe is one that is going to become dominant. And that will bring on peace and harmony to this world.
And I would just quickly add that if we are part of creating our reality, as both Evan and Karen have noted, then holding hope in our hearts rather than despair will help bring about this ideal world much more quickly.
Okay, we have to end it there. Eben Alexander, Karen Noe, Karen Newell, thank you for your contribution to Humanities Team's Global Oneness Summit and also to the future that we're all stepping into. As a 501c3 non-profit, Humanities Team's goal is to make conscious living prevalent worldwide by 2040. This summit, our masterclasses and our streaming library at humanitiesteam.org exist to help all of you, all of us, take the next steps to global oneness. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, and welcome to the 16th Annual Global Oneness Summit. I am Jonathan Goldman, and we are here to have this fabulous panel on embodying compassion to awaken the divine. I'm here with my beloved wife, Andy, and we have some celestial guests, and she's going to tell us about them. How about that?
We have two wonderful guests with us, Chloe Goodchild and Lama Tashi, and I'd love to share their bios with everyone. Geshe Nawang Tashi Bapu, best known as Lama Tashi, has been principal chant master of the Dalai Lama's Drupung Lothling Monastery and served as director of the Central Institute of Himalayan Culture Studies in India. Lama Tashi's Tibetan deep voice is world renowned. He is the first Tibetan Buddhist monk to be nominated for a Grammy with his recording of Tibetan master chants. He is a renowned scholar and speaker on subjects regarding compassion, wisdom, and other intricate areas of Tibetan Buddhist teachings. His teachings are featured in the online video series, Tibetan Secrets of Happiness. His website is lamatashi.com. And next, our esteemed guest, Chloe Goodchild. Chloe is a sound healing pioneer, a vocalist, author, and teacher. Her seminal book, The Naked Voice, she creates online and in-person communities of sound where the inner music of the soul is remembered, expressed, and shared. A Grammy nominee, she is a vocalist who has numerous albums, including Surah and Fierce Wisdom. She is the creator of the Naked Voice workshops, audiobooks, and her website is thenakedvoice.com. Chloe, welcome. We are so thrilled that you are part of this today with us. And now I would love to read the bio of my beloved here. Jonathan Goldman is an international founding pioneer in the field of sound healing. He is a renowned writer, musician, and teacher. Jonathan is the author of numerous award-winning books, including Healing Sounds and the 7 Secrets of Sound Healing. A Grammy nominee, his award-winning recordings include chakra chants, ultimate Om, and the divine name. He is the founder and director of the Sound Healers Association and the CEO of Spirit Music. And his website is healingsounds.com.
And now, may I introduce you, Andy? And I would like to be able to pull this from memory, but I'm going to read it just as. All right, here we go. Andy Goldman is a licensed psychotherapist specializing in holistic counseling and sound therapy. She is the director of the Healing Sound Seminars and co-director of the Sound Healers Association. Musician, teacher, author, and sound healer, Andy co-authored with me, Jonathan Goldman, the award-winning books Chakra Frequencies and The Humming Effect. And the website is healingsounds.com. So thank you all of us for being here. What a blessing this is. This is our fourth panel together for the Global Oneness Summit, and each of them has focused on some aspect of using compassion, because that is such a key and important element. And so I'm so delighted to have you, my esteemed friends and colleagues, to be part of this. Thank you again for being here. We are going to be asking some questions for all of us involving the panel title, which is Embodying Compassion to Awaken the Divine. So there are going to be 3 questions, and we're going to begin with the first question. What does it mean to awaken to the divine? What does this concept mean to you? And I'm going to start with this one. Normally I'm like the last one, but for this one I'm going to start with an answer, a brief one. I got to try to think of it because by gosh and by golly, we could all, I know, working with any of these questions, talk for weeks on the subject because they are profoundly and deeply important to all of us. So for myself, to awaken to the divine, I guess it's an understanding, first of all, that we become aware that, if you like, we become conscious that we are not singular units floating in an ocean of humanity, stars, stripes, and forever, but actually we are all part of a great oneness that embodies everything that is. On one perspective, it's really, for me, connecting to the aspect, whether we call it the source, the divine, God, or whatnot. It is, if you like, the understanding, the awareness that we are connected to everything that is. And therefore, we need so deeply to be able to access this power of oneness, because alone, separately, not so special. Together as one coherent unit, we can do extraordinary things. And so from my perspective, through awakening to the divine, it simply means opening up our awareness and our consciousness to be able to access levels of higher being, of oneness, of source, that is so very, very important for us to live a happy and healthy life. Okay. Next, let us ask Chloe, what does it mean to you to embody compassion, to awaken the divine? So what does it mean to awaken the divine?
Well, Jonathan and Andy and Lamatashi, Jonathan, what you just shared was so all-encompassing. I feel there's nothing else to say except, may I just sing something?
Ooh, lovely.
I am not I. I am this one. I am not I. I am this one. Standing beside me, whom I do not
not sing, whom at times I manage to visit, and at other times I forget. I simply forget the one who forgives sweet when I hate, the one who stays indoors while I take a walk, the one who remains silent while I talk. I am not I am this one. I am not I am this one. The one who remains standing when I die. The one who remains standing when I die. I am not I am this one.
Um, I suppose for me, this capacity to really feel the divinity of my nature, that which is universal, that is not bound by a dualistic framework or egoic mind, that's constantly making things right or wrong or good or bad, or it helps me to sing in ways that somehow explore how singing can unite that which is divine within which that and eternal, within what is fundamentally a 3D reality for many of us. So it's the divine pulls me out of that 3D awareness into a higher frequencies of consciousness while still being on the planet, and very happily so.
Beautiful, Chloe. Thank you so very much. That was lovely. What a surprise. What a blessing. Thank you.
Lovely.
Lama Tashi, dear friend, what does it mean to you to awaken the divine?
Hello, everyone. You already gave a good, very wonderful information on it, so I don't want to, doesn't seem very much there, but we do have a concept in Vajrayana Buddhism. We call it Lai Ngagya, which can be translated as divine pride. So in this practice, we usually developed our compassion and kindness towards all other beings. And that how kind of we hold the pride of divine being. Because when we talk about divine being, those are who are possessed with completed compassion and wisdom or awareness. Not just the I and me or something like that, but holding the compassion, kindness towards all other beings. So like one whole as a one. So those are called the divine beings. So when we talk about enlightening oneself into divine, So here, it's very much what we talk about divine pride. So we should have a compassion towards all other beings. We should have a wisdom or awareness of the situation, and then we kind of enlighten ourselves from even better than the humans, right? Human being, not just keeping in that. We do have some difficulties as a human, like when we talk about I, me. When we say I, we emphasize or grasping into oneself, and sometimes it becomes selfish. So we cannot extend our compassion and kindness toward all the beings. So extend it and see as a whole or universal kind of thought and ideas, awareness. Then you can see the interlinked. We are interrelated. Our existence is dependent on other beings. So not very much like, we can have an independent self. So that's how we see that, we're one as a family. So that's what we will find in like Mahayana and Vajrayana. So if we practice that, keep that kind of thoughts and opinion and positive mind, then we can really transform ourselves into divine being. So enlighten ourselves as a divine being. I think that's what I would say. Enlighten ourselves as a divine compassion towards all other being and develop or create our identity as a compassionate towards all beings.
Beautiful, beautiful. That is a wondrous answer. And Miss Andy,
Oh,
tell
well, this is
us.
going to be 3 hard acts to follow because beautifully everything that the 3 of you have shared has just touched my heart. And I have a little bit to add to that, but it's real similar because when I think about the divine and awakening the divine within, my thoughts immediately go to connecting with spirit, with source, with our higher selves. And when we have that connection to spirit, to our higher self, we are resonating and opening up to what I consider to be the divine. Now, as some of you mentioned, it's a little difficult in our 3-dimensional world here. We have so many challenges that get in the way of our connection with consciously feeling that opening to the divine. And really, I want to go to the part of ourselves where we can begin to experience self love and self compassion. And when we can begin to resonate in that frequency, we are tapping into the foundation, the authentic nature, the true nature of who we are. And that is love. And if we can remember that all of us, each of us, truly are these magnificent beings of light and love, when we begin to resonate in that frequency and feel those positive vibrations, it is a direct hotline, if you will, to the divine. And of course, uh, awakening to the divine always starts within ourselves first and foremost, because once that happens, then we are able to share our positive energies, our love and our light and our compassion and our kindness and our divinity, really, with all of those around us. And that is such a beautiful, beautiful thing to be able to get to that. And I know that as our panel progresses, we're going to be talking a little bit more about how we can actually open up to the divine, how we can make that connection to the divine. So I just want us to be left with the thought of we are truly magnificent beings of love, and to just sit with that for a moment, realizing that is the truth of who we are.
Well,
thank you.
It's just beautiful, Andy. Beautiful. Everyone, all your things are just beautiful. I want to share, just coming from the field of working with sound. Oftentimes I would say that everything is vibration, but lately I've really gotten to another level. I think everything is consciousness. And ultimately, the highest level of consciousness is love or compassion. And of that, we call that love and compassion the divine. So everything's interrelated like that, where our consciousness, ultimately, the highest level is divine through the energy of love. And with that, I'm going to ask now our second question, which is, what does it mean to embody compassion? Lama Tashi, you are a being who is the greatest embodiment of compassion, perhaps, that I am aware of. What does it mean to you to embody compassion?
If we just put in a very short word, it's kind of caring, right? Caring other beings. But what you find in the when you practice, it's we do have a compassion. We all have a compassion towards other being, oneself, and love. As when we wish other to be free from the suffering and be with the happiness. So that's the main thing. But thing is, like most time, it's limited. I have a friend I usually discuss with him about how to develop it, how to develop this compassion towards all other being. And he would say, he works very hard and he feel like it's working very good. But sometimes he encounter with some of his, friends or his acquaintance, and sometimes they can be mean towards him. And he said that that's one of the biggest difficult challenge, because he can say all other beings except this person. He find it difficult, except that person. So if we have that one, when that means we got the limited compassion. So that's what we need to break through. Even to those people who are not nice to us, if we can extend our compassion, then that's the one of the most important part. Because up to there, we all have this level from our birth itself. But when you go beyond that, even the people who are not nice to me, if you can have a compassion towards them, love towards them, we have the wish for them to be happy, them to be free from the pain. That's the when you become embodiment of compassion. And it's not that easy, but when we look at ourselves, when we have difficulties in our life, we can feel compassion towards ourselves and say, oh, I should be forgiven for myself for some of the mistakes and so on, because I was not that pure being earlier. Now I'm working hard. So we forgive ourselves, and we can have a compassion towards ourselves. The same thing, the people who are not nice to us, they are also that kind of situation. So if we think that way, then we feel like, oh, I should forget that person. And then you say, okay, that person should also be free from the pain and be with the happiness. And that's what we can extend our compassion. So that's what embodiment of compassion. In our Tibetan Buddhism, you will find Avalokiteshvara, known as embodiment of compassion. Then one of the main things is like his compassion has no limitation towards all beings. Not that, except that one is not there in Avalokiteshvara's attitude. So that's what we call it embodiment of compassion. That's needed.
What a beautiful answer, Lamatashi. Thank you so very much. And Andy Goldman, you are also one of the most compassionate beings that I know of. Can you tell us what embodying compassion means to you and why is this important?
Well, thank you, Jonathan. And I would love to share my take on embodying compassion and how to do that. And first, I want to share what is for me just the most beautiful definition of compassion. And that is this: compassion is the passion that arises from the wish that all beings be free from suffering. And I love that definition so much because it really, as Lama Tashi was saying, that all beings be free from suffering. And when I think about all beings being free from suffering, that means each one of us. That means let us all, you included, myself included. Compassion really begins with loving oneself. And as I mentioned earlier, that is the foundation for connecting with the divine. And when we begin to really tune into self honoring and releasing judgments and self criticisms, and when we can begin to truly embrace our compassion within ourselves for ourselves, that then gives us that opening to actually to share our love and our compassion with all of those around us. And when I think about doing that, I think let us try as hard as we can, because we are in a three-dimensional world and there are so many challenges. But if we can bring it back to ourselves and let go of that self-criticism and let go particularly of that judgment, I think becoming as best as we can non-judgmental, try as best as we can for deep understanding of ourselves, allowing us then to have that deep understanding of all beings and to open our hearts to allow in that kindness and that. And of course, when we are kind to another person, we are actually a reflection of the divine. And as we nourish ourselves so that we can then nourish all those around us with compassionate love and understanding. I have a great quote from Louise Hay that I love, and she says, self compassion and self love is a vitamin that nourishes us constantly. And so let us really begin to accept ourselves and accept ourselves as those magnificent beings of love and light that we truly are, and go into our authenticity of our inner truth, the compassion, the kindness, the forgiveness, the non judgment. All of that will directly connect us with the divine and open our hearts, our bodies, our minds, and our spirits to vibrating in the frequency of compassion.
Well, that was beautiful. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to try to deal with this and suggest that for the moment, our beloved Chloe is having trouble getting on. And so we'll see if she's able to get back on. But meanwhile, I'm going to answer for myself, what does it mean to embodying compassion really on a level, because both Lamatashi and Andy have answered this so well. I'm going to focus a little bit more on why is this important. And there are a few different reasons why it's important. And I think, among other things, we can really suggest that we're living in really extraordinary times of divisiveness. I just notice more and more that everybody is so judgmental about themselves, but really more about other people. I'm right, you're wrong. And I see this all the time. And this does nothing but create a division between us without really understanding or trying to understand why the other people feel this way. And we need to begin to work together as a unified field of consciousness that embodies compassion. If we embody compassion, as Andy and Lamitashi were saying, we don't have this judgment. There's an old Native American, I believe, saying something to the degree that, don't judge somebody until you walk a mile in their moccasins. And that's so very, very important to really, if you like, begin to listen to what they're talking about as opposed to rejecting them and making them wrong. It's so important that we work together as one on a physiological level. Practicing compassion is really good for stress reduction, folks. Really good for stress reduction. It's one of the great gifts on the planet. Being nice to other people is one of the, shall we say, unknown or unseen gifts, that because when you give to others, you receive in return. So it's just such an extraordinary phenomena to embody compassion. Just being nice, not being judgmental, having an understanding that we are all unique vibratory beings. None of us are the same. There's nobody that I know that has the exact same likes and dislikes. Even my beloved wife Andy or my beloved friend Lamatashi, we're all different, and yet we can hold each other in love. We can hold each other in compassion. We can have the greatest respect for each other and honor that our paths are different, and yet united we have a phenomena of 1 + 1 = 3. We are so much greater than the individual self. So I think embodying compassion simply means, as Andy said, first, forgiving yourself. And when you forgive yourself, you forgive others, and all of a sudden you realize there's a whole lot in common that we have. And when we understand and embrace our commonness, we can work together and we can overcome the impossible. What do you think about that?
Lovely, Jonathan.
All right. Wow. Lamatashi, I'm going to ask you the next question. And this is really interesting because I know that you've recently come back from retreat, and a lot of your work really involves not only embodying compassion to awaken the divine, that's who you are and what you are, but what is a good method that somebody can utilize to embody compassion? It can be a sound, it may be a meditation, a visualization, a technique, or practice. What's something that people could have as a daily practice? I know you have a lot of daily practices. Perhaps you would share that with us.
In our tradition, you will always find 3 ways of engaging ourselves into any kind of activity. So definitely for the practice of compassion or sharing compassion with others or helping others, whatever, we need to engage through three, what we call the three doors. One is body. Through our body, we can help other beings, give protection to other beings, and so on. That's how we can share our compassion. And the another one is the speech. So when it comes to speech, then of course, in very simple way, you can say like saying good words to other beings. But when it comes to higher level, it's called recitation of the mantra, chanting or sound. Not necessarily just a speech, but we don't know. There are lots of the musics now to calm others, release their stress, tension, and so on, and bring mental peace and joy. So those are all kind of comforting or bringing peace to their mind and giving protection, kind of helping them with the joy and happiness and so on. That's through speech, through sound, through music, right? That's the second door. Now, third door is visualization, right? So if you are reciting very good words, saying good words, but if you are mentally not doing it, visualization mentally somewhere else, then it's not the completed. You are not sharing your compassion completely. Physically be nice, like His Holiness the Lama always said, like smiley face for others. Even that is really good. Kind of trying to make other happy by kind of smiling at them. That's already like body kind of one way of bringing happiness, joy, smile, peace to others' mind, and then saying the good word. Lama Tsongkhapa had a very interesting thing that he would use. He would always kind of recite one line and say that whoever I see, may they have a happy life. Whoever I see should have a happy life. That was one of the recitations that he would have in his mouth, always, whenever said, whoever I see, he has a happy life, she has a happy life. So that's a good word, right? Chanting or recitation, a mantra or whatever, something like that. And then mentally, when we recite, if you can visualize it, you send your light, compassion and kindness in the form of light, touch the person, and then free them from their sicknesses, their pain, their problems, and then kind of transform them or kind of lift them from the problem and then place them into the joyous land, what we call in some traditional word you will find Sukhabati in the Sanskrit, like heavenly realm. So kind of lift them from the problematic world, samsara, into the divine world. Kind of send them, push them, lift them. And in the visualization, sometimes we say like, I don't know what you call like, in our village when I was young, we will find a flock of birds, right? Thousands of birds flying together. Even sometimes you look at the space, you can see the dark space when they move together. So visualization is like you send the light from your heart, compassion and kindness, touch the all other beings, enlighten them, and they fly in the space like a bird, flock of bird, and then going to the Sukhabati. So that's mentally kind of sending your compassion towards them, towards other beings. So these three practices, physically, and verbally, and mentally, you kind of share your compassion.
Beautiful. Thank you. And I'm just going to interject for a second because Lamatasha, I know that one mantra that you use a lot, have taught a lot, is the Om Mani Padme Hum, the Om Mani Padme Hum Tibetan. And I just remember a story I have to share. Years ago, I was teaching a workshop and I was leading people in that chant, teaching them that chant. And that night, someone had the experience of they were driving in their car. And there was a car in front of them that was erratically driving. Perhaps the person, they didn't know if the person was drunk or whatnot, but they were really worried. So they began to chant the Om Mani Padme Hum, the Om Mani Padme Hum chant, and projecting that at the person who was driving really erratically, swerving in and out. And all of a sudden, that person stopped and began driving normally. So it's just an amazing power of projecting, as you were saying, that energy of kindness, compassion to others can shift and totally change the field of our planet. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just want to share that. Andy, my dear, what's a way that you can embody compassion?
Well, and I just want to thank Lama Tashi for those beautiful metaphors. I loved the bird story, Lama Tashi. And when, we think about what is the best method that I can share to help embody compassion. And one of the first things that I always like to do is take a moment and take some nice deep breaths and reflect on where in my life can I possibly offer more understanding and more compassion and more empathy and more forgiveness. Where in my life can I offer that? Who can I offer that to? Perhaps it is towards a loved one. Perhaps it is even towards a stranger. Perhaps it is toward, drumroll, yourself. And when we can begin to vibrate in the frequency of compassion and empathy and forgiveness, we are offering to the planet, to the field, we are offering our connection to the divine. And we begin to reflect through this positive energy. We begin to reflect that part of ourselves, all of ourselves that are in connection to the divine, because as Jonathan has said so beautifully, we are all one, and there truly is no separation, even though we are here in this three-dimensional vibration, this three-dimensional world, with the challenges that we do face every day, that we're constantly being challenged to, wait a minute, I'm not feeling that I am in a positive energy right now. Let me reflect on that. Let me breathe through that. Let me begin to just pull in. Okay, let me offer kindness to that person walking down the street. Let me offer kindness to my spouse, to my child, to my pet. Let me begin to open my heart to compassion and to embody that within myself so that it is available to all of those people that I come in contact with. And it's interesting because when we are offering kindness to another person, what we are really doing is reflecting the divine within. And it's interesting, and I've got a great story too, Jonathan, because one of the stories that I remember is that someone stopped to offer help to a person on the street, and that person on the street was very grateful. And the interesting thing, as I watched that, I became very appreciative and grateful. And then I started thinking about, what can I do to offer a kindness to another person? And so when we offer even that small random act of kindness, what an absolute gift that is to our planet, to the field that we are all very connected to. And so basically, let us just, as much as we can, remember to vibrate, if you will, in the frequency of our inner truth, of our authenticity. And I know that I've said this in the last other segments, but I want to say it again.
Say it again.
Because I think it is crucial for us to begin to embody, and that is that we are all, each and every one of us, truly magnificent beings of love. And love is our true nature. It is the foundation of being, awakening the divine within.
Well, that is a lovely, lovely statement, my dear. Thank you
you
for sharing that.
Thank you.
How can I? All right. I'm just going to add a couple of things because these have been such wisdom statements by the two of you. Our beloved Chloe right now is off air, although getting transmissions from her, and she's doing fine. She's just having a hard time coming back on. So I'm going to just suggest that one of the things that we can do as an everyday practice is to begin to listen to other people without trying to make them right or wrong before they've even finished what they're saying. Compassionate listening, compassionate speech is so very, very important for us to really embody. Today, we are so involved, and once again, I mean, this has been a theme of a little bit of what I'm talking about. We need to be right, and the other person is wrong, and this division happens. What if we listened to what the other person said and try to understand why they were saying that? There is a reason, my friends, why this country, this planet is like split in many different sections. A lot of people feel one way, and a lot of people feel another way. And we may not agree with them, but if we feel that they're wrong, that doesn't help at all. We can go, yes, I understand where you're coming from. That may not be resonant with my own understanding, my own consciousness, but I honor that you're having this feeling. Blessed be for you. So I think that's very important. First of all, just to be able to listen to people. And I think that ultimately, as we begin working more and more with the energy of compassion, as Lama Tashi was saying, you can do it through making a sound, through visualization, through literally projecting energy of compassion out to others, which is so very, very brilliant. It's really just mandatory. Was it His Holiness the Dalai Lama that said, just be nice to people?
He did.
Something like that.
At least, even like you just show your smiley face to other beings. That's the
You know,
easiest we can do, but it's very effective because this can bring lots of joy and happiness to the people who are looking at your face.
I mean, on a level, this divisiveness, which is mostly caused by fear and anger. People become scared of other people because they don't understand where they're coming from because they haven't listened to why they feel certain ways. And they become frightened and they make them wrong. And I think it was Abraham Lincoln, the president of the United States, a long time ago, who might have said, a house divided cannot stand. And we need to just, once again, coalesce together, work. This is the Global Oneness Summit. And it's such an important concept because we need to be in oneness. It's so mandatory now. We need to just, as a species, work together because we've got so many challenges ahead. But rather than being scared of them, we need to work together and figure out what we can do to make them work, because that is just, once again, the phenomena of 1 + 1 = 3. Working together, we can create a field of being that is so beyond anything we could do by ourselves.
So beautifully said, Jonathan. And
Yeah,
it's
and
interesting.
I add some, like, yeah, even those the business people, artists, politicians, whoever, right? If we all can act ourselves, having the compassion towards other being as a foundation, then that will definitely make a big changes. Because our survival is actually based on compassion and kindness, right? If we do
Yes,
not have compassion and kindness to ourselves, we will be gone way back. And like if you look at the animals, if the mother doesn't have a compassion and kindness to the baby will be dead within few hours after born.
that's right.
Same thing, like we are completely uh, based on survived on the compassionate compassion of someone for sure. Compassion of our parents, our gurus, our friends, our relatives. Otherwise, we cannot survive. And if we think that carefully, and then if all those leaders, you know, your way of running government can be different, your way of your philosophy of your political party can be different. But if they all act having the compassion towards other being as a foundation, then that will definitely make our world a much better place to live.
And
And
you're
Whatever they are doing, we are doing it to help other being. If that compassion is there, you know, then that will definitely make a big changes. I think that's what I believe.
yeah. Thank you.
Oh,
And Andy,
thank you.
you were saying
Well, I was just going to pick up, Jonathan, on something that you mentioned, which is compassionate listening, compassionate communication. And when we offer that to someone, what's happening is that we are providing a safe space where that other person can feel accepted, that other person can feel actually seen. And so that then gives that other person that sense of beginning to perhaps vibrate in their frequency of love and loving themselves. And so I think that that compassionate listening is such a beautiful tool. Yeah.
I was just thinking, uh, there is a phenomenon that a lot of people have begun to pick up on, which is the fact that when the brain and the heart are working together in synchronization, it's called heart brain coherence. And the field or electromagnetic field is 50 times, 500 times greater, much, much greater. And uh, of course, compassion is a real key element to creating this resonance, if you like. But another one that I'm going to share just immediately, because for people who have trouble even understanding the idea of compassion or whatnot, is the fact that if they can feel even grateful or an appreciation of something, it can be the sun, it can be a nature scene, it can be an animal, it can be a human, but just feeling, taking some nice deep breaths and feeling grateful. That is a great way of beginning to first do like the heart brain coherence connection, which can then ultimately lead to the higher manifestation of that, which is compassion.
I love that, Jonathan. And it's interesting because the three of us, the four of us, because Chloe, you are here with us in
Totally.
spirit, and I'm so sorry about the internet connection, but you are with us, and I am feeling your love and compassion. But we all four work with sound, and one of the things that has come to my mind is that when we do reflect about embodying compassion and embodying more love into our energy field, just taking a nice deep breath and then doing something as simple as humming
Or an
can
ah sound.
sound, a tone, but that sound is that carrier wave of our thoughts. And as we are thinking those positive thoughts of compassion and understanding and kindness, and we add a sound to it, that will carry that intention even further into our hearts.
Nice. Chloe, you are back. We are at the, if you like, end of our conversation, but please, we have a few minutes left. Would you just tell us what embodying compassion means to you and how you do this on a daily practice?
Well, for me, sound and working with mantra and devotional chant and prayer and song and silence primarily, and nada yoga. Those are really the realms that I love to move around in, and I find that the more that the silence the music of silence, I describe it as these days, the more of that silence, that quality that is completely within and beyond, the dualistic mind, the more that silence can really inform my love of life in its fullness, the more completely integrated I feel and unified. And the singing and the sound and the song, it can be completely improvised. It can just come out of a feeling, like how do you feel and how does that sound? But always what quality of silence is left behind, so that it's not a kind of psychotherapeutic focus. It's more listening to the sound of the divine beyond the conceptual mind. So that's what gives me great joy.
Beautiful. Chloe, your wisdom, your kindness, just beams through, and we pick it up and we welcome you back in these last few moments of this panel. So thank you, Chloe, for that brief. Chloe is off again. She is, if you like, having some experience with the cloud or the internet or whatever you want to do it, but she did make a manifestation here, and we are grateful. Back to the three of us now, and concluding remarks. Lama Tashi, how can people get in touch with you? And anything last that you'd like to share on this whole idea of embodying compassion to awaken the divine?
First, I would say, sometimes we get too much into ourselves, saying that everything should be my way. Instead of that, if we think, what are the other beings, the problem they are facing, what they might need, that's one of, I think, number one step. If we can think of that again and again, right? Otherwise, many times we just said that it should be my way, and then we forget about others' problem, what they need, what we can do for them. So one thing that what you said, the compassionate listening, right? So that's what one thing. If we just instead of just saying, okay, it should be my way, say, okay, I can be quiet for a minute. Let's think about what the other might need. What are the problems the others are facing? How can I can help them, to make them feel better at least, right? So that's one thing that I wanted to eat. And to contact me, of course, Lamatashi, www.lamatashi.com, that's my website. And lamatashi68@gmail.com, that's my email address.
Beautiful. What a blessing. Thank you. We're going to give you a Goodchild contact information. Andy, you got it?
Yes, I do.
I'm sure it is the Naked Voice. Is it Naked Voice or the Naked Voice?
It is.
As we look at
it is the thenakedvoice.com. That is THE, thenakedvoice.com. And that is the way to get in touch with Chloe. She is an absolute wealth of sound information, compassion, and love. And we were so honored that, Chloe, that you were with us for this panel. And I'm sorry about that internet, but you're over in England, so you know it's far away. But what I'd like to just say is that I want to thank Humanity's team. I want to thank them for this great topic of awakening the divine, because I think that when we begin to focus on that, boy, oh boy, that truth of who we all are really starts to shine through.
Yeah. Indeed. And you can contact us at healingsounds.com. And we do, through Humanity's team, a sound satsang, oftentimes every month, and particularly on the high holy days of the equinox and
the
solstice and all that stuff that's there. And just keep compassion in your lives as best you can, so that we can all create kindness, so that we can all work together. And so ultimately we can indeed create global oneness. We want to thank Lama Tashi. We want to thank Chloe Goodchild, Andy Goldman, and hey, for me, Jonathan Goldman, blessings of light and love through sound to everyone now.
And thank you, Garth and Jim, the behind the scenes, beautiful, beautiful help. Thank you.
And Humanity's team. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, to the Global Oneness Summit. Awaken the divine within, embody the transformation, inspire the future. I'm Carissa Sims, and it's my honor to host this conversation today with Ben Clark. And our topic is the courage to be who we already are. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you so much, Carissa. I'm really excited to be here and for this conversation.
Amazing. I am as well. So let me introduce Ben. Ben Clark is in service to the awakening of humanity and the regeneration of Earth. He co-stewards the Earth Regeneration Alliance and the Living Commons, helping to build trust-based bioregional systems rooted in love, community, and sovereignty. His path weaves deep personal transformation with planetary service, bridging inner awakening and outer regeneration as part of a global movement towards wholeness. Welcome. So happy to connect with you. And where are you connecting from? What's that behind you there?
Yeah, it's great to connect. This is an RV. I just moved into, it's a 14-foot little RV trailer that me and my puppy are living out of. So right now I'm based in Golden, Colorado, and I'm here for a couple of days in the RV park. So I'm sitting outside. It's pouring rain out. We got water splashing in a little bit, and I think it fits really well for the authenticity of this kind of conversation.
I agree. I think that's beautiful. And what a wonderful life, the courage to live that life of freedom and being out in the rain, being outside and living with your dog. What does it mean to you to have the courage to be who you already are?
No, this is, it's such a beautiful question to contemplate and to explore, because I think it brings in two really important just ways of being in my life, which is one is just like this contemplation and this eternal journey of the discovery of who it is that we really are, and also this leaning and embodiment into courage, which to me, courage is such an important and almost necessary part of the ingredient in the recipe of inner transformation and awakening. And so for me, the courage to really be who you already are is, well, one is to contemplate this question of who it is that we already are, And that looks like its own journey for many people. It's been a massive journey of ups and downs for me. But when we really tune into this part of us, this deeper part of us that's really connected to all of life, that is in this eternal relationship of oneness with the earth and with the animals and the plants and with all other people and the stars, we start to get, to me, closer to who it is that we really are. This unlimited, infinitely filled with love, compassionate, living, dynamic beings. And we find ourselves at this kind of interesting paradox, being these infinite beings and living in this limited experience. And I think that as we step into this knowing of ourselves as these powerful, loving beings, we start to take on kind of new roles and new perspectives in the world that we're living in today. And oftentimes those perspectives and those roles, as we start to lean into oneness and this connection, this remembrance, is misunderstood from the general kind of world and population. And, when we start to explore all of the aspects of who we are, not just our certain identities or certain roles, but this deep inner being to ourselves, it's uncomfortable because we often have to go out on our own. And in that, we also have to step into courage, because when we're becoming something that is so fresh and so unique and so new in this world, we're going to push certain boundaries. We're going to push certain people that love us, that don't want us to change. There's always going to be this aspect of the unknown and the fear that we are leaning on in that edge. And we're not going to get rid of that fear. That fear of the unknown, it's there. We can't just go, I want to get rid of the fear so it's gone and now it's easy. It's like, no, the fear is going to be there to step into that, to step into something new, to step into new identities. And so if the fear is going to stay there, well, then we need something to help us move through that fear. And to me, that's courage. That is leaning in deeply to be something different and to explore aspects of ourselves that we have forgotten and that we don't often consciously explore in our lives. So to me, the courage, just to sum it up, the courage to really be who you are, or be who you already are, really, is leaning into the discomfort of exploring your infinite potential.
That is amazing. I love how you expanded on that definition and what it means to you. Do you feel there's an aspect of going against societal norms in stepping into that courage, moving through that fear?
Absolutely. And I think largely the whole process is that at its essence. It really is leaning into kind of pushing these norms, pushing these boundaries, questioning those things that we've been told. Because the story that we're playing out right now, it doesn't, as a collective humanity, it doesn't feel like it's that of real love and oneness. It feels like it's that of separation and extraction. And so if we're stepping into this part of us that is that embodiment of love and oneness, we're going to push against a culture that is seeing things differently and has operated for a long time in a different way of being. I think that when you're really stepping into this idea of the courage to be who you are, the whole journey is kind of just leaning in a little bit deeper, kind of in a way, dropping that shoulder through the discomfort of those, really of the trial and error of feeling into what it feels like to, okay, this is what people normally do, but I'm going to go this way instead. And as we start to welcome those new kind of paths into our lives, I think we open up to aspects of ourselves that we hadn't really remembered, and we start to feel this empowerment and something fun. And then, we kind of keep going down that rabbit hole, playing around with what it feels like to really keep pushing more and more cultural norms.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just the first step the first
Mm.
step and stepping out of those societal norms or what people want for you, maybe your parents, maybe teachers, mentors. So, can you share a time in your life when you were not being who you are and what cracked that open for you?
Yeah. You know, I was actually just telling someone about this story recently because it made just such an impact in my life. And it's actually something that I didn't really realize had made such an impact until I was sharing it the other day. And the story takes place in New Zealand in 2018 when I had an opportunity to go on a trip with Ohio State with a group of 22 other students to explore the country of New Zealand and explore Australia. So heading into that trip, we had an application and we had an interview process, and 22 of us got it. And then we all met to meet each other and start to do some icebreakers. At this time in college, I was still really struggling with a lot of just core insecurity, and I wasn't aware of so many of the things that I am now. I didn't really live with any sort of spiritual kind of attunement at that point. I was kind of just struggling with anxiety and wanting to explore and make an impact in the world, but didn't know how to do that. So at that point, when we met everyone, I was so overtaken by this insecurity and this fear of this whole new group. And it took a while for me to really open up. And on our first hike in New Zealand, which was the first day that we got there, our leader of the group wanted to play a game called Magic Hat. It was a game that none of us knew about, so the rules of the game were that each day there's a person that has the position of being a magic hat, and they pick a rule and they take you off to the side, they tell you the rule, and then throughout that day you have to play out that rule and be that kind of play the role. And at the end of the day, everyone guesses and says who was the magic hat and what the role was. So on the first day, I was picked to go first and be the magic hat, and my rule was to every time someone told a story, I had to tell a story that one-upped their story. So here I am, really insecure, kind of really quiet and like stepping back in the group and not wanting to like over, push myself. Suddenly put in this position of my role is to be the person that tops everything everyone says, right? And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's just so not me. That's the exact opposite of what I want to be doing. And I really shut down. And I really started getting in my head. And I remember feeling just hot and anxious and sweating and, blushing. And we get up to the top of the mountain and the leader comes over to me and he pulls me aside and he was like, Ben, are you a really shy kid? And in the moment that, when you tell a person that's shy that they look shy, what happens? Well, they get even more shy, right? Suddenly everything goes inward and my face turns all red. And that, I told him how it takes me some time to open up to groups and that I often can be shy in that way. So I share this because it was in that moment, though, that once he called out that shyness, he opened myself to really feel all of the fear that I was feeling around that shyness. And I was forced in that moment to really face that. And through me then feeling how shy I was, it allowed me to have courage to want to step into something else. Because I'm like, I'm not that guy. And if everyone's looking at me seeing that, I know that that's not me. I know that there's something that, it feels authentic and can express under here. And so by seeing that and becoming aware of what was happening, he allowed me to feel those feelings and start to have that courage to then go out and hear a story and then one up it and then do it again and play the game, and kind of step into more of myself. And from that day on, the rest of the trip, I was me. I was having fun. I felt comfortable. And so I highlight that experience for me because I think what was so beautiful and important was that it didn't take me doing anything other than someone helping me become aware of what I wasn't seeing. But it was really uncomfortable when I was given that awareness. And through feeling that discomfort and feeling what arose, it transmuted out of me. And then there was just naturally this more confidence to show up as I was. So that was just a really potent experience in my life that I now get to really reflect on and see how much of an impact it really made on me.
Yeah. This might be a silly question, but did it help that you were in New Zealand and it was just so beautiful and connected with nature? Was there a part of it that you felt like maybe ignited something in you.
100%. And at the top of that hike too, after that it all happened, we had just landed on our first big view. We were looking over mountains, and we were in a group together, and so we got to share that experience, and sharing the excitement of the next 22 days of our travels that were so unknown. And so that energy, once that starts getting through you too, it's hard to not get some positive momentum.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've never been there, only to the airport on the way to Australia. So someday. What are the sources of masks in our lives, and why do we have them?
At least in my experience, I grew up at a time where it's like as soon as our cognitive functions really start turning on, 3, 5, 6 years old, we go to school, we go to preschool, or it depends on our opportunities, right? I was fortunate enough to get to go into a really just safe and loving preschool and elementary school and grade school and high school and university. And, I had a lot of really beautiful and incredible experiences throughout that, and met some incredible people. And I also see that was the time when I started learning how to put on masks very early on in preschool, when, I would hear from my teachers, when my parents would come pick me up, and they'd say, Ben is such a wonderful kid. He never breaks the rules. He's so sweet. And so I hear that, right? I hear that, and this is actually, it is a story that I heard over and over. It was me just being this really just easy, wonderful kid. And I would just always hear that. And what a beautiful thing to receive as a kid, right? And at the same time, though, is as I received that, what I didn't know it at the time, but as I got older and I started becoming aware of these things, I realized that every time someone told me that, I kind of grabbed that and I said, this is who I have to be. Because this is when the teachers love me. This is when they tell my mom, and my mom's proud of me, right? Or my dad's proud of me, or whatever it is, in those subtle ways. And so I started putting on this mask to try to always be that, always be helpful, always be sweet, always be easy. Even when, as a little boy, I didn't want to always be sweet and easy. I had a curious side. I had a rambunctious side. I had a voice that I wanted to get loud inside, But I was always seen as this guy, this sweet one that didn't rock the boat. And I received so much love for that I started trying to only be that. And then there's, other things. There's just, generally, in school, when you go around and you get the little math quizzes where you have, it's a time test and it's 30 minutes or whatever to finish, and first one to finish gets as a prize or whatever. And so I speed through and I try to get the math as quick as I done. And I would always say, I love math because I was all right at it. I got it done quick. I would get those rewards. I would get, I got placed in accelerated math programs. I'd say, I love math. Math is so fun. But I never really liked math. I didn't really like playing with numbers. I didn't really like studying for those or memorizing the timetables. But when I was good at math, I was seen as smart. And so I was loved more, by my teachers, my peers. And I think that there's lots of those little subtle ways that we just compare ourselves and we start seeing what other people are getting loved for, or what we're getting loved for. And as kids, we're so good at trying to get love. That's how we, survive over millions of years. If we get that validation, that acceptance from the community, we survive. And so I think that, that's where a lot of our masks start to beginning, when we start stepping out into the social world and we start watching other people and how they operate and how they get love. And we start wearing stuff to try to get loved ourselves.
The point is your authenticity is shining through, and that's what matters. And the words are inspiring, and hearing your stories, I think we can all relate to that, having masks as children and not being aware of that with different people and in our peer groups. So what do you define essence as?
What do I define essence has? To me, essence, essence is it's the very core of something that we can't describe. It's the thing that we point to that's really the experience of it. So an example that I like to use is when you bite into a strawberry. And it's like I could sit all day and I could describe that strawberry to you, and I could tell you what it tastes like and what the texture's like in your mouth. But you can't get the essence of it. You can kind of like get a feel for what it might be based on what I'm sharing of it. But the essence has to be something where you bite into it and you actually experience something within it that can't be actually described. And as soon as you try to put words on it, you start to miss the essence of it. So I think in a lot of ways, the essence is really deeply related to our heart. It's that thing that's kind of just under everything, that even when we're in our head, it really holds it all, and it's a safe place that we can come back to.
Mm. And what does it take to come back to our heart, to our natural essence, do you feel?
I think it's a really simple practice. And I think it can look like a million different things for people, but it's the practice of coming back to being right here, right where my feet are. And that might be having a sticky note in front of my mirror in the morning that says, come back here. Or that might be, having an alarm on my phone. That might be every day having that sticky note and doing the thing so that I don't need that sticky note anymore because I've built that as that eternal habit. That might mean coming to my breath. That might mean, when I'm in a conversation with someone and I just notice my thoughts are starting, even if I just notice my thoughts, if I'm noticing my thoughts, I'm not present in that conversation. So I notice it and I just come right back to where I'm at. I don't think there's anything else that we, have to do other than just become aware of this moment. And that is a journey of a lifetime to really be centered in that moment. But as we do, we're coming back to what really is, which is this moment. And when we're attuning to this moment right here, we're touching at least very closely to that essence, if not in the essence itself.
Yes. And modern life sometimes encourages us to perform, strive, improve. Do you think it's important to unlearn that, or do we embrace it?
Nowadays, I struggle with, these like, it's this and only this, it's only something that we have to unlearn, right? Because it's like nothing ever seems that black and white anymore. I mean, the more that I contemplate oneness and this experience in my daily life, I find that it's constantly paradoxes. I'm constantly holding two things. And so, I think that there's something really beautiful about like sometimes leaning in to what feels inspiring in terms of like when we are letting that, not necessarily that performance, I guess it's a performance, but when it's not coming from the head, but when it's a performance of love coming from the heart, I think that there can be a really beautiful expression of grace and divinity in that. But that performance is not, I think that it's the important piece is that the performance is not rooted in trying to get some sort of validation or some sort of permission or acceptance from someone, but that it's this performance of surrender within ourselves. And that the side of performing to try to fit the mold, to try to walk the path, to try to be something that we're not, and that unlearning, absolutely. There's so many different aspects of performing that I feel are really ready to unlearn and step out of. and so that we don't have to perform for validation, but we can let love move through us authentically. But sometimes that does look like a performance in a way of, art or something. And so I think it's not necessarily that it has to be one or the other, but it is about being really conscious about what it is that, you value and how it is that you desire to really show up, and letting that be the expression.
Yeah, I love that. And it's interesting that you brought up art, because someone could be performing and that could be an authentic expression of who they are. That could be the courage to be who they are as well. So it doesn't necessarily have to be, a negative thing. It can be neutral, I feel.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why do you consider breakdown as a form of initiation?
Someone actually just shared something so beautiful with me last week as I was recording an interview for a show that we're creating for the Humanities Stream program. And we were talking about breakdown. We were talking about these aspects of our awakening and integration journey that lead us into the darkness and into to grief and into shame and into fear. And she said something that I think I just get to live with forever, and I'm so grateful for, which is this realization that all of life begins in the darkness. It's either inside of the womb of this feminine energy in the darkness, or it's inside the womb of, it's still the womb of the feminine energy and the womb of the earth, which is the soil, right? But all of life, I can't think of any exceptions that life starts in the light. It starts in the darkness. And so, when I start seeing breakdown in someone else, or maybe breakdown within myself, there's still so many feelings that go with it, and you don't escape those feelings, right? When you're starting to feel breakdown, you're feeling the grief and the fear and the shame and whatever, you're seeing that, unravel in your 3D experience. Like, there's no escaping the pain of that darkness. There's no saying, oh wow, I'm so grateful for this, and then it's all better. It's like, no, it's when you're in it, it's hard, and like that's just a part of something that we get to experience. But it doesn't have to be suffering. And I think it's suffering when we don't want it to happen, when we want it to be gone and to fix. But when we can acknowledge that breakdown and this unraveling, and we can start to kind of, in a way, get excited about it, because you start to recognize, like, wow, something's breaking down, something's moving into something's fresh, it's opening space for something new. We're sitting in this darkness because something is being born. Well, now suddenly I don't have to get out of it. Suddenly, when I'm in the soil and I'm seeing this plant growing, it's like, oh, I see that the plant's growing in the soil, so I don't have to try to like fix it or put more fertilizer it or anything. I'm like, oh, it's growing, it's there. And so I can step back from it, and I can start to let the breakdown and the nutrients that are involved in that breakdown, just as when life breaks down in the soil and the microbes all start to break things down, it creates new life. So I think that's why breakdown is essential, because we have to open space for life to transmute and to flourish. And when we can really, in ourselves, like in our own experiences, not just know it, but like really know it in our hearts where we feel that, we can open up a little bit deeper, and we can allow ourselves, like that seed, to really crack open, and we can allow that life that wants to emerge through us.
And how did your own experience become a sacred turning point?
I read The Untethered Soul by Michael Singer. For most of my journey, up until that point, I was not religious. I wasn't spiritual. I didn't think about energies or frequencies or any of that stuff. It was very much, I struggled with anxiety and confidence. And then I realized that you could work on your mindset and develop a growth mindset. And then I learned self-improvement, and I started reading all these books and learning all these different things. And it was always like discipline and pushing myself and working on myself and trying to be this version of me that I wanted to be. And then I was gifted the grace of Michael Singer. And in reading The Untethered Soul, I very quickly was like, oh my gosh, this whole time in self-improvement, I've been looking at myself as this project to fix. And so I've been on this absolute just journey, this race to try to fix myself with everything that I could find. And as I read The Untethered Soul, I started seeing this part of me that isn't the thoughts, but this aspect that comes before the thoughts, that awareness itself, that part of our being, which is who we really are. And I was like, oh, this is not esoteric at all. Like this has nothing to do with necessarily any religions or stories of spirituality that I had once heard that felt so out there and intangible. I was like, this is very real. This is spirituality. It's just noticing that I'm not my body. I'm something so much greater than that. And from that point forward, it all just felt like it became like such a sacred journey. And I started really opening myself to this, a higher power, something out there that's greater than me. I started opening myself to all of these, stories that I thought of who I was and wanted to become. And I opened myself to allow those to break down and fall apart, so that I could become something that I can't even wrap my head around. And I just know that the rest of my life will be this beautiful, sacred unfolding. And I kind of find myself now at this point where it's like I look back and I say that's when my life became this kind of sacred turning point. And I kind of stand here now of like, well, but even when I didn't see it, my life was always this beautiful, sacred journey. All of ours, even when we're not experiencing it as that, it's the sacred. It's all the sacred. It's all the divine. And then as we can see that, we can really start to experience and taste the essence of that juice that is the divine.
So true. It's been such a pleasure to connect with you, Ben, and just get inspired with the courage to be who we already are. Thank you for joining us today for the Global Oneness Summit.
Thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate you for holding the space and guiding our questions today.
So, welcome everyone to the Country Coordinators Panel for the 16th Annual Global Oneness Summit. We're so grateful that you have joined us. My name is Christine Glenn, and I'm the host of this meeting. I also coordinate the World Regions for Humanities team and represent Humanities Team Canada. Now, I'd like to go around the room and we'll have you share your name, the country you represent, and then, how you are awakening to the divine within you and how you're embodying the divine within and using that because it sends out into the field. There's one field and it sends that out. So when we change ourselves, we change the world. Chamoy, would you like to start, dear brother?
Blessings, blessings. Such an honor and privilege to be here, co-creating, and for this consciousness oneness field of pure love, pure compassion, and oneness. from my highest possible loving vibration from my heart. Oh wow! So since the time is limited, so I will share. My name is Chao Mi Gong. My Chinese name is Gong Chao Yi Gong Cha Kong Yi. So as you know, I'm present in Sweden, my second home country, and I was born and raised in China, and I went through some very tough traumas, as many of us awakened ones have been, and so basically low self-esteem, low self-worth, and like living in a world of separation and limitation and fear before, and which made me to begin to waken up is through self-healing and through I feel also of the awakening of globally the global and energetic field of healing and coming to oneness, which has helped us all tremendously, and we're weaving that field by being part of the humanities team, and yeah, so yeah, I'm so grateful and so yeah, I mean, I've been like doing so much inner work to heal, and also I think the biggest lesson I have learned, the wisdom I have gained is non-judgment, like and forgiveness. And I forgive myself. I forgive so-called traumas and so-called stories, and because deep inside our hearts we know who we truly are. We are divine, we are spiritual, we are eternal, we're just pure love and compassion, and we are one with all there is. There's no separation. Wow, I could really feel the energy. Wow, it's so beautiful. And okay, let me do this. I recite from the Xinjing, from the Heart Sutra in the Chinese version. So I hold this Xinjing in my hand. So it's 般若波罗蜜多时，照见五蕴皆空，度一切苦厄. So we can translate that to 自在，我们是自在、爱、和平、不生不灭、不垢不净、不增不减。And so thank you so much, and bless you. And 感恩 in Chinese is I in Chinese is love. Actually, we were talking about AI, and AI in Chinese is actually love, I. And so, kärlek to Allah. Älskar er. With that, I'm complete.
Carmelina, do you want to go next?
Good day, everyone. I'm so pleased to be here, part of this panel today. I am Carmelina Zullo. I am Country Coordinator for Humanities Team in Italy. And today I want to share where my awakenings started. And long time ago, I was reading the book of Neil Donald Walsh, Conversation with God. And that was an inspiration for me because I resonated so much with the message that we are part of the divine and not separate from it, and or she or he. And And also what inspired me is that we are all connected. We are all part of the same sparkle, divine sparkle. So after I got that awareness, and then I really heard the truth coming also from my inside, and it was so resonating with what Neil Donald Walsh was saying in his book. I started practicing that. So I started observing myself, and I eventually also started learning more and more and researching, and I got to the Vedic teachings that say our thoughts create our words create our actions, deeds, they become habit, and that creates our destiny. So this also is very, very important for me, because I understand that we are not governed and controlled by the reality, the outside reality, but we are creating that reality and we can shape it. So my invitation today for all who's listening is start from yourself. So from your inside, you can't change much, but you can change yourself. And in changing yourself, you can maybe eventually manifest the reality that you desire. And every time I'm out of track, I try to come back to the best version of myself and to act in the highest good of everybody. And I think that only if everybody, all of us, one by one, we all start doing that, then we really can manifest a reality that has got harmony and peace. But we have to start from ourselves. So this is the wisdom that I have acquired along my path. And I like also the idea of being contagious. So be what you want the other people to be, and be contagious. So just with what you are, you don't have to do much. We are always at the research of doing. But if we are true to ourselves and we stay in our being, then that's already a good job. So I hope to inspire you with that. And before leaving, I want just to say a few words in Italian. Buongiorno a tutti, grazie per ascoltarmi. Io sono Carmelina Zullo, rappresentante di Humanities Team in Italia, e vi ricordo che siamo tutti connessi e siamo tutti una scintilla divina, del divino, e abbiamo tutti potere di creare la nostra realtà. Thank you for listening.
Well, today it's a great day. God invites us to redefine what we call success in the journey of fully awakening. To succeed in awakening fully is to know that we are already awake. We just don't know it yet, or we haven't accepted. Awakening and becoming fully conscious isn't about changing ourselves. It's about changing what we believe about ourselves. It's about knowing that we are whole, complete, and perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is Corina Sanchez, and I represent Mexico. I am a being with many opportunities to improve my version of myself in every moment. I make mistakes often, and yet my mistakes have helped me awaken. That's why I've accepted the third invitation for the awakening of our species, recognizing that I am an individual expression of divinity. I've chosen to be the change I wish to see in humanity, moving each day toward a more loving and compassionate version of myself. I'm genuinely grateful for every experience of light and darkness that my soul embraces here on earth, because in each of them I went to live the questions: What is the highest action I can take? I feel called to be part of the spiritual team of firefighters helping to extinguish expressions of separation, violence, and lovelessness, and reminding others that we are love in a sense. That's why it's part of this loving mission. I offer weekly reading circles on Zoom and YouTube free of charge, where we read conversations with God and hold a sacred space to remember our divine nature. I often remind myself that God is pure love, and that memory helps me reconnect with who I truly am in the darkest moments of my life. I believe that when we choose love in all its forms, we embody the transformation that inspires a new future for all. We are one and we are divine. Somos uno y todos somos divinidad. Y es un placer que en México estemos teniendo círculos de lectura y de estudio sobre los libros que pueden llevarnos a la unidad y al despertar de conciencia de cada uno de nosotros. Dios es puro amor.
Hello everyone, my name is Maja Beganovic Royai and I'm country representative for Serbia. It is my great honor and privilege to be here with Humanities team. My journey has started a couple of years ago when I wasn't feeling very well, and little by little I realized that we are all one and that there is no separation at all. At that time I read a book, Conversations with God, and that confirmed me the presence of Holy God and mighty spirits. I started meditating and I still do that as my daily practice. I also try to follow my bliss during the whole day, to do a thing that inspires me the most in each moment. And I do Shambhavi Mahamudra Kriya, which is one of Sadhguru's practices. I'm thankful to all of you in Humanities team, and I'm very happy to be here. And I have to say, we're all one and we are divine. And in Serbian, that would be Svi smo jedno I svi smo božansko. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. So grateful you're here. You're beautiful. And Maya is a very, very talented artist. She's very, very creative, and she shares her art. And I'm grateful to you, Maya. Thank you.
Hi, beautiful Humanities team community. It's David here, country coordinator for the UK. I'm Spanish origin, but living in this beautiful city of London. My journey within the Humanities team has been amazing. I was working in the corporate world and seeking success, but there was something missing there. I had a burnout and I found my place thanks to all these amazing people, amazing community, and these personal development programs and transformational learning within Humanities team. That is part of my awakening journey, awakening the divine within, because in the end, we are all divine beings. We're all one. Muchas gracias a Humanities team por esta oportunidad de ser parte del equipo. Todos somos uno, todos somos divinos. Gracias.
I'm Ruxana Reza, Country Coordinator of Bangladesh. I have been with Humanities team since 2018, sending loads of love and best wishes for all of you. hope this event brings more love, joy, and peace for the world. Let's be more compassionate and share responsibility for a thriving planet. I'm Ruxana Reza, Country Coordinator of Bangladesh.
The divine within, and how to try to help all of us to live better, to understand better why we are here, is by trying to share some information through different conferences that I try to organize in Madrid and online, bringing some speakers and talking about the spirituality within what we are, why is happening what is happening, why do we behave the way we do, why some things that we don't like happen to us or happen during the war. We are now watching everyday news that probably we don't like too much, and or we directly reject, we don't approve. Why this is happening? Why has a purpose of love everything? And I try to do this on a monthly basis. Many of the conferences are recorded around YouTube and some other platforms, and I would love to continue helping me, of course, and all the people that are around me in trying to have a better comprehension in order to have a better acceptance of what is going on. Among all the tools of love that I work with, probably the acceptance one is the most important and the most difficult one also. To accept everything is happening in our lives, that sometimes we don't want. We try to change, we try to reject, sometimes we resign, but we keep the bad energy inside us. So definitely the way to move on is to understand, to accept, and try to continue our growth in this path of love, in this race or way for the ultimate state of divinity that we are. And this is the purpose of doing all of this, to understand that we are divine, that we are all together, we are one, and the moment we have this comprehension, we desist in fighting against everything is around us that we don't like. I send you a super big hug, a big kiss, all my love, and in Spanish, just to remember that somos uno, somos divinos y estamos en este crecimiento de amor y de comprensión. Un beso muy muy grande.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Sehri Shabazz Kazmi. I am from Islamabad, Pakistan. I am a country coordinator of humanity team from Islamabad, Pakistan. हम सब एक हैं और हम सब खुदाई तौर पर जुड़े हुए हैं. Thank you very much. I always believed somewhere in me something bigger. After finding my way to feeling healthier and little more mentally stable, I found myself wanting to go deeper. I was on search for deeper meaning and purpose. I discovered various spiritual practices and healing with humanity team. With them, connecting with Source fulfilled my life purpose, and I learned love, compassion, and self love. I feel the most grounded and connected I have ever felt in my entire life. I see love, both love for myself and love for other, as the remedy to our sufferings. I have the power to heal myself. You have the power to heal yourself. Together we have the power to heal our whole community and become whole. हम सब एक हैं और हम सब खुदाई तौर पर जुड़े हुए हैं. शुक्रिया.
Hello, a fraternal greeting from the majestic city of La Paz, Bolivia. I am Arnold Beltran, joyful to be part of humanity's team, united by a sacred mission to be beacons of light and accompany the awakening of consciousness in our land and beyond. Let us remember we are eternal spiritual essence, navigating the human adventure. Darkness is not a punishment from God. It is the mirror of our forgetting. War, hatred, genocide, these are human choices born of fear, not divine will. Today, bombs fall of Gaza. Children die without knowing why, and the powerful crush the defenseless. In conversations with God, we are told there are no victims or villains in the ultimate sense. Only those who forget and those who remember. You came to be the light in the shadow. Do more than condemn evil. Be the light, answer to it. Every compassionate act, every truth spoken without hatred, every hand extended to a stranger, it is a spark against the darkness. Genocide and oppression end not through more hate, but through a critical mass of awakened hearts. God does not stop violence from the outside. God acts through when you choose peace, justice, and tenderness. So in despair, be hope. In propaganda's noise, be truth. In hatred, choose forgiveness, not as a surrender, but as freedom from the chains of violence. No act is wasted. Every time you see a child as your own, you bring us closer to remembering we are one. The question is not why does God allow this, but how long will I, through silence, allow it? Choose to love, even when it seems impossible. There are world changes. Todos somos uno, todos somos divinos. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Dennis Debano Kens. I represent Humanity Team Kenya. I am from South Sudan, but currently living in Kakuma refugee camp. I work as an educator with both refugee and a member of the host community. And for me, education is not about school lessons. It's about helping people see the good inside them and believe that they can change their life, their community, and the world at large. I've also started a program for young people. In this program, youth learn practical skill on how to make eco-friendly packaging products. This skill help them earn income, care for the environment, and support their family. This is how I live the light inside me. My own growth gives me strength to help others, and together we are creating hope, unity, and a better future for all. As a representative of Humanity Team Kenya, I believe that if each of us awaken our inner light, we'll see that we are parts of one human family. In my first language, the Acholi language, I say one wing chels, and in the Swahili, the East African Swahili language, they say sisi wanadamu wote tunafanana, which means like all human beings, all humans are the same, so we are all one.
Hello, my name is Véronique Navet, and I am Humanities Team Country Contact for France. Today, I just want to share a few words about my path to awaken the divine within. I want to say first that we are all divine and we can all walk this path of self-discovery, inner introspection, and transformation. It takes intention, commitment, and learning practices. My journey started really 6 years ago with a deep dive into this world of personal development, spirituality. And I spent many, many hours learning in trainings, workshops, webinars, coaching calls, and reading books. For me, that's what it took, and developing daily practices such as meditation, whether on my own, on one-on-one calls or group calls, and practicing gratitude, practicing the connection with the universe, the guide, spirit, the source, whatever you want to call all this. And really quieting the world out there and going within, spending, time to reflect and learn about self-awareness. And that's what helped me journey, heal a lot of my wounds and traumas from childhood and the past. Yeah, again, we can all definitely do this. It's not a path that you want to walk on your own. You need support and help, and we need each other because we live in this interconnected world. And that's also what I learned when I discovered Humanities team here. I learned this at an even deeper level, and I resonated, and still, of course, resonate so much with their message and concept of oneness. I want to be part of spreading the word on a global scale about awareness and, around this concept of interconnectedness, being connected to each other, to the planet, to the universe. Yes, and so, create a we world in the process. As you learn, as you transform, you impact the world around you. You spread this energy and message of love, light, compassion. You stop reacting and start responding rather to life situations, and having a real impact and becoming a real inspiration for others in the process. It becomes very natural as you start embodying all these beautiful elements of oneness. So to finish, I want to say a few words in French and, invite you to really follow this path of transformation. Je vous invite à me rejoindre dans ce mouvement vers une humanité saine, pacifique, aimante. Il y a une page Facebook, si vous voulez vous y inscrire, qui s'appelle Humanities Team France. Et surtout, gardez à l'esprit que nous sommes tous un et nous sommes tous divins. À bientôt.
And then I'll go, again, I'm Christine Glenn, and I represent Humanities Team Canada. And, my awakening, like Chamoy and like so much of humanity, my early life was very traumatic. And and I believed that I wasn't enough. And of course, that's not true. I am enough, and I've always been enough, but that's what trauma can do. And it takes great courage to heal trauma in such a toxic culture. But 30, I'm in my 32nd year, no, my 36th year of doing the Course in Miracles and the Essene Book of Days, which is a morning meditation and an evening blessing that follows the seasons of nature. And so that's where I got started. And, you know, I like to wake up very early in the morning and just start rhyming off all the things that I'm grateful for, like my beautiful bed and the pillow and the blankets that keep me warm. And I'm also, for about 18 years now, I've been a laughter yoga leader, and I think laughter is very healing. There's a whole group of us here in Victoria that likes to laugh, and the first Sunday in May is World Laughter Day. And this year we always gather at Beacon Hill Park, but there was 27 of us that gathered this year, and we had so much fun that we decided we're going to meet the first Sunday of the month all summer and just laugh because you can, and it's free and it's very healthy contagion. It's a very, Norman Cousins, you know, he healed himself of some chronic debilitating illness through laughter. Like laughter is very healthy for us. And I keep right by my desk here 10 good reasons to laugh for no reason. And I'm also a longtime explorer of the Gene Keys. And, you know, the Gene Keys teaches us that, you know, we're divine beings and we're a unique expression of the divine. And, you know, on my phone, I have a little device, and it pauses every 3 hours. And if I'm around and I turn on the phone, you see how many beings are pausing with you. And you have a theme for the 3 minutes or 5 minutes that you're breathing and pausing. It's like dare to see the divine in everything. True silence is alive, etc., etc. And, you know, I just think that we are waking up and we're returning the world to a place of awe and wonder, because that's what life is. It really is a miracle. And, you know, when we just be, like Carmelina said, it's all good. So we are divine, we are one, and we are made of light and created by love. And I love each of you. Thank you. I'd like to get started by doing some alternate nasal breathing so that we can balance out the both hemispheres of our brain. And we'll do 8 rounds of that, alternate nasal breathing. And then we'll do 8 rounds of where we smile and breathe in the freedom to soar in the field of love. And then we're going to breathe out all of our collective victim patterns. And we'll do that 8 times. So let's get started. We start with closing the right nostril, and we breathe out through the left. And then we close the left nostril, and we breathe in through the right. Hold for a minute. Breathe out through the right. Breathe in through the left. Hold. Breathe out through the left. Breathe in through the right. Breathe out through the right. Breathe in through the left. Breathe out through the left. 4 more times. Breathe in through the right. Hold. Breathe out through the right. Breathe in through the left. Breathe out through the left. Breathe in through the right. Breathe out through the right. Breathe in through the left. Breathe out through the left. Breathe in through the right. Breathe out through the right. Breathe in through the left. Breathe out through the left. Final time. Breathe in through the right. And breathe out through the left. And smile. Because smiles are free. Laughter's free. It's all free. Now, we're going to do 8 rounds of conscious breathing where we're going to smile and we're going to breathe in the freedom to soar in the field of love, and we're going to breathe out all of our collective victim patterns. So here we go. Smile. Oh. Smile. 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 Halfway through. Smile. Smile. 2 more times. Smile. Final time. Smile. All of those victim patterns in our collective consciousness have been released. And we see that we are divine beings having a human experience. But we are far vaster than our bodies. We are each a unique expression of the One, and the One is love. Okay, so now I'm going to say the prayer that I created to bless the 5 elements of earth, water, fire, air, and ether. Angel of the earth, thank you for purifying our physical body. All the trillions of cells that make up the individuated beings named human, now remember that we are made of light, we are created by love. Each and every cell in the human body temple is a genius, and it knows exactly what to do and how to take care of our individuated souls. And we remember that in English, earth and heart have the same letters. And we choose with each and every holy breath to be the open heart that Mother Earth wants us to be. And we forgive our holy innocence that got trained into thinking we're doings, when in truth we're divine beings. That's who we are. And we remember that today. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, Angel of the Earth. It is done, it is done, it is done. And we are grateful, we are grateful, we are grateful. We love you, sweet Angel of the Earth. We love you, sweet Angel of the Earth. We love you, sweet Angel of the Earth. And Angel of the Water, thank you for purifying our astral body. The cleansing, intelligent water has purified the past so that only love remains and all false thinking has disappeared. We now see only the love within ourselves and within all others, and we allow the innocence and the light that first drew us together to now be primary, and all else fades away. Dear God, we place our relationships in the hands of the divine, and we do so with gratitude. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, Angel of the Water. It is done, it is done, it is done. And we are grateful, we are grateful, we are grateful. We love you, sweet Angel of the Water. We love you, sweet Angel of the Water. We love you, sweet Angel of the Water. And Angel of the Air, thank you for purifying our mental body. The holy mind has now moved into the sweet, sweet, innocent heart inside the temple of the being named human. And there, merged together as one, body, mind, and Holy Spirit, there is no order of difficulties in miracles because every breath we take is a miracle. In breath, out breath, giving and receiving, and all is one. We allow each out-breath to end in death so that each in-breath can see us born anew and present to the presence of love in this eternal now moment. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, angel of the air. It is done, it is done, it is done. And we are grateful, we are grateful, we are grateful. We love you, sweet angel of the air. We love you, sweet angel of the air. We love you, sweet angel of the air. And angel of the fire, thank you for sanctifying our Holy Spirit. The angel of eternal life comes into the room and gently takes the being named human and places it inside the sacred and holy emerald violet flame, which burns eternally. And the sacred and holy emerald violet flame burns away all of our conditioning, all of our attachment to outcome, all of our self-destructive patterns and behaviors, all of our self-hatred, all of our self-doubt, all of our self-confusion, all of our self-judgment, and the linear concept of time has all been burned away in the sacred and holy emerald violet flame. And the angel of eternal life comes back into the space and gently and lovingly lifts the being named human out of the sacred and holy emerald violet flame, and the innocence of the being named human now sees the world through a lens of awe and wonder. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, angel of the fire. It is done, it is done, it is done. And we are grateful, we are grateful, we are grateful. We love you, sweet angel of the fire. We love you, sweet angel of the fire. We love you, sweet angel of the fire. And angel of the ether, thank you for gathering the quintessence deep, deep, deep inside the belly, the watery womb of all of creation. And from there, we give birth to a brand new earth, an earth that feels and knows the sacredness that is all life on this miracle living planet named Mother Earth. Everything is sacred, and that includes us. So with the precious gift of a new day, we dare to dream big, and we build our castles high with so much love and so much clarity. Oh, and we are grateful. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, angel of the ether. It is done, it is done, it is done. And we are grateful, we are grateful, we are grateful. We love you, sweet angel of the ether. We love you, sweet angel of the ether. We love you, sweet angel of the ether. Take a deep breath in. Feel the love that is here for you in this eternal now moment. Feel your sacredness. Mother Earth loves you, and she is grateful to you, her sacred children, her human children. And it takes great courage to live a simple life. So thank you for having the courage to live a simple life and to live a life that's filled with love. Thank you.